Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by the Valdanalist for what is an auspicious day. Finally, our two top teams are up against one another. They're in our first match as well. We don't even have to wait the 400 years of break between our matches in order to get the results that we've all been waiting for. DRX versus Damwon, but Valdez, I feel like things have gone a little bit wrong for DRX over the last, little while.
Yeah, specifically in their last matchup up against KT, I think they overstepped the line of just how far they should go up against a weaker team. Obviously, it's a group of younger guys who are destroying the league. They're very confident, cocky at times. I think they went into that match against KT and they said, these guys are nothing. We're going to take them down easily. KT proved them wrong, and then now they have to face Damwon. So, if that wasn't a wake-up call, then I don't know what will be for this team. Yeah. Whereas Damwon is just rolling through everybody, including most of the top teams except Gen G, which was the one team that they did lose to so far, but it was a close match, 1-2. And we'll see if they can roll through DRX as well. I think a lot of people are favoring them, especially after the last couple of matchups.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think if you haven't been paying too close attention, you're probably assuming that DRX is the better team. They do have a lot of very, very likable players on their squad, notably Chovy and Deft. Keria has become a bit of a heartthrob here in the LCK as well. He is incredible when he's on form. Didn't look on form, to be perfectly honest, and he was up against Smeb in the support role. You know, like he was the one man that could undo Keria's prowess. I don't understand how that works. But that was a thing that happened. Having a look at some of the points of the match, there is one that might make you a little bit curious. The Doran and Canyon are the new Romeo and Juliet. This stems from Doran always wanting Canyon to play solo queue with him on his stream.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe it's going to continue down the tragic one-way love story because I have a feeling that Canyon might just win the jungle matchup. I think that's actually going to be the biggest point of contention in this match. I think the DRX play through their bottom lane, Damwon don't. And I think the mid lane's a bit of a wash. I think Chovy and Showmaker have proved that they are the top two mid laners in the league. I think Deft is better than Ghost. I think Beryl and Keria are about the same. But I think Canyon is a league ahead of Kyoshik at the moment.
Yeah, and I think even after the last couple of matchups, you have to say that it's Canyon and Nuguri are better than Kyoshik and Doran. Doran is slowly, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Slowly is tapering off up there in the top lane. He was always pretty consistent, but nowadays I'm not as much impressed by him, whereas Nuguri has been, we've had multiple mad movies about that one player.
Yeah.
So he's definitely become more consistent, but in his own way, right? It's not like he's consistently not dying or anything. He's definitely still getting those isolated deaths. He's still pushing too far at times, but he gets a lot of pressure up in the top lane, and he does really well with it.
Well, these are the stats between these two teams. I don't know how much it actually matters, to be perfectly honest, Valdez.
0.
It's feeling a little bit like that, but DRX have had the advantages over Damwon in the past, and we'll see whether that does play a part. Remember, Damwon's huge Achilles heel was Griffin for a very long time. They weren't able to take down CV Max and his band of merry players, and that might reign true here today as well, because CV Max is still at the head of Chovy's squad. Wow. And yeah, Damwon's stats pretty good, by the way, guys.
Yeah. Now is a good time of the year to be a fan of mint blue.
Look at the team goal difference at 20.
Yeah.
What the hell is that stat?
They pulled that one out specifically to show just
By the way,
how,
DRX a second.
Yeah.
Like,
just how far away the difference between first and second is. And even down there at average game time, that's the one where DRX aren't, extremely fast, whereas Damwon, they just clap everybody they face, basically. Except Genji. That was really their one sticking point, so that'll be interesting to see as the league does come along. But today it is about DRX, and I think it's going to be a fiery game, a fiery matchup, Atlas. I think it's going to be a lot of kills, a lot of action, and I think that a lot of it will come from the jungle, to be honest. As we were talking about, that jungle matchup is just incredibly important for both of these teams right now.
Well, we'll see whether there are going to be any change-ups in the rosters. Spoiler alert, guys, there are none, because they do not make too many changes unless you're going to sub Chovy out and put Quad in. I don't think that's going to happen on the side of DRX. We haven't seen Flame all year. Nuclear is benched for a reason, and Hoyt and Beryl isn't even a question anymore. Beryl has been performing so extraordinarily well. So no surprises when it comes to roster, but I think the draft is where it's all going to come down to. I think DRX were sloppy in their first match this week. I think they have had good drafts in the past. I think it's a similar story to what we've experienced with CV Max over, you know, a year and a half now, or more than that. Sorry, 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The years tend to get away from you, but he has certainly had some weird and wonderful ideas. He's been very stubborn, and we'll see what he's going to bring out for us here today as we compare Chovy versus Showmaker, and this is their win records against each other. Both of them, most played champion is Zoe, largely due to like when they started playing. It was sort of in the height of Zoe being completely busted, but as you can see, Chovy has a pretty good record against Showmaker.
Yeah, I mean, 18-5 definitely tells a nice story. We're talking about how Griffin was always the hard team for Damwon, and that does reflect up in the top side. And it never really changed even after DRX became DRX. But again, this is the first season where Damwon are this dominant, right? So all of these stats, they're nice to look at and say, you know, look at how far we've come as Damwon, basically, and look at how dominant DRX / Griffin / you know, a lot of these players that are still on this roster have been. As we're going into the deeper stats here, anything catch your eye? I think the goal difference at 15 is
I actually really like where they differ and where Chovy excels, because we know Chovy is an extraordinary laner, right? He gets ahead, he steals enemy jungle camps, this guy is always so far ahead in farm, whereas Showmaker is just way better than every other mid laner at doing everything. That's what he's been proving to us in the Summer Split. Like, those numbers are just absurd, and Chovy's only ahead in CSD at 15 and XP difference because he bullies his lane opponent and puts all of his energy into that.
Yeah.
Whereas Showmaker just wants to win the game, and he does that. As we've got two key player matchups because these are like the two best mid laners in the league and the two best supports in the league. Maybe the two best mid laners and supports in the world. We don't know. We can't compare because there haven't been international tournaments. Make sure you guys are staying safe. But you can see Beryl's stats are either extremely impressive or very confusing.
Hello, duo proximity.
Yeah, I know,
11th
right?
in the league. Also, kill participation 11th for Beryl, which is generally not a very good thing. Duo proximity does speak to the champions he's playing. He's playing a lot of Bard. He's playing a lot of Pantheon. He's not really in the lane. Ghost plays Ezreal or, you know, Senna, and he just sits back there and kind of, you know, just tries to survive.
Gets what he can.
He's a role player, basically, whereas Beryl is the one who is making all the plays for the bottom lane. And yeah, absolutely. It's best two mids right now and best two supports in the LCK. So I'm glad that they do highlight both roles for this team, because I think that's where we're going to be seeing a lot of the crazy plays in this series.
Yep. I imagine a lot of you are probably thinking that Knight deserves a bit of a mention here. And yes, I think he certainly does. He's probably better than these two mid laners at the moment, at least on paper, based on the history that we have seen after MSC.
We were saying the LCK.
Yeah, let's just, we'll dial it back, Maybe I got a little bit overexcited. I apologize to everyone there, because TES are looking very, very scary. But this gentleman on your screen right here, he laughs all the way back home very, very quickly. Remember, this is Damwon, the team with the shortest game time and also the most likelihood to get 2 zeros. And Showmaker's main goal is to get home. And
will it
he's
be
been
0-2 or 2-0? Big question.
How quickly
he won't enjoy the 1-2 or the 2-1. That's not what he's looking for. And speaking of looking for things, this draft is going to be really important. I think that after Kenyon's jungle performance in the last matchup against Afrika, we talked about best mid laners in LCK, best supports in LCK, but if I were DRX, I'd be like, holy crap.
Yeah. 100%.
How are we going to shut down this jungle? Because he was just way too scary on Lee Sin and Nidalee specifically.
His Nidalee was actually insane. He had magnetic spears. I think he missed one in that whole game. It's just nuts. But it is, it's a different game. I believe they're up against Afrika for that one. And Afrika did look like they were floundering just a little bit, but Damwon respecting the Nidalee so much, they're going to ban it on their side. And I think leaving up Varus is something that we've seen experimented with a whole lot more. Don't do it against Deft. I don't think that that's ever a thing that you should do. Deft was playing it when it wasn't cool, and now it's really cool.
Yeah. Don't leave it up against him. And Deft is like, yeah, that's a good idea. I wouldn't leave it up against myself either. I'm going to ban that away. It does give Damwon another chance here to ban. There's still Set, Karma, Aphelios, Callista that are all available that could be on the minds of Damwon up against DRX.
I feel a Callista first pick. That's what I'm feeling in my waters. Still not sure what that means.
Yeah, we still haven't figured that one out.
Yeah, Volibear going to be banned. Which is weird, because I actually thought that Kyoshik had a pretty off performance on the Volibear. Maybe we don't know what scrim results are, but certainly didn't look like something that I would be fearing.
And banning it on red side when you always have a chance to potentially counter it is definitely interesting. Again, maybe, maybe it's solo queue. Maybe they saw someone on the side of DRX just wrecking on Volibear, and they're like, nah, we don't want to play against that. So,
yep.
TF does get first picked here. I think it's slowly climbing in terms of priority for a lot of the best teams. Damwon was showing that a lot. Showmaker played that a couple of times, I think, in their last series.
Yep, he did. Both games. Didn't die once, actually. So a good pick away, but also a great pick for Chovy. We've seen DRX utilize TF very, very well. Set, pretty comfortable pickup here.
The jacket's off already.
Oh my goodness. That's how you know things are getting serious. As it could just be Set center right now. That could be the bottom lane. We could flex Set around to basically everywhere. And that would allow Ghost to go back to the style that he's very used to. But I don't think picking the center here is all that necessary. So you can just grab whatever you want. It looks like Sylas is going to be taken as the mid matchup. We've seen this gone to a few times. So you can follow with a Destiny Gate of your own after you hijack it. I feel like these Sylas counter picks are only ever pseudo counter picks though. And Chovy is a very, very accomplished Sylas player, as you saw in our key player matchups. So not going to be too worried about that. I feel like I'm getting, like, are the nameplates correct here? Like, center being hovered is very interesting for DRX.
Yeah, that is definitely a little bit strange. I'm trying to look through their most played here. I don't think
Deft has played it once.
Okay, yeah. Deft played it once. That's it. Carrier didn't play it at all. So we are bringing out the new ideas, I suppose, up against the hard engage. I mean, they're going to have a ton of range against two melee champions to start off, so I don't think it's so bad. They get Karma, who can be flexed from top and, I guess, support at this point in
Fasting Karma, PogChamp?
Yeah. Wow.
Haven't seen that one before.
I don't think it's a bad idea to put Doran on Karma either. Just say, like, hey, man, just survive. Like,
yeah.
Give our team some shields. That sounds good. And it should be, okay, there it is, the switch into the Callista. So they are committing to this kind of, hardcore engage kind of composition. Obviously, Callista set is a very nice set down in the bottom side.
Yep.
To just really get in your face. So you're going to want to ban some more range, some poke away from DRX, whereas DRX will want to ban some more hard engage.
I would actually, based on what we can see already, I assume Damwon want to put Beryl on the set. He is a very good set player, but Noguri can also play it, so Damwon can flex this one around, but I really want the bottom lane to be center Karma. I think that's a really good way of shutting down, especially Callista, whose low range can be a real problem. There's the Tahm Kench, though, as you can see Damwon are expecting this Karma in a solo lane.
Yeah, the Tahm Kench, we've seen it a lot against this kind of comp. That hasn't changed in many years since TK has come out. The Jace is very interesting. They don't want to have to deal with that for Nuguri, so they do take it off the board. And they are going to give, actually, some respect to the potential Camille that could come out here up in the top side for Doran.
I actually think DRX is composition is a great split push comp already, so banning the Camille does make a lot of sense. Doran's been spamming it. We've seen a lot of Camille TF comps actually work out quite well. I believe it was Damwon that utilized it to pretty great effect.
Yeah.
Very recently, as the Tarek to be taken away from Kalista, just in case Set does go somewhere else.
Also a good idea. I think the Galio maybe could have been considered, but I think the Tarek in this case a little bit better. The Lee Sin comes in. Canyon going to pick that one up again. Both Pyosik and Canyon are loving the Lee Sin nowadays, so just gonna swipe that one up before Pyosik is gonna have a chance. It looks like he's just going to go for a straight-up counter for the Lee Sin.
The isolated counter matchup, as I can feel somewhere. LS getting a little bit upset about that one, but certainly something that can get around the jungle very quickly in the early game, and the early game is going to be extremely important between these two teams. As okay, looks like it is going to be the top Karma, and Nogari is going to be able to have his pick of the litter as to what he's going to respond with here.
It is going to be the second game of Braum for Keria. You know, when we think of Keria, we think of a playmaker, so it's kind of a little bit disappointing for me to see him go onto the Braum, but I think it does fit the composition here. Trying to stop all the things that Damwon has. And now Beryl, we talked about this, he's a Pantheon and Bard most of the time player, so he is going to pick up the one that wasn't banned here, the Bard. And that does mean, in fact, that the set will be going top, as you alluded to before.
Extremely short-range comp here from Damwon.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the synergy that you necessarily get between Kalista and Bard. It does give you a little bit more lane presence, absolutely, but the Fate's Call not going to be as great against a champion that does like to play around with ranges and also utilize the magical journey in order to create distances and gaps and cosmically bind people together and things like that. But we'll see what Beryl is going to do. Fate's Call is a Fate's Call, and you still get that knock-up.
Yeah. Especially
with the range interaction. It does help you out. Get the knock-up into the stun. Can be something that works, but not the traditional choice.
Yeah, I don't know if we've even seen that before, actually. So it's going to be interesting to see how it works out. I suppose if you get a double knock-up, you're going to have two guys that are right next to each other for the knock-up into the cosmic binding, but that's definitely very new to us, as here on the side of DRX, it does feel like it's lacking a little bit of damage, but they have great range. It's a very defensive comp. You've got Unbreakable, you've got a ton of shields, you have pick and playmaking potential with the TF and the Rek'Sai, of course, who are going to be, those are going to be the ones that have most of the pressure on to make the engages happen. Otherwise, they have great disengage. As on the side of Damwon, you can see we're going all in here. We're jumping into the back, and we're trying to engage hardcore with many different options.
The idea is try and hit a Tempered Fate and start a fight afterwards, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to do it. Damwon, we know, are ready to fight as soon as the game has started, as Deft is galloping out onto the lane. Just adorable. Can we put the horse away now? We're not allowed mounts in this game.
Not yet.
Not yet.
League of Legends 2.
Hey.
Coming to you in 2022. Imagine
Stop
it actually
rhyming.
came out.
You were rhyming so much yesterday as well.
Imagine if that actually came out and like I just.
I remember a MOBA that had mounts in it. Do you remember that?
No.
No, you don't?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
If you're talking about MMOs, I mean, still waiting on that right MMO. Still waiting. And
in the meantime, we'll talk about WoW.
Yeah.
Okay, DRX though, they are just fanning out. No shenanigans here in the early game that we can see thus far. Showmaker hanging out with his bottom lane. That's all right. Looks like Canyon's going to go for a solo red start. And you can see Pyosik moving down to his own. As Unsealed Spellbook for Chovy started off with the Ignite, making sure he has as much lane presence as possible. And Doran is ready to just hit Nogari with things, who has taken the Fleet Footwork because he just wants to make sure he can stay in the lane.
Yeah, Fleet Footwork here. He's got Biscuits. He does also have perfect timing, so he will have that stopwatch here, I believe, later on in the game, which can be very useful, especially for if you consider TF Rek'Sai. Obviously, they like to put their two CCs together, but if you can stopwatch the gold card, it will be a little bit harder for them to just one-shot you.
Yep.
You could try to Kingslayer your way back to some gold, or rather health, as there's a lot of poking down here on the bottom side. Can't expect that from the Senna, especially.
Yep. It's a sustain lane on both sides. Weirdly enough, it's coming from the 80 carry this time around for DRX's side of the matchup, but works very similarly. And they'll probably be playing some Biffo. You saw Ghost's stats, actually back when he was playing for BBQ, his stats on the Kalista were quite high. It was one of the picks that we'd often talk about when it comes to Ghost. As Doran does just frustrate Noguri over and over again. As this is the lane that we kind of just want to watch forever. We're okay with, like, Jonah Strong, if you could just like keep it here for the remainder. Yeah. We can pop down to the bottom lane maybe sometimes, but we don't need to go top. We don't need to look at the jungle. Let's just watch Chovy versus Showmaker.
You can see the before Genji and after Genji stats of Nuguri. Very specific. I do want to show you the solo kills. He's got LCK's second most at 8.
Damn.
Up in the top lane. I mean, you can consider that the solo laners are going to get more solo kills than a lot of the other specific lanes, but generally stats, we talk about it just in the case of your own position. But when we say LCK second, that means, of course, second in the LCK. So Nuguri has been just getting better and better in terms of his performances ever since they did lose that Genji series.
See Chovy standing very far up in this lane, making sure that he can pressure Showmaker as much as possible. Range versus melee matchup. I think these are our two best melee into range players in the mid lane. I almost get confused when I'm talking about them because I feel like both of them just manage to get farm in matchups that they shouldn't be as capable of doing so. You can see Showmaker doing a pretty good job so far, although he is down by 7 as it is right now. But we illustrated, I mean, Chovy is the laner, right? Showmaker is the game winner. But Chovy is on more of that game-winning champion in the TF. We'll have to see where this first Destiny Gate is going to go, as Def is going to find Beryl, who's not going to hit too many of his abilities. Def gets a fair bit of damage down, Piercing Darkness to take him down to 200.
I think that Keria spotted that ward or something, because there were a couple of pings that came out as they were challenging in there. Even though the Scryer's Bloom was hit, I didn't see any pings onto it, so I thought maybe DRX missed it. But not the case. The junglers both kind of just mirroring each other, going for full clears. They're now going to go clear the Krugs, try to get as much XP as possible. And actually, so far, we haven't really seen too much proactive plays, too many proactive plays in this game. Canyon is potentially looking for the top side.
Yeah, you can see Noguri's pretty frustrated at Doran at the moment, so you could imagine that Canyon probably requested, as Doran does have a ward towards the bottom side. There's the Flash Face Breaker, though. Only level 5 for Noguri, as Doran will have another movement speed buff coming up. Great slow onto 2 members, but the Q's going to land from Canyon. He's going to get snared, and Doran shouldn't have to flash here. He even gets himself a grass proc.
Yeah, I don't know about committing to the flash by Nuguri. I mean, I think up against Karma, I mean, he could just run away from you against the two melee champions. They felt like minions in that play.
Yeah.
He just sat there super calm, got the tether onto Lee Sin, didn't allow him to do anything. They're not level 6, so he didn't see any kicks or anything like that. So Karma was super safe.
Definitely a lot of reserved play coming out from Doran, though. We have seen him be a little bit finicky in the past. Skittish, one could say. So holds onto the flash, plays it as cool as possible. It's good to see from a player that we've had our doubts about recently.
Ghost and Beryl just calmly 3 CS ahead.
Whoa.
Down at the bottom side once this wave gets cleared. That's always nice when you're going up against Deft and Keria. Probably the best bottom lane duo in the game. Well, I suppose in the LCK, we should say.
But still, I mean, I feel like the matchup does okay for Damwon here. And this isn't your quintessential Ghost lane. This is back to, you know, lane power comfort for Ghost instead of just on Senna and Ezreal duty, which has been a bit of an issue for his stats. Canyon here towards the bottom side. We'll see where the Damwon do go for this Cloud Drake. A bit unfortunate for whoever gets an early lead, but that's the only prize that you're going to get. That is fine. Showmaker looking to try and steal away this rev. Pyosik is in position. Keria trying to move on over as well. Not going to get too much vision there, as Canyon is just going to take that one away. Pyosik does have a ward, but otherwise nothing doing. DRX a slight advantage, largely coming from mid lane and top.
Especially because it is TF. Whenever we're just sitting here and it's like,
probably just mid.
Yeah, we saw the total gold
anything.
and he's like 300 gold ahead of Showmaker, even though they're like the same CS. I'm like, well, that's pretty nice.
Must feel good, mustn't it?
Yeah, that's, I think that is just part of the reason that TF gets picked. It's because you can go even in pretty much any lane, maybe even get ahead. And then you're also just going to be ahead because of your passive, so. Not to mention all of his other great parts of his kit, obviously. So just because of that, it's a very safe and easy pick to get into your comp.
Yep.
You can go with a lot of different things. You can go for pick comps, you can go for hardcore.
Ooh, they're looking for Ghost here. There's the Destiny Magical Journey, but is able to click it before that gold card comes out. But Deft is following the Ignite, ticks down. Knockoff comes through from Pyosik as well, as it's a double kill for our first couple on the side of DRX.
That was a great setup. I mean, we were just waiting for Chovy to make it happen with that one. You can see that Damwon are going to try to get other objectives. I think this Rift Herald should be theirs. The mid plates could go to their side as well. The TPs are going to come out with the Unsealed Spellbook that Chovy did pick up here. And also at the same time, DRX are going to get that first drink. So overall, definitely a big win here to the side of DRX.
Oh, and item timings are just a straight-up Manamune as soon as Deft goes back home with that 1-0-1. So a brilliant, brilliant first purchase for the center to try and help get her moving here in this game. You saw it wasn't doing a lot of damage in the bottom side. Now Showmaker going to come over, and they're going to add a bit of insult to injury here by stealing away the blue buff as well. Blue available on Damwon's side of the Rift, but I don't know whether DRX have enough map control to steal that one away. Still definitely good news as Pyosik might just tunnel on in here, but does have the Tremor Sense, so knows where Canyon is. Now just going to actually look to try and jump on top of it. There's the tunnel forward, kick back just to deny the knockup. As now Destiny's going to be stolen away. Flash used by Pyosik intelligently as well, as would have definitely fallen. Enough damage available here for Damwon. Nogari did have the inside track. So they get the Dawning Shadow out of Deft, as well as the flash out of Pyosik. No kills just yet for Damwon.
Yeah, it's very clean disengage from Canyon. I feel like he's our most confident kicker, if you will, with Lee Sin. He always seems to know the exact right time to go for it, and that time he was like, no, I know TF's coming, I'm not going to be baited into this. But it would have been interesting to see if they did get baited into it, and it turned into kind of like a 2-on-2. But we're going to take a look here at how this started. That low range from Ghost, I mean, that kind of gets him in trouble. It gets him in range to get rooted by the Senna, and then the rotation was already coming down. So it was great timing from DRX, as Deft is just easily able to time that one. It's like, okay, I got my ult. The second he says that, they are already going.
Yeah. Keria, I believe, had already engaged, actually. But doesn't look as silly as it did in their last matchup against KT. There was definitely some disconnects this time around. It's the aggression that we've gotten used to from DRX.
Yeah. There weren't any other words that were said by Chovy. It's just like, yeah, I have ult. And then the entire team, without saying anything, as is the CV Max way, I suppose, just go down there and make a play 4v2. The jungler Canyon was up on the top side, and Showmaker wasn't in position to get a Destiny Gate off himself. So there wasn't really any, follow-up reaction that Damwon had. So they just had to get some other kind of objectives on the map. They did get the Rift Herald. They got a decent chunk of Pyosik's jungle. And now they're going to look for some kind of play. Beryl is on the move here, as is Pyosik up to the top side.
Yep, Duran holding onto this minion wave. Canyon waiting to try and get a few of these plates for Showmaker in the mid lane. Chovy pretty safe at the moment though, as Chainlash comes in and they just decide to brute force it. Pyosik just wandering up the lane here. He's going to try and do the same thing, but Beryl's going to turn up as well. And so Shelly We'll get a lot of value. Carrier had already started moving over, so they had an idea that something like this was going to happen. The Damwon do get a lot of plate money.
Yeah, that was not your everyday Rift Herald maneuver. As we might get some action here. No, they're just going to back away. He saw Pyoshik up on the top side. I think the second that happened, he just immediately safeguarded onto a minion and popped it right away because he knew that the response from DRX would be slow and that they wouldn't have a lot of people around the mid side. Of course, Beryl on the Bard is going to have a lot more mobility than the Braum, so he was there before the Braum as well. They're able to get essentially just some free plates down. I think they got 3 in total from that play. Now they're engaging once again.
Is the Destiny. Tempered Fate just onto Pyoshik, as Canyon had successfully stolen away the red buff, but I believe he's going to donate it back again. Carrier takes down the kill, I believe, with a tick. Oh, nope, that's Exhaust. Doesn't have Ignite. Somehow Deft wasn't able to get it with the ultimate. And that is Canyon taking a red, but immediately giving it back.
We've seen that a lot in recent times where the teams are like, yeah, we've got a Lee Sin, we can just go in there and take your red buff and you should be able to hop the wall. But a lot of times it seems like the blue teams are just seeing it coming very early on and they're able to collapse. I mean, Carrier was there way ahead of the play. He was able to get that knock-up. And then, of course, the follow-up from TF, which is always going to get there ahead of Showmaker, who has been having a difficult time so far following the TF. And based on what I've been seeing recently, I mean, the Silas hasn't really been having much success, even in this matchup as a whole for his team.
Yeah, it's the most invisible Showmaker's actually been, I think, all season, to be honest. As the Tempered Fate, you can see why it was a good idea, but Damwon knew exactly what they wanted to do. Chovy gets in here at exactly the right time. And Carrier somehow punches him in the face from over the wall to grab that kill. Perplexing, to say the least.
It's the leeway. As he's flashing, the attack is already...
His fist is already in the air.
It's already happening, so it comes in before the flash. But you do have a fight here, though.
All right, Beryl's tagged up. Stun comes down from the concussive blows as Chovy is behind the back of the pit. Carrier trying to get into position. Pyoshik doing the same thing. Steals it away with a casual smite. Gold card's in there. Showstopper into the backline for Nogari. Doesn't find all of the value with the Facebreaker as Deft. Trying to kite this one out. Wants to make it back to his team, but he's not going to be able to. Damwon just rolling over the team fight. They lose the Drake, but they kill 4 of DRX's members.
That was a pretty massive Tempered Fate from Beryl that lined up a couple of them, and that's what we were talking about, you know? You throw them in and you have so much follow-up CC, and the AoE damage even that was coming out of Showmaker, out of Ghost as well, just to get right on top of them was insane. So even though Pyoshik was able to get in there and steal away the Dragon, which is very valuable, they are going to lose a lot on this map on top of the kills that did come in here. As we see it gets low, Pyoshik just barely in range. And then this huge Tempered Fate, he's able to line them up. Set brings Carrier out of the way with the Unbreakable so he can't block for his teammates. And the 2 guys that were in the Tempered Fate do 0 damage.
Yeah, I think it's stunned.
Yeah, and from there it was a 5-on-3, so.
Really nice stuff here for Damwon as Nogari goes down towards the bottom side, takes that turret. And now Damwon with a pretty comfortable 1,000 gold lead. Carrier not going to be broken today as Beryl. Also not going to be able to take down that control ward. A little bit unlocked from the lane is Carrier now. It looks like DRX are unperturbed. They're going to take down Shirley as best they can. Canyon's not going to find that Q. Chovy moving towards this Rift Herald. Does have Destiny if he wants to use it. Scuttler to go down as well as Damwon looking for yet another Scuffle. Showmaker, Chain Lash onto 2, good damage. The Abduct is not going to connect. Not the Abscond. Thank you very much for everyone who gave me that feedback. As Q, empowered there from Doran, and it is just going to be Canyon locking away his 2nd Herald of the game. And DRX not having much of an answer as Destiny towards the bottom side, and Chovy is going to begin his split pushing.
You can see the response here. They're forcing a TP out of Damwon. As we saw, the win rate with the gold lead at 15 is pretty insanely high for Damwon. They've only lost 1 game and they've won 11 when they do have this gold lead. And that, well, Shirley got lost.
Yeah, she got a little bit confused, didn't she? She's still going to get her charge off, though. although DRX not going to allow their turret to fall, and no plates are going to go along with it. As Chovy down towards the bottom side once again. He's ahead by quite a long way, has his Sheen now completed. 8 stacks on his Rod of Ages, so had that one complete very early. And Doran here in the mid lane just wanting to build towards his Athene's Unholy Grail as soon as he can. See how that is going to go. Puts Noguri on the tether. And the Haymaker is going to be avoided pretty nicely here. Karma is a frustrating champion to deal with if you're melee.
Set just runs up to her, gets like a full combo. She still has full health somehow.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't matter. She's kind of unbreakable in herself, going for the Frozen Fist. Up against this,
it was running out.
Yeah, okay.
Sometimes you just got to use it to proc your passive, you know?
Yeah, not a bad idea. Take a look at this. The set going for Trinity Force here. I know a specific someone would be very happy with this one. And it's interesting, too, because on his team he has Lee Sin, he's got Kalista. But the idea is the set himself is going to be doing a lot more damage, even more so than the potential armor breaking that you do get from the Black Cleaver. And you can see he's already 2-0 after that last fight. So I think probably with that huge influx of gold, he was able to pick that up, and the Caulfield's Warhammer.
Yeah, 30% CDR already done. So much movement speed as well. With his Boots of Swiftness, he's going to be boosting it around this map. Sets certainly love their movement speed. Death's Dance on the way. Getting pretty close to being completed as well, as Ghost is just holding down the fort in the mid lane. Same to be said for Showmaker bottom side. And Doran's moving back top lane, with Noguri about to be there as well. So I feel like we've gone back to a weird laning phase after a lot of these turrets have been broken. DRX need to start taking some on this map. No Heralds available to try and help out. But Athene's is done, as is Lichbane. So, and is Black Cleaver. It's a big moment here for DRX. Black Cleaver not exactly the highest of value, but does add that extra 10% CDR. And if you can get a few of those spells over the team, then Deft will be doing some relevant damage and helping out Kyoshik.
Yeah. And I suppose it's good that he didn't go for any kind of lethality just yet. It's a more expensive build, but he's going to be going up against potentially stacking Mountain Drakes here from Damwon, which is going to be really difficult for DRX to punch through. They already don't have a huge amount of damage in their lineup. Karma's not going to have much pen. TF isn't going to build any pen. They have Senna and Rek'Sai behind that. Rek'Sai is building towards a Black Cleaver himself, I suppose, so they'll have 2 at least. But they're both also not, they're not attacking a lot, right? Senna doesn't have the highest attack speed in the game or anything like that. And Rek'Sai, he's kind of just all-inning at most times. He's not going to be able to stack that up for his team. So I feel like if Damwon just sit back, try to, look for engages when DRX come into them, but at the same time pick up Mountain Drake after Mountain Drake, and everybody's got a defensive item where they stack their resistances. Damwon's going to be in a really good spot here in this game. I think at the same time they also don't want to go too late game because I think that DRX will have the advantage there, but if they can slowly stack up some Drakes and then try to, push to end around, 30 to 35 minutes, I don't think that's a bad win condition for Damwon at all.
Nope. I think DRX's comp is going to become very frustrating as the game goes on if Damwon don't quickly get to some Grievous wounds. They've already got the Athenes done, but the Ardent Sensor is coming in very quickly for Doran. And Deft also has so much healing. Terry is going to be mitigating so much damage. Chovy's going to be frustrating from the sidelines and getting all of that poke down. Kyoshik doesn't really matter, but she can burrow under the ground and get a bunch of health back there. Great. But not exactly what we're going to be worried about. It's Magical Journey going to get Damwon to safety here.
Yeah. The Bard is a very interesting pick. Just along with this, we were talking about how we really don't see Kalista Bard ever, very rarely. And it offers a lot of mobility and pick for this team that has such short range and
I think
already
has on 1 health.
Yeah, already has a ton of mobility. It's a very cool pick, and it's also a barrel specialty, so I do like it here in this game. Take out that 1 health turret on top of it all.
Nicely done. Blade of the Rune King completed here for Ghost. Heading towards his Runans pretty quickly as there's the flash knock up onto Beryl. They want to take away the Bard, but Fate's Call exists, guys. So you're not going to be killing him. That was a flash invested and an ultimate.
Yeah.
Just for Ghost's Arbor.
And Barrel, you know.
Oh, he did have to flash. I guess Barrel did flash. That's something.
He did.
Mirror Mana transformation on Depth. You had a creative word for that last night.
Did I?
Yeah, you did. It came out of absolutely
Mirror Mana
nowhere.
transformation?
Yeah, no, you just called Mirror Mana a really weird name because, like, you had a malfunction or something. It was very
Manamura or something?
Yeah, it was
like...
Manamura Noonanura. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I enjoyed it. I actually felt like it added to the broadcast.
Yeah, I sometimes unconsciously make up words. I don't know why that happens. Some malfunctions going on in the brain, I suppose.
Yep, that's all right.
And it does feel like we are having a little bit of lag here in this game. We haven't had much action. It's basically like, yeah, get over here, I got you.
And he did. Which should have been pretty obvious.
There's like so little action in this game
well.
that they wanted to show the replay of Ghost saying exactly what you would expect him to say in that situation. Like there wasn't even any, you know, interesting quip that he had.
Oh, Tempered Fate going to be avoided there by Doran. Just presses an E. He's going to be A-OK. And he's just walking the set. Good sidesteps though here from Doran. I feel like his mechanics have been a bit better here today. It's definitely good. I know it's karma, so mechanics is a weird word, as Barrel's going to magically journey his way to his own jungle. Oh, okay. Damwon are looking for a fight. They have an elixir on Showmaker. They understand that trying to get towards this next Drake or trying to get towards the Baron is going to be important. Great sidestep and teleport in here. As Doran does have flash available, Showmaker looking to try and get on top of him. Is the abduct going to land? No, Snare comes through as now Chovy with his own destiny is looking for Nogari. And now in the Dragon Pit are 3 members of Damwon, and it feels like this is really not working out. The kick is very late, but we'll see whether it is actually going to work as Canyon falls to the damage of Deft, who is in a pretty decent position, but Carrier, you can't say the same thing for him. Wildcard's not doing enough damage, and Damwon just turned their attention over to Chovy, and Deft does not have the damage to take down this team. Chovy is able to get himself out, but Deft is not going to be so lucky, and Damwon once again win the fight.
That was a very weird fight, but I would happily break it down in the replay the way that all started. Canyon, he jumped into the back line and was able to get actually the kick over the wall, even though it looked like he was just going to be burst down. But I think this is, again, DRX's kind of damage-lacking problems here because everybody's able to dive into the backside. These members of Damwon are already so tanky, even with just the one Mountain Drake. And they just kind of get unpunished, like diving straight into the backline and doing nothing. Now they're going to go for the Baron here.
Yeah. It's not going to go down too quickly, and they don't have Canyon for the next little while, but there's no smite on the side of DRX. Chovy hasn't even bought it with his unsealed spellbook as the Baron going down low. It is taken by the Rend. Showmaker's very low. Nogari might be dying for his first time, but no, Magical Journey, one hell of a spell, and gets Damwon out cleanly. This is the Damwon we're expecting in this series.
Yep, they finally open up this game. They get a huge win down on the bottom side and very confidently just run at the Baron 5v3, no problemo. As you see coming in here, you're like, oh, you're going to go for the Karma. That's never going to work. And originally it doesn't. Chovy kind of gets in an awkward spot here where you see the top side is Ghost, Canyon, and Barrel. He's not really able to do any damage to those. And look at Canyon, he gets rooted up, but still he does his job, and they can't kill him.
Yeah.
They can't do anything to him, and he gets the perfect kick over the wall, Pioshik's out of it, and at the same time, they're able to get into that back line and take out the Karma so early on, so there's no shields the entire fight. And from there, they're ahead on members. They're able to just dog them down. Nuggery has a great follow-up there, by the way, in the backside where he flashes in and breaks some faces, brings everybody together, and is able to get in there. And it's not like they ace them. So after that, they run at the Baron anyway, and they're able to win a big fight over here, as they do have, of course, Kalista, which allows them to try to go for this kind of play and shut down any chance of a smite steal. And then, of course, Bard is the best support champion in the game, so yeah, just get right over the wall. And now Damwon are just opening this one wide open as they're pushing down multiple lanes.
Yeah, Showmaker takes the inner turret bottom side. There's a big minion wave stacking up top that Damwon might need to deal with. But DRX look like they have absolutely no answer for what Damwon's throwing out here. And I think what you were talking about with lack of damage is absolutely coming true. DRX not able to stem any of this bleeding. Bottom side, we do have Chovy now with his on his Hourglass completed. Close to a rapid fire cannon for depth, but that's not going to change his damage values almost at all. And I don't know when the damage is going to come, you know? It's like, are we going to wait for 2,000 stacks on center in order to get us working? But I don't know.
Fight, we have to fight. They were calling the number as well. 1,500 for the Baron Smite and Ren. So amongst all the craziness of the team fight, they're also calling exactly when to go for the play onto the Baron.
Wow, just quietly, Ghost has got 3 items. 3 pretty good ones as well for doing a lot of damage in these fights. Noguri very close to his 3rd in the DRX gauge. And there's a casual Showmaker who has a 300 gold bounty somehow after he seemed pretty invisible. But he has been flanking around and getting the work done on this Sylas. Damwon are looking to take the last remaining inner turret. It'll be 6-0 in the turrets. DRX look a little bit lost.
Yeah, DRX took 0 turrets in this game. That's insane.
Yeah.
I don't know how they didn't manage to do that with some of the lanes they had, but I mean, it doesn't even look like they've done a lot of damage to any of the turrets either that are standing out there on the outside. And Damwon, they got the Baron. They got so much gold on top of it with that huge Baron power play, and they get a, more importantly, second Mountain Drake on top of it. I just don't know how they're going to punch through all the resistances that Damwon have. All of their damage is kind of bursty, right? You have Karma with a Q that comes in, maybe a Mantra Q. You have TF who gold cards you and then he wild cards, so there's that burst. And then of course, Deft is the sustained damage, but you know, hasn't really been able to pick that off just yet or, you know, get a good position in the fight. So really he's their main hope in terms of trying to punch through Damwon's tankiness, but I'm not sure if he can do it alone at this point. From behind, they're down about 8,000 gold, very closely as,
ow.
I guess that was Sylas from top lane, just stealing that and hitting Deft. I like it.
Probably does more damage than Deft's version, which is not so fair. Deft now has an Executioner's Calling. That's not really going to change too much. Items that do change things, though. Rabbiton's Death Cap completed here for Showmaker. We do have that DRX that we were talking about. That one is done now for Noguri. Damwon are just building more and more power and becoming more and more frightening. Even Mikhail's Crucible and a Shirelia's on Beryl. I feel like the flexibility of Bard's build paths is just insane. You can build basically whichever item you want.
You can just build whatever you need for the game. And he is like one of the support champions that can, you know, very easily do that. I know some others.
Rapid Fire Cannon, Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
That's my fave.
Dead Man's Plate, right?
Oh, baby.
Getting in there.
On hit Bard.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. You can even get tanky yourself. He goes for the Shirelias. I feel like that's a great item choice with his team comp that is lacking the damage they need to get in the face of DRX. He can close the gap that way alongside of, you know, Tempered Fate Shirelias. You can Shirelias and everybody takes a magical journey out if they have to get out. He offers an insane amount of utility to this team, and at first we were like, you know, this Bard is kind of, you know, weird in this lane with Kalista, but it's all coming together, and it does make sense. And I think that DRX are going to have to stem the bleeding here. This might be one way.
Yep, 4 people versus 1 Lee Sin. I think we know how that one's going to work, and Chovy does find a very comfortable pickup onto Canyon. This might be their first turret as well. Insanity. Gold card to connect onto Beryl, but Damwon not going to be too worried. Cleanse comes out from Ghost. That is going to be valuable. Showmaker moves on over. Remember, there is still a Mikhail. So it's going to be okay. Noguri splitting on the bottom side, pings down, and Damwon, it looks like they're not really too worried about this Baron that's alive, and they're just going to... Okay, they'll take that inhibitor.
Does it really matter if they get Baron?
Well, DRX, you know that they love the Baron. Valdez, okay? Sometimes you just need to get it. There are so many people golden inside this Baron pit, Baron included. Inhibitor going to go down, and then Noguri should be able to teleport to get himself in here. The Baron is going to go over to DRX, so at least they're able to do that, but looks like we're just going for the end of the game, which is what's going to win it for you. Okay, Beryl buys so much time. And now Doran's going to do what he can to try and stop this. Kyoshik managed to get home, as now I think Damwon will not be able to take down the Nexus. So, Baron Baron secured at the cost of 2 Nexus turrets, an inhibitor, and an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, that was interesting trade. They might be able to get Showmaker on top of this too, which could net them a... Man, he is...
Oh yeah, Chovy's
so
actually doing a lot of work here. He's got a Wit's End. That is super cool. And now has Beryl here on... Canyon here along... Canyon? That's Carrier, Max. Okay, there we go. He has Carrier down there. Concussive blows certainly working out. As, okay, Pyoshik going to be able to get themselves to Soul Point. Do we have a flipped script? 5,000 gold Baron power play. They lost their Nexus turrets. Yes, that's a bad thing, okay? We could certainly have some smoke and mirrors from here on out, as LS likes to say. But if you're talking about financial issues, they're out of the woods, okay?
So what I thought was going to happen is that Dom1 was going to split push, get the inhibitor back away, take Mountain Drake. But instead, they were like, maybe we can end the game. And they almost did, right? They got in there with the TP. They had 2 members pushing. But the 2 that were left over to try to stop the backs, they have so little range that they're not really going to be able to stop the backs. Of course, it all starts here with the pick on the Canyon, who's just hanging out. I'm not really sure why he's just there alone in the bush without a ward. And you'll be able to see it here. Okay, they're delaying, right? Nuguri, just watch him. He's about to kill the inhibitor. Just get the inhibitor. The rest of them could have just backed away, gone down to Mountain. Somebody or 2 people have to go down and stop the push. But they lack the range. They can't stop the backs back in the Baron pit. And it's not enough to end the game. So because it was not, you end up losing so much. You know, the Baron power play is huge. A lot of kills going the way of DRX. They get their own Mountain Drake themselves.
The longest range card ever. As they went from 0 turrets to 3. Most of them being here in this mid lane is all right. We got Carrier looking for Ghost. Tempered Fate is going to be the answer though. Carrier still underneath this turret, playing very aggressively. But it feels like DRX have found something, and they found damage that they did not have for this entire game. Inhibitor turret to go down, and I think finally Def has some of those stacks that we talk about so often. It was not there earlier on, but now DRX are pushing in for a win. Showmaker is dead for another 40 seconds. Oh, okay, we're gonna go for a base race as Canyon might just fall down here. Beryl in a lot of trouble. Dawning Shadow comes in. Nexus is exposed, but Noguri's trying to fight it, and DRX take it in a last-minute base race. This was looking like Dom1's game, and DRX just said no.
I can't believe they actually came back in that one. Dom1 was so far ahead, and it looked like they had the game in the bag. And then right at the end of the game, they're like, let's TP in. Nuguri, his split push was fantastic, but it just all fell apart in the span of like 2 minutes.
Sometimes you just get Chovied, man. Sometimes Chovy just comes out and says, I'm sorry. It's time for us to win. And he did it this game. That pick onto Canyon was the end, like that was it. That was that game-winning play.
But Dom1 had a way to come, to stay in the game from there.
Yeah.
But it's like they just, I don't know, it's like their brains all collectively stopped at the same time, and they just got way too antsy to try to end it when they didn't have to. They were still in a decent spot. They could have sat back, played defensively, not get picked off, take a Mountain Drake. They didn't have to try to stop the Baron and go for this base race where you're also, split pushing. Take the inhibitor, send the rest, take the Mountain Drake, and then you're on Mountain Soul. You stave off the Baron push, and then you're still ahead on gold, most likely, or at least even. You have that extra resistances, and you can probably win from there, but
I want to see the damage over time graph. Because I feel like these numbers, half of Deft's and Chovy's numbers happened like post 30 minutes. I feel like,
yeah.
How are they double the damage of their opposition? Yes, Showmaker didn't necessarily do so much that game, but it looked like time and time again, it was Dom1 just finding the burst and finding these team fights so perfectly. Oh man, this went from what could have been a very, very quick series.
What a crazy end of that game.
That's one hell of a finish.
Insane.
Well, we were expecting good things out of this series. I didn't know what to expect, and it surprised even with no expectation. So absolutely amazing stuff DRX walk away with a game 1 win, but thankfully it's a best of 3, Valdez. So we'll be able to see whether Damwon can come back in game number 2 right after the break.
이거 그냥 세트 바텀에 탈타대가 해야 될 것 같은데?
야 세트 텔타봐
가볼게.
야 나머지 가서 야 여기 막아 야, 천천히 여기 웨이브 야, 날라가 막아볼래 막아 제발
아 끝났다.
미안하다
그러면 금방 오되나?
야 싸움 뭐야 리신 스턴
빨리 뛰었고. 천천히.
빨리 클린즈 없어
야 이렇게 맞을게 가득히 맞을게 내가.
옆에 쌀 옆에
쌀. 나이스. 타워. 가득히 맞춰놨고. 가드 맞아. 타워.
끝낼까 보자
끝낼까. 이거 세트 때리거든. 세트 때 못하게 해야 돼. 타워. 타워 해봐.
세트 스턴
타워. 나 방패 들어줄 수 있으니까 타워 이거 미는 정해.
집
집.
아, 이거 끝내봐.
야 그냥 뭐 끝내야 돼.
나가야 돼
앞으로.
끝내 이거
앞으로 그냥 싸우자. 타워.
무조건
와!
나이스 와 진짜 다행이다
볼리베어 그냥 한번 해서 저 대회 때 어떤 느낌인지도 보는 것도 괜찮아 보이긴. 볼리베어 일단 칼픽 할게요 그냥.
뭐야 저거
볼리베어였는데요? 작정을 그냥 다 먹어줄게. 아우 우리 볼리베어 귀엽다. 우영. 정글 좋고. 나 가는 중. 내가 공 쏴줄게. 나이스. 너 간지나네? 야무지게 먹을게요. 이 무능한 곰을 미안해. 근데 이거 얘 잡아야 돼. 이야 삐용. 검거다. 아니 볼리베어 상대인 줄 알고 개쩔어서 쳐지겠어. 아우 왜 이렇게 무섭냐 캐릭터. 야 어시 좀요. 내 거지 나비. 캐리. 수고하셨습니다.
Summit?
Yup.
One moment.
잠깐만이래.
This Mowgli use for luck.
왜요? 영어로 뭐라 하면서 뭘 주셨는데 나 영어를 너무 못해서 뭔 소린지 알아.
뭘 줬다며.
예. 이거.
승리 부적 같은 느낌일 거야. 나한테도 줬어.
아 형 그럼 나 주라.
야 드래곤볼에다가 그거까지?
고고고고.
가자.
가자.
야 뽑을게.
받았다.
풀스게.
나 죽은 거 같은데.
제발 살아줘. 큐한대 제발.
얘들아 게임 다 왔다.
게임 다 왔다 천천히
서밋 믿고 있었다고.
얘 공쳤다. 아유 죽나 이거?
다시 컴다운 하자. 컴다운.
도너리.
나이스. 볼베 노공이에요.
야 이거 넘어올 것 같은데?
먹어봐. 먹어서 볼베 나이스.
야 바로 치자 야 바로 치자 야
치자.
아 근데 각인 거 같긴 하다.
텔 탈게 나 좀 멀어. 야 이거 잡을 생각해야 돼. 잡을 생각. 싸움 봐.
공각 보고 있어. 공각 보고 있어.
공각분대
자 우리 앞에 끌려왔어 천천히.
괜찮아
이길만 할 것 같기도 하고.
괜찮아
못 이긴다. 앞에 로컬이긴 해.
루시안 노데시 나이스. 노데시.
내가 잡았어 얘들아.
고생했다 얘들아. 잘했다. 드디어 이겼다.
재엽이 형 보고 계신가요?
캐리할게요.
네.
킬 주세요.
드세요.
킬 주세요.
드세요.
살려줘.
킬 주세요. 야, 무조건 이겨. 오 마이 갓. 펜타킬.
펜타킬.
로플. 뺏는다. 아우.
디모스 괴물 같은 자식
모든 건 팀원 덕분입니다.
야 하고나 너 왜 말이 없어졌냐 근데
나이스. 형 괜찮아?
하고나 빠스라도 해주면 안 돼?
오케이. 바스 좋다.
아 전령 댄스 못 보여주겠다
야, 전령 찍어. 야, 펜타.
펜타
아, 까비.
야 오늘 칼퇴건 뭐냐? 야 너무 달라.
야, 하거나. 야, 들어가. 하거나.
Welcome back everybody to the Analyst Fest. And we are back with DRX versus Diamond Game. This series that will decide the #1 team here in LCK for the Summer Split regular split, or maybe the round 1. This was the most hyped matchup of the week, or maybe even the round 1. What's your take on the draft? DRX, they had a very unconventional comp. They don't have many damage. They are focusing on the utility because Senna doesn't really do a lot of damage as a hyper carry champion. It's more about the consistent damage output. And it's really amazing to see that DRX was able to kind of pull it off with this kind of unorthodox comp. Diamond Gaming, they were able to show their prowess with skirmish and team fights, which is really a good pick that connects really well with their color of a team. And as Pon just said, it's really hard to get the cleanest output of a team fight on the side of DRX because they don't have a lot of burst damage, but somehow, someway DRX was able to get the result they wanted to get. Both teams managed to show and display the strengths of each team, but in the end, DRX was the lucky side to get the nexus of the opponent. As the analyst mentioned, DRX, their comp was really not that strong during the team fights, and Diamond Gaming, their performance during team fights was really on point. At first, Burrow finds Karma and Rek'Sai with his ult. Two people was going golden, and then they engage with the Bard Q, and then Silas does a huge amount of AoE damage, and then the Lee goes in for a kick. And the best situation for Diamond Gaming is that popping Karma in the beginning of the team fight, and they were able to find her in the beginning of this dragon fight. They got rid of Karma, so DRX lost their power of sustainability of team fights. So that was the point where Diamond Gaming started to stretch out their gold lead. Indeed, this game was in favor of Diamond Gaming. However, as DRX picked up Lee Sin in the jungle, they were able to turn the flow of the game around with Sparrow Shrine. Look at the gold difference here. It was around 6k gold. Maybe Diamond Gaming, they could just trade Baron with Dragon and they could just go slow. If Diamond actually just went for the Dragon and then looked for a later team fight, this could be a very easy win for Diamond Gaming, but they were a little bit rushing and ended up giving the bad result for Diamond Gaming. Players doesn't really calculate all the gold lead mathematically in every point of the game, so they were mostly following their instinct. So maybe the players were a little bit rushing and contested for a fight before Baron Shrine. At the end of this fight, the gold gap was actually reached really well by DRX. Diamond Gaming, they do have a really fantastic performance for a team fight, and their mechanical prowess is really on point, but they also have to learn how to control. They're eager to fight and focus on the macro. DRX is a team that can make a very sharp rotation and also macro decisions, so Diamond Gaming has to keep that in mind. It's time to check out the player of the game on the side of DRX. Chovy with a fantastic performance and twisted fate. Usually, Zero Dats players are picking up the POG in this stage. With this first Destiny Gate attempt was really fantastic, and also Chovy was not having a previous game all throughout the game, but in the end, in the later phase of the game, he was able to turn the tide around for DRX, especially this was a turning point for DRX. Lee Sin could have just gone for base, but that was a little bit of an unlucky moment for Kenyan. It's really actually hard to kind of guess why Kenyan was staying in that brush for so long instead of going back to his base. He was rather standing outside of the brush, giving all the information that he's pondering around the jungle. So unanimous vote going over to Chovy. Even though they showcased their incredible performance all throughout the game, Chovy was able to turn the game around for DRX. This was a very entertaining game for all the LCK fans, so let's move on to game number 2.
Thank you very much, Jason, for the analyst desk translation, as per usual. And Valdez, what a weird game. I feel like the drafts was strange.
Yeah.
I feel like the gameplay was strange. Up until a point, right? It looked like Damwon were just winning. And then they weren't. In the wise words of Skara, they were winning the game until they lost.
Yeah. Well said, well said.
It's
I think
ageless quote, I think, that one.
Canyon is going to have to reset his mind. Looks like he's currently in reset mode. Hopefully we'll restart a little bit cleaner. He got caught out there. Didn't have the most impactful game this time on Lee Sin. You can see the difference between a Lee Sin against a weak team and a Lee Sin against a team with strength, if you will. And DRX definitely were able to hold him down for the majority of it. He only got one decently good kick, and that was Damwon's main thing. Once they got behind and they were lacking range, and the Baron push was coming in, they were like, well, how do we engage onto this? We can't.
Yeah.
We're too far behind. From ahead, they looked okay, and they were shutting down a lot of the damage, and they were assassinating guys like the Karma and the TF and the backline, the Senna. But the second the script was flipped by DRX, they immediately looked much stronger. So I'm curious to see how the pick ban is going to go again. I think when two strong teams go up against each other, it's always really interesting to see how the draft meta changes over the course of the best of 3. Usually it's better in a best of 5, of course, but we'll have to be satisfied with the best of 3 for now until we get to playoffs, as 2 champions that were in last game are no longer available.
Yep, not happening this time around, and in fact each team, the team that played it, are going to ban it. So respecting themselves just a little bit here. Ezreal once again is going to be banned away as the Varus. Pretty staple ban. Once again going to be taken away by DRX. They just don't want to play it. They banned it on blue side last time, red side this time. Just not wanting to deal with that one.
Yeah, and TF is just so annoying. I mean, he offers so much. I love the build that Chovy went for too. He was always consistently farming, and by the end of it, he had the Rapid Fire and he had the Wit's End. So he was actually just throwing out so many cards. It was ridiculous the amount of damage he was actually doing in the super late game, which is why I said that Damwon had to end it before it got there. But unfortunately, one baseball throw happened, and then they got too far behind. But here, the Senna is also going to be taken off the board. So I think we're going to see a very different kind of draft for game 2. Jace as well. They are really respecting Nuggery's Jace, as
Karma is available. We've got Brad there as well if they'd like to pick it. I'd expect Kalista to be taken away by Damwon.
I think Nuggery was saying Karma?
Karma or Kalista would make sense.
No?
But
Okay.
Volley Bear is
Never
going
mind.
to be picked. Never mind.
The exact opposite of what we were thinking with the Karma. This is very interesting.
Karma Olaf, what do you reckon?
I think that Karma will be picked for Doran again, is my expectation. Maybe they go for jungle on top of that.
I think Doran actually had a very impressive game on the Karma, so I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't picked. But all right, there we go. Aphelios to be locked in. And Aphelios Karma does have some synergy there. See what the rest of DRX's comp is going to look like. Because already, Volibear has a lot of backline dive with his ultimate. So it could be a dangerous position to be picking the Aphelios. And maybe a Thresh pick has to come in straight away just to make sure that that reposition is an option here for Deft. But Karma just a little bit too oh God.
What?
Okay. No.
But we've even seen Volibears do pretty well into the Trundle. We were calling this yesterday the Trapdoll.
Yeah,
especially
it's-
because he gets picked so often
Yeah.
at R2, the red side second pick. And generally it's blind. I mean, in this case, you kind of know what you're going up against. Of course, the Volibear can be flexed, but I would expect Cannon to be picking that up. There's Barrel's Pantheon.
Ballista.
I think
Sounds
so.
real dangerous. But actually, Ghost could play a whole host of different things here alongside the Pantheon if he would like to. Even an MF would be half bad, especially with the amount of AoE that they're already demonstrating. See what Showmaker is going to lock away here. Might even just leave AD carry until the next round. Lock Showmaker away, something that he really would like to pick. And the Zoe is going to come in, always in the back of your mind when Chovy and Showmaker are playing. Wasn't actually touched at all in the first game, as now Carrier back on Braum duty. This time it's not as much of a worrying pick, but DRX don't really have much of an identity with this comp just yet, especially if this Braum is going to be locked in, which does hold some cards pretty close to their chest.
Yeah, it's a pick that you see pretty often against Zoe. Can kind of just jump right in front, take the trouble bubble, put up your wall, and you're going to keep a lot of that poke away. Obviously, it can have a nice amount of disengage against what Damwon already have in the Pantheon and the Volibear. It's not too often picked alongside of the Aphelios, but I don't mind it in this position just based on what they're seeing already. But as you mentioned, their comp doesn't really have an identity just yet for the side of DRX. Certainly, you have some defensive capabilities in the Trundle and the Braum already, but we'll have to see how they flesh it out here. And they're giving credit to the Volibear actually not going into the jungle. They're going to take away the Nidalee, who is a very common pick against Trundle.
Yeah, the Nidalee ban is interesting. I would be expecting Canyon to play the Volibear, but just wanting to make sure that they're not doing any weird shenanigans where they flex that Volibear towards the top side. Noguri, of course, he's been playing a fair bit of it in solo queue, so no worries there. And DRX are going to take away the Karma themselves. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they could have just picked it up on R5, but I suppose they are not going to, or R4 rather. You want to take that before Damwon get their hands on it.
Last ban to come in here from Damwon. We'll see whether they continue down the Chovy route, getting rid of more of his champions, and Orianna will be taken away, which is going to certainly suggest exactly that. Does have a lot of options though. Chovy can head towards something like a Syndra if he would like to. Can fall a bit susceptible to the Zoe. But Cannon being considered. He's going for a comfortable top lane pick here for Doran.
Which is very interesting. They already know what the mid laner is. You can counterpick it here, and then also wait until you see Damwon's entire composition and then take your top laner. But I guess they really wanted to deny Kennen at the same time. It's a very strange place to pick that up.
I think denying it from Noguri does make a little bit of sense. The Kalista that we were thinking about does come in. It's so surprised. Oh no, it's going to be Ashe instead. Has worked out quite well into Aphelios.
Yeah, you get some really fun stuff happening in the bottom lane when you got Ashe and Pantheon. Will we see Vladimir return?
Whoa, these are the two Vladimir players, the aficionados in Noguri and Showmaker. But instead, it's looking like the Volibear's heading towards the top lane, with the Lee Sin being looked at. And now DRX knows that it's going to be Pikachu versus the little bear up towards the top side. What's the bear Pokemon? Teddy Ursa? Ursaring? Ursaring.
Yeah.
Probably the closest to a bear. There we go. And it's getting Silas here from Chovy.
I don't know why Silas has gone up so much in priority. I can understand it into certain.
I mean, there are a lot of
mid-laners.
sick ultimates here on the side of Damwon that Chovy can steal away.
But it's like it almost feels like knockoff version of some of those other members on their side. Obviously, it can go straight into the comp with the Cannon and try to die, but at the same time, you've got the Aphelios who would like some protection against some of that pick and poke that Damwon do have on their side already. very, I feel like Damon's composition has a little bit more of an identity behind it. It is a bit of a mix-up between the poke that the Ashe and the Zoe bring and the hard engage that the Volibear and the Lee Sin can alongside of the Pantheon, but they have an immense amount of pick potential.
Yeah, it's
in
pick,
this
poke,
comp.
and then hard engage after you've softened up the opponents. You know, pretty standard stuff, but certainly something that Damon have showed a lot of prowess in. Looking forward to seeing how it works, whereas a little bit more front to back on the side of DRX. And I don't mind the Kennen as a defensive choice, weirdly enough. Because you stand next to Deft and press Slicing Maelstrom, and then you have Pantheons and Volibears diving on top of the Nephelios getting stunned and getting softened up so that Deft can finish them off.
Yeah.
Is something that can work, as Chovy can be darting around the fight as well. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to prioritize as far as these ultimates, because Ashe Arrows can be so important and do so much damage when Silas throws them out when he's got a few items.
Yeah, I think that's important, talking about the Slicing Maelstrom as you did as defensive, because I think the Lee Sin, part of the reason why I came out here again is we've been seeing a lot of Lee Sin into Kennen. He tries to come in and you just kick him out immediately.
Yeah, right.
It's really difficult to force yourself into a backline. Of course, you can get a little bit of that initial damage, but a lot of the damage on that ultimate now is in the backside of it. So if you, as the Lee Sin, your one job is to shut down the Kennen engage, that's a pretty important job, and you're actually doing a nice amount for your team if you can let the rest of your team do the, you know, the damage and the the rest of the jobs, I suppose.
Well, nothing really much going to happen here at level 1. See whether any deep wards are going to come in. A very defensive ward in the river here for DRX, but otherwise not too much, as Showmaker does get one towards that Raptor camp, but you can see DRX know exactly where it is. Having a look at the runes. Can't see too many weird ones. Pretty standard. Deft still going towards Conqueror, despite the nerfs. Seen a few people going with press the attack instead. Pureship going for the press the attack himself. No phase rush this time or anything like that. Wants to make sure that he can skirmish as effectively as possible. As Showmaker, it's now his turn to have the range advantage in the mid lane. Chovy very comfortably takes those minions. That was very satisfying, as that abduct probably should have landed, in my opinion.
Yeah. It only touched her hair, I guess. That was about all it seemed to hit.
Yep.
It's not easy for Silas in these matchups, but you do have a decent amount of sustain with the fleet footwork, as you were talking about before. And he did go biscuits as well, so it's a similar rune setup to what we saw Showmaker playing in game number 1. Very excited to see Beryl again on to another one of his picks that he has been playing so much nowadays. The Pantheon and the Bard have been the two big ones. He had an excellent game 1. He set up so many plays and escapes and attack paths for his team. And I think he will do similarly here on the Pantheon.
Looking forward to it. Currently 4-0 on the pick. Pretty high KDA as well. As we'll see whether his first loss is going to come in today or whether it's going to be a victory. You can see Canyon coming in for a bit of an invade. Looks like Yoshik wants nothing to do with it. Understands that mid priority is well and truly in favor of Damwon. Knows that he can't do anything about it. Chovy has to give up a cannon minion, as Showmaker Zoe is just so oppressive.
Yeah. Zoe has a pretty nice attack range. So against melee champions in the mid lane, you're just always getting in their face. You take the area, you're picking up items. There's so many things you can throw at that melee mid laner, and it's really difficult. So because of that loss of mid priority, Yoshik's like, well, I'm just gonna sit back here, and maybe he was gonna go for a little gank up here, especially after being denied his Raptors. That would be a nice way to try to come back on the XP that he lost, but instead, he's just going to put down the ward and go down to his bottom side and start clearing from there.
Yeah, and already you can see Beryl has exited the lane, as he does like to do. Now finds a bit of damage onto Deft as well, as Winter's Bite's going to go wide. A weird 2v2. Concussive blows can be pretty dangerous against the Pantheon. But we'll see whether DRX are going to be able to survive as Gershon comes down. Not going to be able to get the smite. And he's been successfully double scuttled by Canyon.
Yeah. Canyon is definitely having a really fun time here in the jungle. And again, it is mainly because of this priority that does come in from the mid lane. Got a bit of a fight down here.
Yeah, bottom side actually working out here as well, as Beryl does a hell of a lot of work. Def down to 200, Pyosik not in any position to help this one.
Look at Canyon.
Oh my goodness, lying in wait. Will have Beryl coming up, but it'll be spotted on this control ward. Pyosik not going to get hit by that Q. Immediate reaction, actually really like that. The Gromp is going to be taken, level 4 claimed by Pyosik. Now we've got a bit of a flamethrower here. And Ghost is pretty low, actually.
Canyon's just not leaving this jungle. He's like, everything is mine. Is he really going to green for that
fight? Is going to come in. Flash has to come out, as maybe they've caught on to Chovy. But the value of this Braum is so high. First Blood goes over to Chovy on his Sylas. That's going to save him so much. As finally, Showmaker's going to be able to grab a kill, but I think it's the sacrifice of his life. He's trying to get out, grabs another flash, and I actually think that that's it. Showmaker's going to be able to make it to safety. So 2 for 1 in favor of DRX, but Showmaker somehow escapes.
And the whole reason that all started is because Canyon desperately wanted to pick up like 10 gold on the little wolf in their barrels here, and they're saying, okay, yeah, we can try to start this, but Canyon gets chunked immediately. Beryl is so far behind enemy lines without flash to try to set this up. Canyon can't get back in, and then he commits to getting back in, which is, again, another confusing decision. And so Damwon kind of, you know, dig their own grave on that trade, as it did not look very clean. And DRX were just easily there to pick it up, picking up what Damwon were putting down.
Yeah, the Braum value, as we were talking about, very, very high there as well. Concussive blows, 1 health and ability. Making sure that he can get all of those stuns in these fights. As Def back in this lane, still behind by a little bit. Ash's volley pretty frustrating as grabbing him. Gonna do some work. The better Ash, 3-6 of course, is the Aphelios. And Ocean Drake is going to be taken here by Canyon. 2 exciting Drakes to come in though, as Mountain or Infernal will be our souls this game. As we do have Cloud coming up as our second one.
Yeah, right after the very aggressive play from Canyon in game 1, he immediately goes straight at the Drake, and Pyosik is nowhere to be found. Again, this bottom lane really annoying to deal with for DRX because of that Ash priority. Even a little bit of poke coming out of Beryl is also a bit annoying. So definitely having a good time down here at Damwon. They use that priority to pick up the Drake. Top lane has been kind of, you know, it's of course going to be favored towards the Kennen. Doran didn't pick up a color or anything like that. He's not going ultra, and they're going to engage.
That arrow is going to come down, ignite onto Def, who flashes away immediately. Gets a bit of damage back, has his Severum in case anyone tries to dive, but Showmaker's going to come in here looking for more. DRX are just going to back the heck away from this lane, and oh no, Pyosik probably pretty unfortunate timing here as Sylas is still in the mid lane. Ignite to go down, Bubble's going to land. As, yeah, Pyosik's just dead. I don't know why he was sticking around. Def trying to get some damage in here. Onslaught doing some work, but not quite enough as Chovy gets on in. Beryl gonna find the Sylas carrier, moving on over as well. The Lee Sin throws his life away, but maybe it's in the benefit of his team, and it is. Cue the yakety sax, Valdez. This game is going to hell in a handbasket.
Oh man, that was pretty insane the way that all started off. I'm not sure why Chovy was so late to the fight. He must have been cleaning up a really big wave that Showmaker got in there. As here comes Nuggery.
Yep, Slicing Maelstrom is going to be the answer here. Doran trying to avoid the damage. He has Flash, looking to stack up these marks of the storm, and Lightning Rush is going to get him to safety. So Nuggery pressed a lot of buttons. He's a big old bear, but Pikachu's going to be fine.
Yeah, Cannon's never really gonna, you know, be in too much danger of getting burst down by the Volibear 100-0 by any means, but this does mean that Nuggery does get lane priority and can begin to push in without too much of a care to the little bit of damage that little Pikachu's doing up there. Beryl now is in the top lane.
Of course he is.
Of course, you know, this is where he belongs. We do have Shelly here.
Canyon misses a stationary target with his Q. Maybe saying a little bit about how this series has gone so far.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I don't want to judge him based off of just that Q, but, like, he hasn't been having the cleanest series. He looked great the last time around against Frika, but This time around, it is not necessarily the same jungler that we did see in that one. I want to break down the Akity sacks we had in that last fight. I want to see that replay. It was so long, they're probably still cutting it up and
yeah, probably
trying to deliver it to us.
Or maybe we just don't want to watch it again. Maybe that's how it's going to go.
I think once is enough. But here we go. Replay comes in. Carry is low, Deft is low. You got to remember the trade that happened before. So Pyosik can't be here. He has to expect that Canyon is in the jungle. And Toby's super late. Again, I assume he's cleaning out a wave, so he can't really be here to try to help. So he comes in. He can trade 1v1.
Oh,
he does get the one kill.
The instant hijack kick was actually so cool out of Chovy.
But at the end of the day, he's also baiting back in Keria and giving away a couple of kills just for one. So I think you may just have to accept the dead Trundle and then back away. But instead it ended up being like a 3-for-1 or a 3-for-2 in favor of Damwon. And you're getting Showmaker ahead on Zoe. We talked about the two mid laners and their Zoes. That is the one thing you don't want to do in this game right now.
Well, Caitlyn Cogmore, as our friend LS would say, has been equipped here by Deft, so scary guns to go up against.
Oh, Beryl.
There's the face check. It's not what you want, but that Q's going to miss out a carrier. Beryl's going to be absolutely fine. Still has the E, I believe, to keep himself alive, and Deft misses yet another Q as well from his Calibrum. Meaning that Beryl is going to be pretty healthy, pushing this wave towards the outer turret bottom lane. Oh, Chovy. Okay. Just absconds his way out.
I thought maybe Canyon would drop the Rift Herald down here, but maybe he wants to wait for Cloud Drake. I'm not sure if you really need to get this Volibear too fed. I mean, he's kind of just be sitting there as another engage.
Yep, Pyosik. Perry's going to land that Winter's Bite, throws down the ulti, is now Beryl trying to mitigate some of this damage. And the AoE is just huge coming out from Damwon. Pyosik having to leave, Carrier has to flash, and Chovy off to the side. Picks himself up a man drop, and we'll see whether he does come in with it, but Deft is just taken down. Ghost's going to be able to lock that one up, and Pyosik's going to flash, but I have a feeling that this burn damage is going to be enough. One last tick, no. Down to about 10 health before being able to get out of there.
Not bad. One more auto would have done the trick. I think Showmaker had a stolen flash or something, but he didn't commit to going all the way and trying to pick up that kill. He was able to get out of range, but another great trade there in the jungle, even though Ghost missed his ult, and it was, again, very scuffy. You know, it wasn't like a clean engage. As, okay, Chovy, just going to use that to have some map presence and a global to get down to the bottom lane so that Ashe doesn't get any plates. Probably worth it, but some farm in the mid lane goes wanting. Deft needs to get over there and pick that one up. Damwon definitely off to a bit of a better start here. I think it's more effective of a comp as well. I think their draft this time around is definitely more effective as the game goes along compared to their, you know, zero range comp that they had in the last game, basically.
It was like a trade of pretty questionable compositions on both sides, actually, last time. This time, I think DRX are once again very happy to scale. But Damwon at the moment are creating the chaos that they want. Their mid game is so strong, especially with Showmaker on his Zoe.
Yeah. You can see that it's Beryl once again baiting them into a fight, and DRX are biting the bait every single time. Showmaker even misses a huge paddle star that doesn't immediately pick up Pyosik and Keria. He's not able to follow up there, and he's so desperately trying to look for a kill, but at the end of the day, he only gets one assist. So, yeah, Zoe is not doing very well in that fight, at least, but
the other ones, certainly not too bad, as Rift Herald is going to come down in this mid lane, looking for a few of these plates. Showmaker going to get even further ahead. By the way, definitely not something, if you're a DRX fan, that you're excited about. If you're a Damwon fan, get ready for the montage. It's going to be very, very strong and very difficult to deal with. Deft is behind 20 CS. Surprisingly enough, this Ashe pick certainly working out here for Damwon.
Remember, they were considering the Callista. That is definitely something that would have, you know, on paper maybe had more synergy in terms of, you know, hard engage with the Pantheon. You throw him in again, he stuns, he blocks, right? But the Ashe, in terms of lane presence, is just doing much better, and it does look like the better pick in this game. So definitely pretty happy with their selection. to go for that one. The game has slowed down a little bit after that last engage. We're just waiting. Okay.
Okay, arrow right underneath the turret.
Hello.
There's the man drop. Immediate exhaust onto Beryl. As Deft is wondering what he's actually supposed to do here. As Carrier does do a fair bit of damage. Deft with his Severum trying to get the work done. Should be able to get it. As the flash forward, Beryl, 1 versus 2. Takes down the Aphelios, and now Chovy misses the arrow, misses the abduct. I want out of here, Valdez. This is not what I signed up for. As now he's just getting kited. You did not want to hit that one, Chovy, as he flashes in. No, dear. That's a yikesy play as Doran now gets a flashback underneath his turret, but Canyon still going to be able to put him down. Pioshik up here 1 versus 2 now, has himself a turret, but he's still going to go down, and Damwon are going to win this game.
It is just play after play after play. We don't talk very often about Ghost here on Damwon's team, but he just made Chovy look silly in that exchange down in the bottom lane. And also, don't forget about Beryl, who started it up essentially winning 1v2. I mean, Ghost did 1 volley and an arrow, and that was it. The rest of it was level 7 Beryl up against Deft and Carrier, and he wins the 1v2. This game has fallen apart for DRX. Damwon are just so aggressive and proactive in that blue side jungle. They have won every single fight that has come to them there. And you can see the setup, they're calling for it. Just a little bit of poke damage from Ghost. He can't exactly walk past because they see Chovy coming down, and it eventually just ends up it's only Beryl. So Ghost has to abandon him. And Beryl's like, well,
it's like,
I don't
my
need you.
shield's better than yours, basically.
Yeah.
Talking to Carrier there.
And I assume he did die eventually. I don't see him on the map. But here's this play up in the top side. Canyon, really nice kick. He's able to land the Q follow-up, and Volibear's so hard to kill. Pioshik, you can subjugate, you can do a bit of damage, but this is the trade that was most interesting for me.
야 살았다.
He dodges everything. He's like, I'm alive, I'm alive.
야 잠깐 내가 닦을게. 야 잡았어. 야 나이스. 어디리 자치기.
Well, that's well, okay, so what he said was like, how dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you try to kill me? He's up like 2 levels on Ghost, or 1 level at least at the time.
Just nutty. Well, as the dust settles, it is a big lead for Damwon, sitting at about 5,000 in the lead. And now looking for Soul Point, this Infernal Soul as well. Zoe's just playing Gatekeeper. Nogri's going to eat himself a Gromp and head back towards this top side. I have a feeling this one is going the distance, Valdez. It's going to be very, very tough to for DRX to work another one of their miracles in this particular game. All right, in goes Chovy, looking for Ghost here, wanting to get some revenge. I don't know whether he's going to be able to, as this man drops a plenty. And Ghost is now safe. Carrier very, very low as Nogri trying to flash his way out. Deft is doing a lot of damage, but Doran now might be the savior of his team. 2 kills for the top laner of DRX. And Showmaker trying to pick up the stragglers, will find himself a bubble onto Pioshik, but he gets into the minion wave. Very smart move. And DRX claw it back by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, it's a good setup there. I mean, we're seeing the power of Silas. You mentioned it in the pick ban. There's so many great engage tools that he can pick up, and he's taken the Pantheon Ultimate multiple times in a row. Ghost, I think, is not entirely factoring it in. He was pretty far down the lane, and at the same time, he was able to get out. I mean, he survived, but he kind of baited his team into an awkward spot, and then Doran was really the one who finished it off. As you can see here, he's pushing past even the midway point, so you got to be careful. Forces Canyon over, and things are mostly looking good for Damwon here. The kick was fantastic. Nuggery gets it. He doesn't finish off the kill, and then all of a sudden, Doran says, "Remember me?"
Yeah.
And that was about that. Everybody was super low. Doran came in to ult at the exact right time with the Spreadable.
And also Showmaker shorted his bubble a little bit, unfortunately. He was trying to get it all the way through that wall, but then it was on cooldown for the majority of the fight, which did take out a fair bit of damage. Still, not something that Damwon are really too worried about because Baron wasn't up. There was no Infernal Drake there. They were basically fighting for nothing. And DRX weren't able to take down an out-of-turret in the mid lane or anything like that. So we talk about fighting for objectives a lot. That wasn't a fight for an objective. That was a fight because we can.
Yeah.
But DRX do manage to at least claw back a bit of that gold. So that's good news for them. Doran here patrolling through his own jungle as Nogri is looking to take away the red buff. Keria is here. And Chovy's going to move on in as well. He does find himself the ultimate there as Nogri now trying to get himself out. Did manage to steal the red, but is he going to be able to make it out with his life? As Deft is very long from this fight. Eventually will turn up, but unable to actually start the battle that they were looking for. Now Chovy could be in trouble. Has to flash to get himself out of this one as Ghost now without the arrow. And Shirley gets a little bit confused on her way down the lane, so isn't going to be able to get too much value on this inner turret. DRX still very, very low. Only really Deft that hasn't suffered a few injuries in the last little while as that bubble was just collected by the cannon.
Yeah.
Sky Strike layered on top is actually pretty good damage.
Even Volibear's got some poke, man. He's getting in there. He's a bear, but he can call down the God of Thunder to help him out. And you can see what happens when the Ashe and the Zoe get ahead of the relatively low range from the side of DRX. I mean, Aphelios can only do so much. And the amount of poke that they're able to throw out and just, well, here we go.
In goes Doran, just takes the front door as Beryl survives for so damn long. But Doran is going to go gold, trying to keep himself up. Chovy as well, but they just lose the cannon. They lose the Silas. Now Deft has to flash. The Q was very close from Canyon, but he's still on the chase. As now Showmaker will find his double kill. And Nogari's there as well. This is the dumb one we were expecting to see. This should be the result in a 2-0, right? But we'll be going to a game 3 as Showmaker picks up yet another one, and he's feeling himself.
Man, these Ghosts had a fantastic game here. I don't know if the game is going to end right now. They're going to take Baron. They could probably wait and take the Infernal Soul at the same time. But as you're saying, it's basically over from here. We'll have to see what DRX can do to try to come back. But man, Ghost is making this Ashe kiting look as easy as someone like Ruler. And again, I'll say it, man, Ghost is not the guy we talk about very often. And he's getting hard engaged on by a cannon right in his face. As you can see, Doran goes straight in for it. This is a great ult. It forces the flash out of Ghost, who also gets stunned and is out of the fight. But then, watch him, so he's backing away, and then he just walks up to 5 people and he's like, oh, yeah, you're not really able to close the gap anymore. Silas doesn't have a gap closer. Ghost can't do anything. Keiria's way in the back. Deft doesn't have the damage. And he just steps up to them and is able to shut it down.
Whoa! Deft in a little bit of trouble here. Does have to cleanse the slow coming out from that Q. Absolutely had to do that as the rest of DRX are lying in wait. The Infernal Drake going to be up in 10 seconds time. The Aphelios is absolutely not going to be in the right position though, as okay, now they may have found Showmaker, looking for Ghosts now as they immediately change their minds. Chovy picks himself up a kick. Will he be able to grab the kill? Yes, they do manage to take down the Ashe, but Deft can't even get to this fight. Doesn't really matter though, they've won it. 2-for-1 at the moment. As Showmaker decides to just jump on in to see what's going on, discovers that he doesn't want to do it again. And he's picked up a Super Soaker. The Paddle Star not going to quite land as DRX, they don't exactly have high health bars. The Deft is very healthy and there is no Damwon 80 carry left on this map. As they really want to deny this Infernal Soul. Teleport to come forward from the Silas. Chovy will be back up to full health. Nogri, the same situation. Showmaker from over the wall doesn't find the trouble bubble. As Beryl gets taken down extremely low. The Dragon's actually helping out as Showmaker gets rid of the Trundle, so there are no smites for this particular fight. Moonlight Vigil goes absolutely wide. Nogri flashes forward. Triple kill instantly. I thought they nerfed the AoE on the Paddle Star. It doesn't matter as Chovy wants to fight Nogri as best he can, but Showmaker's still looming and Doran going to be blocked off from trying to help out his mid laner. And Arrow sails by majestically as Chovy's going to go golden and then have a bit of a gray screen. No, actually able to survive for the minute as Doran comes in, gets lit on fire and runs away. This game's super weird, Valdez. The Sky Strike not going to quite be enough as thankfully there is an abscond. And okay, here's the Infernal Soul. And there was a lot of fun stuff that happened, but now it's Infernal Soul and a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, We have 26 kills in 24 minutes. Is this the LCK? Generally, this is not the amount of kills we get, as it's all over the place. The teleport flank was a interesting idea by DRX. It ends up kind of working out based on their position. They're so far behind, and to take out the Ashe immediately, of course, is going to be great for them. Doran, you know, he is also going to go down, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of DRX. And Deft is having a lot of trouble so far on the Aphelios. He really hasn't been able to get much effective damage. He's getting poked out, he's getting zoned out by all the range. And you can see him just in the back. He's like, how am I supposed to do damage against this?
Yeah.
Another missed
Not
ult.
with his ultimate, yeah.
It's just nothing he can do, and then they're all grouped up. Showmaker's now legendary after that one. And it's insanity what the Zoe is able to do from so far ahead, especially in the hands of someone like Showmaker. I'm not sure why exactly they let this one go to him, but...
Shout out to Chovy for doing so much damage in that last fight, but still, the Bear and the Zoe combined certainly doing a lot of work. As DRX now having to contend with all of this pressure from Damwon. Baron's going to be up in 2 minutes' time, as Showmakers have a field day. As the arrow is going to be avoided, Canyon tries to get in there, but not able to find a kick that he really wanted. Doran gets on top of Showmaker. Ghost is going to be missed by that Moonlight Vigil. It's 1-for-1 thus far, as the Aphelios is at least still alive, but he's going to be put to sleep. He's a bit tired as the Sky Strike comes in, almost kills him outright. As now Chovy, he grabbed himself an arrow and he throws it back to its maker. It's going to send Ghost to the Death Chamber as well. So Showmaker and Noguri, the last two alive, and Valdez, this game's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Damwon are getting a little bit out of hand with how far they're going. You can see in the span of about 3 seconds, the lane isn't even really pushing, and already they're able to poke down DRX to like, okay, so watch it here. Like, okay, the lane is coming in, and just through all their poking, they're already able to get 2 members basically to half health. And then Canyon's like, Leroy Jenkins, okay, I'm going, I hope you guys are gonna follow me. And they're under the turret the entire time. It's a really questionable dive. Canyon on the Lee Sin, he gets the 1 kick and then he's useless. And Showmaker too low. You can see Ghost here's left out to dry. They just shouldn't have been as deep as they were. And DRX were able to scoop up a bunch of kills from that play.
I feel like what we're doing is we're just buffing Showmaker's KDA. That's what we're doing. Trying to extend this game for as long as possible.
It was already really good at,
it was.
What, like 16.6 or something like that?
I mean, coming into today's matches, yeah, 16.9. So it should be a little bit higher. I think he died more than once for the first time in last game. So that's a big deal.
Yeah, on the Silas here, especially from, well, I mean, they were ahead for the majority of the game, but still.
I think he still averages under 1 kill a game, which is really silly. So we're going to have a lot of sweeping going on here for DRX, who have made it out of their base. Noguri on the bottom side. Wave, I believe, is starting to slow push back towards Damwon, top side of the map. This control ward goes into the Baron pit, and that's where we're fighting over at the moment. 2 minutes, and that Elder Drake will be available. Damwon start a fight. It's going to be so hard for DRX to win it. But I've experienced some years in my time. And Def could potentially do something. They need to try and at least survive all of the poke relatively healthy. And Doran has teleport, as does Noguri, but the Kennen really wants to be starting off a team fight and not waiting in a side lane as Villa is going to go up. Ulti comes down. Beryl is actually going to avoid it, but has to walk back into DRX. Def finds himself a Caitlyn. And Pioshik is just dead. Ghost has a lot of arrows to come out of that bow when you press your Q button. Now Beryl's going to go back home, has himself the ulti as well, and he should be able to get back here as quickly as he would like. Now we've got Ghost and Canyon just taking down the Baron by themselves.
Yeah, Beryl is going to have to try to get back here. He does have the Grand Skyfall, so no problem on that. We have huge waves pushing in the top lane and the bottom lane. They're going to have to deal with that as Showmaker is just harassing Chovy through the jungle, who just has to run away with his tail between his legs. Not able to do much. So will just be the free Baron going the way of Damwon after the kill on the jungler. Let's see how they want to go for this. I think they can just kind of push with the Baron, but you can see that Beryl, he's done this all game where he's really just trying to entice the enemy into a fight. It looks bad, and again, he did get clawed out, so technically it was bad, but he ends up able to just barely survive, and his team is able to net a kill because they're so far ahead. I mean, they're 12,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, they are
right now. This
and
is
you know what?
insane.
You know what they need in order to win this game? No, it's not killing the
More
Nexus.
gold?
They need an Elder Dragon. They're going to need to get the Elder Dragon so they can waltz into the enemy base and call down the dragons to kill their opponents.
It's a little bit of an. I thought they could have maybe collapsed on a Chovy there, but not going to do what they did in the top lane anymore. I would expect some kind of, like calm down call over the comms after that last play. You don't want to throw just like game 1 again. And
Someone actually going to give DRX another chance at a team fight, as this Elder is in fact what they're going to be fighting over. Bubble is going to go wide as Pyosik gets chunked to high heaven. Exhausted as well.
nice health.
Yeah, Carrier's trying to get in there, but Showmaker's going to have another bubble pretty soon. Stand beside me is going to be there for Carrier, so he does get himself over that wall, as you can see. They're getting corralled like cattle right now, Valdez.
Yeah.
Being told that they're not allowed to be anywhere near this Elder Dragon. And I think it's going down far faster than they think. As Bubble, once again, not going to find the target. Oh, the arrow comes in right as the Dragon is falling down. This should be the last team fight, as Pyosik is tanking for quite a long time. Subjugate onto the volley bear is very valuable, but not valuable enough, as you can see. As in goes Doran, he's looking to get onto Ghost, but Ghost just walked right past him.
He killed
and now, yeah,
Showmaker.
Chovy's in a whole host of trouble. Showmaker is going to fall, but the man drop comes in. Beryl, taken down by the chain lash. All right, Chovy needs a bit more respect than that, my friend. But it should be that with just one Silas, they're not going to be able to hold on. There's a big angry bear smacking down your house. This inhibitor at least is going to go. Another minion wave is taxiing in. They have Ghost still here. Showmaker and Beryl are dead. 1 versus 3 here for Chovy. Can he defend? 7 seconds on Pyosik, 9 on Deft as they've taken down the first Nexus turret. Chovy down to about half. Kingslayer does do a lot of work as his Zhonya's is in. And now Deft's going to turn up, but they're looking to try and race this one down. And it's going to work out here. So we have an even game. 1-1 between Damwon and DRX. And in that game, that was an angry-looking Damwon. Sometimes the players get tilted after a loss. That was the players getting angry after a loss.
Yeah, you could see it just in the way they were playing down in the bottom and mid-side. Showmaker just styled all over the enemy team, especially on the bottom side of the map. Nuggery here on the Volaberry getting a little extra hug from his coach. But it was absolutely the Showmaker show. I do want to shout out Beryl. I thought he had a fantastic game on the Pantheon, and of course Ghost for many fun moments on the Ashe and his kiting. I thought he had a great mid-game. Kind of fell off there in some of his decisions. His arrows were just kind of like non-existent towards the later stages of that game, but it's okay because he and his team were already able to carry to a point where they couldn't exactly lose. And I'm not really liking the Silas pick. I gotta be honest, I'm not really enjoying it. It doesn't have much range. It really struggled into what Damwon already had. The Aphelios was just non-existent. I mean, where was Deft in that game?
He actually got left behind by his team so many times. They weren't actually able to fight around it. And you can see exactly why, because they were using Doran as a diver. They were using Silas as a diver. And then what? You've got Carrier desperately trying to save everyone, and the Aphelios is just by himself, and he eats a Paddlestar and he's dead. It has a lot to do with, the fact that Showmaker just did 37.6 thousand damage in 31 minutes, which is pretty impressive, to say the least.
Yeah.
It was very close to a perfect game outside of a few kills going over to DRX. So,
yeah, it was insane lane pressure that they had on with the Ashe Pantheon and the Zoe roaming and the insane amount of range they had to just push them away. So Damwon, great draft. They're able to take that second game.
Yep, they are. So let's see whether they can take the last one as we come back from this short break.
수 있냐 이거? 오케이.
하나만 해. 야 들어오면 스턴 박아.
그럼 딱 박아줄게. 야 노플이야 노플.
야 쫄지 말고 내려야지. 야 2초 나왔어 애들 나왔어. 애들 나왔다. 야, 방패 조심해 방패.
야 넥서스.
나이스.
나이스.
진짜 나이스.
어머니 나무는 이 동산 너머 세상의 꿈을 보여주셨죠. 그 꿈들 덕분에 누구에게나 반짝임이 있다는 걸 깨달았어요. 그 소중한 빛은 우리가 잠들었을 때도 계속 반짝이다가 가장 어두운 악몽을 꿀 때 밝게 타올라요. 하지만 이제 그 꿈들이 멈추고 어머니 나무가 죽어가고 있어요. 난 할 수 있어요. 이 동산을 넘어 용감하게 세상과 맞설 거예요. 할 수 있겠죠?
That was DRX versus Tamon Gaming, game number 2, and Tamon Gaming tied up the series by winning this game number 2. This time, Chobi played Silas. Twisted Fate got banned out in the early phase of ban and pick, so that was one of the options open for DRX. Tamon Gaming went with a very confident Zoe pick, and DRX completed their comp with Silas. Silas is a really good champion into the Tamon Gaming playstyle because they are always open to have fights all around the map. Khan was pretty sure that this angry showmaker will show something on Zoe because he doesn't really believe that Silas is not a really good pick into Zoe because the hijack ult doesn't really mean anything or doesn't really get a lot of value away from Zoe. In general, DRX, they have a very high burst damage in the team fight. So it was a huge clash between two teams that really love to fight. But we had a lot of huge accidents happening all throughout the lanes in the early phase. As Peter mentioned, yeah, we had a huge fight and a very extended one around this blue buff. First, Tamon Gaming, they spotted Trundle with this Ash Hawk that he was coming down for this blue buff. And Zoe was the only mid laner who can roam down to the mid lane. Zoe had the mid lane priority, so he was shoving in the wave. So Ash, he also pushes lane really hard and instantly opens fight as he hit level 6. I mean, this is a huge win trade for Tamon Gaming, and Zoe came for a potential turret dive, and knowing that Trundle is in a really close proximity, he doesn't really extend forward to that. But they were keep zoning out Trundle away from this blue camp because a lot of Tamon Gaming players were having a huge priority in lane, and also Zoe was already in this jungle. There was no way for Pyosik to actually just hover around that jungle. Well, it is true that Kennen had a lot of CS lead, but he already used his TP to come back to lane, so Nuguri had the TP priority as well. So there was no reason for TRX to stay in that position and extend the fight. They could rather just escape away from it. DRX was being a little bit emotional, answering to the entice coming from Tamon Gaming. Later on, we had a very surprising outplay coming from Tamon Gaming. They were earning all the possible lead in all 3 lanes. So Tamon Gaming, they spotted Keria recalling to base. So they were maybe counting down the recall timer and then thought that Aphelios will be alone in lane. This was a very risky turn to take, but anyway, Beryl just jumped in with his ult. But it was actually turned out that it was a 2v2 fight, but somehow Beryl picks up a kill on Aphelios. That was a very risky play coming out from Beryl, but ended up being an outplay. And then look at this Chobi moving forward and looking for a kill onto Ghost for so many times. It is actually really critical for Silas to miss one of his ability during a fight. So as he missed some of his ability, he could have just backed and returned to his base, but Chobi once again was being a little bit emotional, looking for a kill onto Ghost for several times, but Ghost just casually sidestepped all away from all of his skill shots and then actually got a turn around kill onto Silas. It was a very bloody and stylish fight coming back and forth from Tamon Gaming and DRX, but Tamon Gaming was the one that got all the wins. And the POG will be Showmaker on Zoe, as everyone would have expected. 20 KDA in this game. Showmaker, he used to take Unsealed Spellbook and use TP to give a lot of pressure in the mid phase of the game, but this time around he was airy and ignite, which means that he's gonna have a lane kingdom and have a control all around the map based on his prowess. With this aggressive rune choice and also spell choice from Showmaker, we can actually read that Damwon Gaming, they were really looking for a very bloody and volatile game. And look how Zoe used his flash for a potential engage. That was a really bold and stylish game performance coming out from Showmaker on Zoe. It goes also the master class of kiting up against Silas in the bottom lane. He also was able to pick up 2 votes for this POG from the media voters. Then let's check out the final winner of game number 3, the Decider 1.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as per usual, for the translation of the analyst desk. And yeah, let's find out who's going to be able to take this one. So far, it has been blue side victories abound, but it does feel like Damwon have been the better team so far today. And the DRX stole away game 1. Damwon came back with a vengeance in game 2, largely behind their mid laner. But it's been a tale of 2 mid laners so far. Chovy absolutely smashing game 1 on his Twisted Fate was absolutely brilliant. But yeah, you can't really fault good old Showmaker when he brings out the aggressive rune choices on his Zoe in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to be seeing that Zoe again unless Chovy wants to play it.
Yeah, first pick Zoe's.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen that here. We've kind of went towards, you know, 80 carry / something that can be flexed a lot for first picks, but definitely a very interesting draft to take in this time around and see exactly how they're going to mix it up. I think Damwon might ban TF again. We'll have to see.
Well, they went back to their Pantheon first ban, and I don't blame them for that one.
Yeah.
It's Ezreal taken off the board. Last time, Trundle and Varus were the follow-up bans here on DRX's side. Ezreal, Nidalee, and Volibear were the Damwon red side bans. And Varus will actually be the second ban on the side of DRX. I find this really curious. I mean, it is still first pickable, but not going to be happening. And it's once again the Nidalee.
And they're going to take that one away, which is pretty interesting. I think DRX has shown a lot of priority onto the Trundle, so maybe you would have even want to let them, you know, go ahead and pick it up first and maybe just counter, but I'm not sure if DRX would fall so easily into that trap. We still have a lot of good stuff left available. The set this time is going to be taken away. Remember, Nuggery played that in game number 1, had a great game of set, so they're not going to let that one slip through. Obviously, it can also be, it's very flexible, especially for Damwon because...
Oh yeah, it goes everywhere, right?
Yeah, pretty much anyone on that team can play it, so I do like that ban.
Twisted Fate, a likely ban here. Volibear was the ban in the first game, and I think that Twisted Fate first pick was very valuable, but no, the Karma going to be taken off the board. Now Doran can go towards that TF if they want to.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see TF here again, unless they say we can make Aphelios work, and they try to force that, but I think that's dangerous.
100%. I think that's a trap. As Volibear got through, and it was first picked in game 2, and now first picked in game 3. Maybe the bear is going to be the difference maker here. Damwon with a lot of options they can look through. The pool of 80 carries is up. I wouldn't expect something like an Aphelios out of them. Twisted Fate should likely be removed.
Yeah, I think if DRX are going to pick Volibear over TF, you just go ahead and take that one. Showmaker obviously has played a lot of TF in recent times. He's 3-0 on the pick. And we saw it just the last time against Frika, where he was part of the reason they were winning so easily. What are we going to see here? Are we going to see the follow-up into the jungle or something else? Looks like maybe the Callista to be taken here.
Yep, Callista will be coming in. So now DRX, they can take away some of Callista's friends on the bottom side of the map if they would like to, but I don't know whether you'd really want to here. Doesn't have Pantheon, so we're not going to have to worry about that one. Beryl can go towards whatever he wants. Okay, Chovy looking to try and fight fire with fire here. The Emperor of Shurima is going to be locked in. We mentioned both Showmaker and Chovy not necessarily default to Azir type players. It is going to be picked up now.
Yeah. Chovy has played one game of Azir, but
I think
countless
Ashe
more in solo queue.
Absolutely. I think Ashe is actually very valuable here for DRX if they do want to pick it up. Into the Callista especially, but oh my goodness, the Aphelios. He's back again.
Yeah. You're picking it in a spot here where Damwon can go for Callista Bard again and feel pretty happy against your Aphelios to start it off. Again, there's a lot of great things that can go with the Callista, so they might just forego that, and if DRX want to ban 2 of them away, they can just pick, you know, the third one later on. So they're going to go for the Lee Sin here earlier and say, well, you can't, you know, you can't ban out all of these supports. They might focus also on the top lane. We haven't had Jace banned yet. DRX have shown they do not want to play against Nuggery's Jace. Definitely another option here.
Yeah, I think thinning the top lane pool makes a lot of sense. Rek'Sai to be taken away here, as I'm expecting Kyoshik to play the Volibear, but Doran could also be doing it. We know that Noguri had a good game on the Volibear last time around. Trinity Force Volibear was the flavor that he went for. Just making sure that that isolated matchup isn't going to be too much of a problem. Now DRX, what are we going to be taking away? I assume, yep, Jace would make some sense. Maybe another split pusher. I think Camille would also be a good one to get rid of, just so that they don't fall into the 1-3-1 trap too easily.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good idea. We'll see if DRX do follow that up. And as you mentioned, the Volibear can be thrown into the jungle here. I'm not sure if Dom would want to ban away 2 junglers. Maybe take away the one good one that's often the response to the Lee Sin and the Rek'Sai, and then go ahead and take away a good pick to go with the Aphelios. Of course, when you take away Thresh, DRX could just say, okay, we're just going to play Nautilus. Or, you know, there's a lot of different things that Keria can play. So I guess they wanted to take away the one thing they were the most scared of in the Thresh. And it's going to be Renekton.
Wow.
That's taken off the board. This might be a great game for Nuggery to come in on that Camille that you mentioned. Let's see how they want to round out their comp.
I'm a little bit worried. A little bit worried that the Renekton was the priority ban. Expecting a support to come through here from Damwon, and this is fine. Leona can go in and can get out if she has a Callista by her side. Closing distance onto an Aphelios is definitely a good thing. Keria can head towards a Bard if he would like to. Would not mind that pickup.
Yeah. We see a lot of Trundle and Leona into Aphelios here in the LCK. I think it's just because they both have abilities that can immediately be cast on top of you and really just mess with your ability to do damage. So we see a lot of Leona in here. Beryl, we'll see if it does work out. Not sure how well it's going to do, though, if he cannot stun lock Aphelios with an Azir by his side. Immediately, Doran is going to go for the Wukong here.
Yeah, Tahm Kench to come through from Keria. The last bastion of hope for the Aphelios this time around, but so much AoE present in this DRX comp. As the Wukong and the Azir certainly able to get a lot of work done.
Easy.
Yeah, this is the most comfortable Camille ever.
You were calling this before we got to the second ban phase. Like, this is very obvious alongside of TF as well. It's really good, and we're so surprised that they banned Renekton over Camille.
You'd be super psyched. You'd be psyched to have Renekton in the top lane if you were DRX. Because then you just get to comfortably scale, and then, you know...
And maybe they're thinking too much about their own composition, and they're like, well, we really want to get Wukong here, so we don't want to play against Renekton. But, like, you're giving them something better.
Yeah.
Like, who cares about the one-on-one matchup? You're also not going to have a great time later on. Yes, the Wukong is going to have some fun stuff happening in team fights, but are Damwon ever going to fight a team fight?
They shouldn't. They're not going to have a lot of wave clear with the 3 portion of the 1-3-1. Ghost not exactly the highest range, but should still be fine clearing wave after wave. DRX are going to have to be pretty careful with where they decide to go for their fights. Because yeah, as the game goes on, I don't know who's going to be able to match the Camille. Certainly not any single person on the side of DRX unless they get themselves very ahead. But that's not the kind of comp that they've built up for themselves. The Aphelios Azir, even Wukong scales very well. Lanes pretty well as well. Wukong, pretty good champion, let's be real. But this comp out of Damwon, if played correctly, will be very oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just, going head first into DRX, they can have a lot of trouble because they're up against the Aphelios. Let's say the Solar Flare goes wide. Let's say a couple of abilities miss. Deft could definitely carry this in a 5v5. But if Damwon play to their strengths and they do not try to fight 5v5 directly into what DRX have, they do have a lot of power there. So it's going to be one of these game 3s where we have very different kind of team compositions. We just have to see who's going to play the smarter League of Legends.
Exactly right. As we have a look at some of the rune choices, Pyosik going to press the attack on his jungle Volibear. He's a policeman as well, just making sure that no one is stepping out of line. Doran up there towards the top side against Nogri. This will be an interesting matchup. Grasp of the Undying to come through just to help out the early game for the Camille. We'll see whether Doran is going to be able to outplay Nogri's Camille here. I feel like decoys are very important in this matchup. If you can eat a second E, then you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. Anyway, bottom side of the map, Tom Kench is back. Timothy Kenshins, if you will, alongside this Aphelios. And Deft is going to have to make us a believer again because his game 2 left quite a lot to be desired. Out of position, not hitting his skill shots, and yeah. Making Aphelios look balanced is sometimes very difficult, but Deft did so quite comfortably.
Yeah. It had a lot to do with the really fed Ashe Zoe.
Yeah.
It's like, you're never coming near either of those champions, but, as we were talking about before, he's going to have a much easier time dealing with champions that are going to be right in his face. Hello. Here's Canyon level 2.
Yep, Chovy going to flash already. Q's going to land. Canyon not going to cast the Resonating Strike. Chovy just has to give his flash away at 2 minutes time into the game.
A little zoom in on the ward there.
Yeah, cool ward.
Yeah. He was able to hop the wall with that one, of course, so he avoided the one.
Avoided the vision, that's it.
And he is going to get behind on clear on the Volibear, of course, but the flash is definitely something that he can return to. This is definitely a very, aggressive way to play Lee Sin, rather than just, clear your whole jungle, maybe be a little bit slower than a Volibear, and then hope to get something done around level 5, level 6. This is like, I'm going to force flashes, look to return, look to set up ganks in the future, and try to get my laners ahead very early on. It's kind of the way that the LPL likes to play, and Ken is going to try to channel that here. He's played 2 games of Lee Sin already. He's on his 3rd game in a row. I feel like he has been slowly getting a bit more consistent.
Yeah, and his last series was fantastic on the Lee Sin as well. I do like his aggression that he does put down. So many of our teams have, like you say, taken a few leaves out of the old LPL book. There's Showmaker already roaming into the river. With some visions, and have played not quite long enough. Need a bigger sword, I think. This Ghost finds a Ren stack onto Deft with a Pierce. And this lane is going to equalize. So 3 CS in the lead on Ghost side as Nogri, unsurprisingly, to be perfectly honest, is winning this matchup. As Doran goes in for a bit of a trade, holds on to his decoy, and answers back quite nicely.
See that Chovy is not going to have nearly the amount of lane pressure that he would have had with that summoner available. And Canyon's kind of, hanging around like a shark. He's always waiting, but lane's going to be pushed in just now. He'll go over and take his Scuttle Crab does.
There's the Zenith Blade, stunned down onto Carrier here as Onslaught comes through. Deft finds a bit of damage. DRX are going to win that trade. Devour, pretty cool ability, but Zenith Blade going to be up a little bit sooner. Should have a little bit of extra power as Nogri finds big old shield with his passive and pushes this wave all the way into the Wukong.
Yeah. And you could see that Pyosik was able to get back. He was able to pick up some of that jungle item and just get right back in a clearing. He's not concerned with attacking any lanes or anything like that. He only wants to farm here, get some items and some levels. The Lee Sin only now going back compared to Volibear, who is taking his Wolves, the second camp, after he already went back. So there's the difference maker we talked about and the trade that you make, essentially directly for Chovy's flash. And we'll see if maybe they can use that kind of priority in the jungle to pick up this first Drake. You see a decent amount of vision around the river so far for Damwon here, with Beryl going very deep in.
Actually, Scry's Bloom comes out and Beryl doesn't spot the Volibear. His camp's not going to be available in a little while. As we have a look at Showmaker's XP bar halfway towards level 6. A very important time as Nogri's just chilling out underneath Doran's turret. Not exactly an expected result from this particular lane, but Nogri is playing it very, very well so far. 44 CS to 36, and this only gets worse, guys. It does not get better.
Yeah. The Camille is slowly going to have more and more fun in that side lane, and that's what we were talking about, where he is going to have his power, and it's Nuggery on the champion too, which is always going to be pretty terrifying. The Volibear, after taking the Raptors for the second time, he's just slowly making his way up to the top side, maybe trying to help out that lane a little bit. And Canyon is going to take this opportunity to go ahead and take the Dragon down.
Another Zenith Blade comes in as the Eclipse keeps Beryl alive. Ghost still at full health, Carrier taken down to half. And basically, every time that Zenith Blade comes off cooldown, as soon as Beryl lands it, he gets the cooldown on the Devour. As Pyosik doesn't have level 6, so he's not going to be able to turn off the turret. Doran has his Cyclone available. See whether this gank can actually work. This could be huge for DRX, to be perfectly honest. They need some sort of advantage. Doran just walks up and loses a trade. Pyosik.
Yeah, he's got some health pots, and Chovy here able to push in the wave. Maybe they can do 3-on-1, 3-on-2. But it is TF, so this is kind of dangerous for DRX. I think it's kind of obvious this is happening too.
Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum going to be available as well, so a lot of funny business here for Nogri as Pyosik is well and truly dead, and they're not going to be able to get a kill back. Showmaker just flashes himself out, and that's what we call a whoopsie here in the business.
Yeah, it did feel very forced from DRX. You know, you were talking about Pyosik's not quite level 6. The dive was not super clean. Now they're trying to get on top of Doran here with a TP.
Yep, teleport is going to come through. Gold card.
Toby's running away.
Yeah, Showmaker holds onto a great sidestep there from Doran as Nogri wants to try and get himself something, but it is just Elysin walking into turret range and dying, which is a bit of a problem. Is going to make it a 1-for-1 in the end, but still overall a victory for Damwon.
Yeah, for sure they're able to run him down that lane. At the end of the day, Nuggery is able to sit in front of his turret. He has a bit of a freeze setup. I would love to see if he's actually doing it. And it does look like he's got that kind of held there right in front of his turret. But again, would need to confirm. Still about 1,000 gold lead. We're going to take a look at the dive once again. See that Canyon is already here, and it's TF. So it's about to be 3-on-3 right away. And they're not able to burst on anyone. You can see Chovy immediately is like, okay, we got to turn on the Showmaker. And the knock-up, the second one comes on the Showmaker, but he just flashes away, and it's an easy 1-for-0 under the turret. And then they reach for a little bit more. You can see that Chovy just kind of abandons him, says either you get out or, you know, maybe you can trade a kill, but I'm not really going to help out here. And says, I would like to prioritize my lane positioning instead. Nice play by Doran to pick up the kill, the follow-up. As now Damwon are trying to get on top of this Rift Herald, but DRX are saying absolutely not. This
taking Shelly for a walk by the looks of things. No one on the bottom side. Actually, Ghost is here over the wall. Pyosik going to start off. Shelly once again. Showmaker taking a bit of damage from Chovy. 4 members underneath this outer turret in mid lane. As this could just be a 4v4. Everyone on top of that control ward. Q is going to go wide. Nuguri down as well. The monkey still in his lane, so DRX are going to be pushed out for the minute. As okay, Chovy looking for it, does find the Empress Divide over the wall. Showmaker should be dead here. Carrier could be in trouble, but the Devour is brilliant. Onto Chovy, flashes out of the way of the Solar Flare, and now Beryl could be in trouble. There's a Moonlight Vigil that lands. Thank you very much, Def, for showing that that can happen. This wave is going to head towards this turret, and DRX find themselves a victory.
Yep, that's the Chovy potential. He's able to get in there. He says, well, Showmaker doesn't have flash. So if he's going to be right up against the wall here, I can just scoop him up to my team and get out very easily afterwards by flashing. So flash difference, Chovy identifying the play. He's able to scoop that one in as Canyon is okay.
What's a bottom lane, by the way? I don't like bottom lanes here. Not a big fan as Def picks up his Draven and Cogmore. We'll take them towards Shelly once again. Canyon started it up. Showmaker is back down here. A lot of vision available here for DRX. As Carrier's on a bit of a walk. There's the kick flash. Carrier could be in trouble. Can eat the gray health though, as now they're turning it onto Canyon. In goes Doran, finds the Cyclone, gets a really nice knock up as Carrier's still saving the rest of his team on like no health right now. And that's in fact the case of everyone on DRX. Def now gets himself out of this brush. Severum doing so much work. The flash forward from Def. And Calibrum at exactly the right time and nails the Q. And now Beryl at about 0. Carrier pops the stopwatch wildcards. Not quite enough. And there are just no health bars on anyone. Another Zenith Blade is going to go wide. This could just be a pentakill for Nuguri. Finds one, finds two. Showmaker's still walking behind turrets. DRX still have a slight man advantage as all that shield came in at exactly the right time for Pyosik. Again, the yakety sax Valdez, but it's exciting.
I don't know, Nuguri. This looks dangerous. He's got Canyon nearby though. Might have just wanted to stop some backs and try to secure the Rift Herald. At the end of the day, it did look pretty good for DRX that they were able to hold on for this long. And now they're going to lose their own share of minions down here on the bottom side as nobody cares about the bottom lane. We've only cut it off to this little triangle up here around Shelly. And it is going to be a big pickup for Dom1. More kills going the way of DRX, but a big pickup going the way of Dom1 in the Shelly. And also, their split pushing Camille is kind of getting out of control already. 2-0 and 2. And they're even going to try to maybe go for this. They're going to take down the Scuttle Crab. It doesn't look like Lee Sin is nearby, so they're not going to take the Dragon just yet. But they may want to try to delay it here.
All right, Doran's starting to win a few trades. He got a couple of kills in that fight as well, so Nuguri not as far ahead, and also hasn't been back in a while. Now looking for that back timing where he can. As we're going to have a look at this once again. Take us through it, Valdez.
Well, actually, we have a fight here. Doran's just going to die.
Never mind, I was like settling back, ready for that one. As there's a kickback onto Chovy, who's now finding himself in a pretty rough scenario. But Sand Soldier's come up, and now he's looking for the fight. There's the Emperor's Divide, lands onto 2, but he's dead. And Dom1 going to be able to grab the 2-for-1 special that's available on Summoner's Rift here today. Another Moonlight Vigil is going to go completely wide. Beryl should be going down, but no. Fate's Call comes in. Solar Flare lands onto Carrier. Beryl's in a bit of trouble. Ghost taking a lot of damage as well as Deft. Should be able to get a double kill underneath this turret, but another Q is going to go wide. Now Pyosik sitting on about 200 health, wanting to try and get one. Noguri's dead on the top side. Take it away.
Here comes Showmaker.
Yep, Showmaker's double kill, walking around in front of him here. Still feels like it's a dicey play. That minion wave going to be there. Yeah. And Deft is still pretty comfortable.
We were talking about some of the scary members of Dom1. Take a look at Deft right now. 3-0 and 2. Infinity Edge up against a lot of people who are going to be looking to get in his face. This guy has the potential to single-handedly carry if Dom1 do play into DRX's comp here, and he's able to pick up a nice amount of extra gold down on the bottom side at the same time. Love to see the solo kill up on the top side. Nuguri has flash, so...
Yeah, I don't know what happened there at all.
Yeah.
I think we will get a replay of that one, as we've been denied a few replays. Just a little bit too much excitement that's happening here this game. 15 kills in 14 minutes will do that. As we're expecting a bloody game, but my God, this series has been insane. Dom1 here do have position around this Drake, but there is vision up. Nuguri might have been greeting for the turret, perhaps?
That sounds like a Nuguri thing to do.
Yeah.
would imagine that's what happened because he died pretty close, you know, as if he had just been dogged down after going for that play. As here it comes again.
Yep, and the Destiny is going to be the follow-up there as well. So revenge onto Doran is likely to occur right here. And yeah, I don't think there's going to be anywhere he can go. There's only so many decoys he can have. Nimbus Strike was pretty good there, just to make sure that they had to take as much time as possible, and DRX utilized it to take their first Drake of the game. Infernal Soul once again. Certainly fits the theme of this particular game. DRX currently down by about 1,000 gold. They have a comp that's very happy to scale, assuming Damwon can't just split the map completely.
Yeah. Zerafelios, obviously, friends in scaling. They're still gonna have to deal with Camille, but we'll have to wait and see how that does develop here in this game. Nuggery is really trying to push the issue early on. A lot of focus by DRX around that one Ocean Drake does mean that after the kill, there's no one really to cover for the turret up on the top side, as this is what happened on the kill.
All right, that'll do it.
Yeah, just not respecting the range with the flash that the Wukong can get on top of you, as there was another kill.
Is that once again Wukong underneath the turret that's about to die, still walking up to the turret and dying? Did he just do the same thing twice in a row? We'll need to check in on. Oh my god! Literally exactly the same thing happened again.
And this time it wasn't TF. It was just the cannon is just like hanging around. He's like, oh, I guess all right. I guess I'll pick up a kill.
That looked like tilt.
He's having a rough time. He's died 4 times. It's double the next player on his team. And it has been difficult. I mean, there's been a lot of fighting around the top lane, so he has been the one guy that kind of gets punished for it. You can remember they followed up after the dive as well for the first kill onto Doran.
Worrying time here for the Wukong. He now has a very long lane to deal with. Nuggery is going to be taking his Krug camp because he didn't have anything to do because the wave is on the side of DRX. I think there's something that you can do that can keep the wave on your side of the map.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never heard of it, actually.
Okay. There was something.
It's summer.
Ah, right. Yeah, it's too
Maybe it was like Forza? I think someone was mistakenly talking about a different sport, but
yeah, I think you have to heat the wave.
Yeah,
well, you have to microwave the minions before they come down. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, you burn them into the ground as fast as possible.
Yeah,
I think it's something like that.
Oh right, I mean that's what we see everyone doing, so
yeah.
it must be the right thing to do. As Doran does have another wave here. Yeah, see, he's burning it. Burning.
Yeah, he's doing a good job with that fire circle item that he's got. Yeah,
ooh.
Great job.
It's like almost impossible to freeze, to be honest, with a Tiamat, but could have tried a little bit harder than that. So Pyoshik's going to face check. There's a good Zenith blade as immediately Pyoshik holds out and then walks back in, because you may as well. He's a big old bear. And now Canyon looking for more. Nuggery still towards the top side, and Doran's going to be drawn back. Teleport up for Nuggery, down for Doran. 2 minutes until the Infernal Drake, and that will be the next time we'll have a big fight to contend with.
Yeah. Really all Dama want to do here is just wait it out, let Nuggery's doing his split pushing, and see if you can potentially, get a bunch of damage down. Nuggery's up 2 levels, by the way, on Doran, so if it did come down to a teleport play, yes, the knockup could be good from Doran, but Nuggery does offer a lot. Must be very close to that death stance. Would imagine he gets it here after the objective.
Yep, Shirley going to go down. Rift Scuttler should be coming in next for a little bit of that extra gold. And then Nuggery might be exactly there. That death stance. Oh, the cash into the Cull coming through as well. This is a huge Camille.
Yeah, he's kind of out of control right now. And not only him, I mean, Showmaker has also been doing a nice job of farming up. He's 2-1-3. He's looking to get that Lich Beam. There it is. He's got a stopwatch too. This is a really nice time for TF to fight. Even the 3 stacks on his Dark Seal. Death's Dance finish here for Camille. Deft is still incredibly scary. If they can,
so close.
If they can somehow protect him, there is still a way for DRX to win this upcoming fight. As Nuggery is not going to run down to the Infernal Drake. He's just going to go ahead and continue split pushing. This does mean that Doran will have a lot of value if a team fight is forced and Nuggery can't get there on time.
Yeah, ulti's still 40 seconds away here for Pyoshik. Going to be crazy important for a dragon fight. 4 seconds, and Canyon is ready just to start it. I don't know whether DRX even have vision in the area, as now Canyon moving on down, walks over a control ward. Chovy not going to be caught out of position just yet. Oh, this vision here, the DRX that I missed, is going to die in full vision of Damwon.
That was really awkward. That was the, you know, he had 3 out of 3 wards. Did carry it. He placed it down and removed one, and then that one he placed down got removed too.
Oh no.
That's a nice amount of poking though onto Beryl.
Yep, takes a fair bit, as now Doran forced to use his ultimate. Very bad news for this ensuing fight, as now Beryl's going to get Fate's called. Good gold card from Showmaker. In the meantime, Beryl going for the re-engage. They're not going to find the stun there onto Deft. He's already down to half health though, as now Doran's trying to get into the fight. Remember, doesn't have ultimate. And that is a big deal. Noggery waiting off to the side, looking for the flanking play. As the first Infernal Drake has been started here by Canyon, and it looks like DRX is struggling to find their way in to this fight. Half health on the Dragon. Sand Soldiers being set up. Q lands onto Pyoshik. As DRX, they want to make this a 50-50 as Canyon gets a great kick into the backline. Good Devour comes out. Deft is going to be safe for the moment. As there's the Emperor's Divide. Chovy trying to find one back. The Drake is taken by Damwon. But there's only a 1 for 2 so far in favor of DRX. Noggery trying to fight against 3 people. Pyoshik in trouble. Noggery gets underneath this turret. Technically, it is a fight win for DRX, but that Drake is so big for Damwon.
Every single Infernal Drake is so massive for both teams in this one, so the value is even higher. We were talking about yesterday, it's even kind of double value for the TF, who is auto-attacking so much. You have so many members on your side that can scale up and do tons of damage as the game comes along. The Camille, the Callista, even the Lee Sin. As I'm not sure about these streets, Canyon is nearby, but they're not going to quite go for it. And the same thing on DRX. I mean, Azir Aphelios needs no introduction. They would love every single Infernal Drake if they could just get them. And you have to wonder who wins out in this trade. I think it is the Infernal, even though the kills did mostly go over to the side of DRX. This is a very questionable start by Showmaker with the red card, but he commits to it because he does have the stopwatch, but he was too low to actually, you know, get out of there afterwards. So ends up just being taken out by Doran, who is slowly clawing his way back with some extra kills.
Tell you what, it would have been cool if the Wukong had his ultimate though, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate timing on that particular fight if you are a DRX fan, but really good that Damwon forced the issue, understanding that that cooldown was going to be very important at that particular moment in time. Both AD carries on about the same clip when it comes to their first 2 item completions. You can see Deft with a bunch more money. Extra Crit Cloak is done. A couple of control wards there as well, and has more expensive items in the Infinity Edge. He's going to be doing a lot. Chovy parks himself towards this turret. Q is going to land. Now Doran, still, I just feel like he's underneath turrets all the time, and it's scary. If you're a DRX fan. Stopwatch completed here for Noggery. Has a Death's Dance as well. He is mega uber far ahead of the Wukong.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Mega uber?
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
Unbelievably largely is probably the one I would have used, but you know, there's very many ways to say it, and he's just going to take a free turret here. And the clock is ticking for both teams in a way. You know, like eventually Azir Aphelios is going to get so insane that I think in terms of scaling, the DRX have the win there, but also the clock is ticking in the side lanes. You know, how much are you willing to give up against the Camille? How far is she going to get ahead? And eventually Showmaker's going to start joining her on the split push, which we've seen a lot of, and that's why we were calling for the Camille alongside TF very early on and was very curious about the Renekton ban. But this is the spot that we are in as DRX is either hanging around the Baron, maybe trying to start some kind of shenanigans here.
Yeah. 65 CS advantage here for Noguri. Feels like it's only extending as this game goes on. Camille is extraordinarily big. You can see that DRX were trying to get vision control around the Baron. Because, of course, if you see a split pusher, then you start an objective that they can't let you take, and hope that they don't destroy your base while you're trying to take it. Is often the question, as Noguri almost gets that hook shot onto Carrier, does flash his way out, and the TF comes through. Immediate cleanse, but the knock-up is pretty good there. Double teleport to follow up. Here from DRX, 1 minute away from this Infernal Drake, and 2 teleports now on cooldown is gigantic for Damwon's split push.
Keep in mind that Nuguri kept his because he started the fight straight up. He's also level 16. This guy is kind of ramping out of control right now. And eventually, you know, Doran, if he wants to try to start fights with his team, he's going to have to be there. He can't teleport into them. But also, if he wants to try to stay in the lane to stop Nuguri, Nuguri could potentially TP away and start a 5v4. So DRX, I think, are going to have to hold on here for a good 5-6 minutes and wait for those cooldowns to come back. But we do have the Infernal Drake. Let's see how this one does go, as Barrel's going to get caught.
Yeah, possibly caught out of position. There's the Emperor's Divide that they're going to invest very early on in this fight. Good Zenith play to try and get him out, but it's not going to be enough, as now Showmaker throws down the exhaust onto Pyoshik. He's trying to barrel towards this Twisted Fate. Def now with the onslaught, picks up this minion wave, and with 12 seconds to go, Damwon have decided the Baron is where they want to go. Oh, Def is going to spot it out. That was actually really smart from DRX to make sure that they're not going to be able to grab that one for free. I believe Doran is just going to head over. No, he's not going to start the Infernal Drake. Does walk back to it, so there we go. It is on vision. Beryl is going to be dead for another 5 seconds, and Noguri is on the top side of the map. So it looks like this Infernal Drake is going to go to DRX.
Yeah, it's a pretty good spot here for DRX, actually. Well, let's see the 1v2.
Yep, Def just trying to get that damage in. A few extra autos, but they're not going to push too far forward. And Infernal is secured, so DRX turning it around just a little bit, and this is much closer than our other 2 games. Oh my god. Speaking of close.
Man, he probably could have at least forced the flash over the wall there with Callista nearby, but Doran getting out by the skin of his teeth, just barely. And that's all really nice news here for DRX because we're able to scale up with this Infernal. We're getting, you know, pretty late in this game. We're getting to 27 minutes now, and their 2 carriers are getting some big items alongside of that hurdle. Yeah.
He's 4,000 gold ahead. How the heck? How are how are DRX still within like 2,000 gold of Damwon? If that's happening, and there's a Twisted Fate. It's nutty. I think the 40 CS lead that Chovy has might have something to do with it.
Yeah, and all the kills that Deft has been able to pick up.
Yep.
I think that 80 carry difference is probably real in terms of the gold. Nuguri, he hasn't really been able to make a big, you know, dent in the structures just yet. You know, he hasn't taken out an inhibitor. He hasn't even taken out an inhibitor turret. The top lane has been looking good for split pushes, but because they're fighting around the Baron, it's very easy for DRX to defend that lane, which is why Nuguri is down here in the bottom lane with teleport advantage. They're really trying to force the issue in the bottom side.
Well, we're going to zoom all the way out. We're watching Ghost make his way back from base. That's why DRX have started this. Teleport to come through from Noguri. And DRX just wanted to get that cooldown if they could. Showmaker. Oh, the flash out from Beryl. Looks like they may have thought that they've caught him here, but Canyon's going to jump in. There's the kickback onto Deft, but Chovy just deletes the Lee Sin. Fate's call here from Ghost. Can they get enough sticks into the members of DRX? Feels like they're just too tanky at the minute, though, and the Cyclone is good onto Showmaker. Noguri picks off the Tahm Kench. Deft still alive for the minute. Beryl trying to come back in. Deft taken out by the Camille. Can she just win this fight on her own? Is this a 1 versus 3 pentakill? It could potentially be. Right now, as the flash comes out, not going to find the stun. And Noguri, that was the one mistake you couldn't make, my friend. And DRX are going to be able to grab the ace, and at least the outer turret in mid lane, but maybe just the Baron.
Yep, that's the fight that DRX was looking for. Once again, Beryl gets caught in the front. They're able to pretty much remove him. He gets so low that he's not really able to get any, you know, follow-up stuns afterwards. And it was a 5v5. This is where DRX, we were talking about, this is where they are going to have a much better time against Damwon. So they take a bunch of kills, they get the Baron, And now they're in a great spot in this game. Yes, Nuggery's getting out of control, but who cares if you keep winning fights like these that Damwon are handshaking on and saying, yes, I would like to fight you. Canyon on Lee Sin is doing less than 0 right now. he got a kick and die. I mean, the kick did no damage, and it didn't knock anybody up. So that, you know, the Lee Sin isn't a champion right now. Beryl actually eventually does a tiny bit to try to save Ghosts, but he goes down. And then Nuggery's like, I am kind of out of control, strong. Maybe I should try to salvage it, but it was a mistake in the end.
Well, the Baron now on DRX. Deft very far forward. Empress Divide from Chovy into the back line. He is going to die, but he grabs 2 for his trouble. And Deft is doing so much damage. Comes out of the death chamber and is able to pick up the mantle that Chovy put down. I love that. Going for that aggressive play, understanding that you can make it worth your while. And DRX continue pushing forward already. 2.5k is the Baron power play. Nuggery still is very scary. Canyon looking for a cheeky little kick, but doesn't have it available just yet. Does have flash, so when Dragon Rage is back off cooldown, it is going to be very scary, but Damwon just don't feel like they're capable of getting in here. And Nuggery, well, he's decided that he wants to, but there's just too much CC. Goes into that GA very, very easily. You can see Canyon and Showmaker, they're just standing off to the side saying, man, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, and they're just going to try to go for the ends here. I don't know about that, Carrier.
That was an odd move, but he's still alive, baiting them with that gray health, and now it's time for 200 years. We thought we were going to see it in the last game, but we had to wait a little while. Don't know how many years that was, but we're not waiting too much longer for the end of this game. Showmaker wants to work some magic, but he's not going to be able to, and DRX redeem themselves with the 2-1 victory over Damwon, but damn, it was close.
It was pretty unbelievably close. I think that it really could have gone either way at the end of that fight, or not the fight, the game. But DRX were able to lure Damwon into a bunch of these 5v5s. It does really feel like Showmaker and Nuggery's biggest weakness, or just Damwon as a team. They get sucked into these fights where they really shouldn't be fighting. Pyosik is crying tears of happiness. He can barely believe it. It's a huge win for his team right now, so you can understand it. He was able to actually have a really nice effect on the Volibear as the game did come along, but this is what we were talking about in those 5v5s. The Azir, Chovy having that one big play under the turret, and it kind of came as a snowball too. Right after the Baron fight, it was like, now they just run it down mid, and they say, come at us, and Damwon say, yes please.
Yeah, now we have to donate over a player of the game selection. Valdanalist, do you have any ideas for where you want to place your vote? It's a difficult game because there wasn't a lot of winning that DRX did throughout it. But I think Chovy, maybe?
It's hard. I mean, the solo lane struggled. Pyosik wasn't making it was kind of a team effort. It's really difficult to pick one player.
I mean, the Devours from Carrier were also good, but giving a player of the game to a Tahm Kench, that is a difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
Camera guy seems to think that Chovy's going to win.
I think I just have to give it to Chovy. I mean, there's really like, he was making plays in the end of the game on Azir that had scaled, right? He had a rough laning phase. He died twice early, trying to shore up some of his teammates' mistakes, but he held on. And he did exactly what he needed to do by the end of the later stages of the game. So, gotta hand it to him. It wasn't an easy choice, as it was a team effort here in the end.
We're gonna have a look at some of the highlights, as it felt like Carrier could tank way more than he probably should have been able to this game. Just seemed to walk around with like 20 health. And 8 gray health exactly when he needed to, as you can see. These health bars, oh my god, it was so close to being the Nuggery hard carry. But in the end, he's the one that threw away the game.
Yeah, it does feel like that a little bit. I think that they're just so eager to fight Damwon that when you go for split pushing comps like this, you can't have that mentality, but they just could not escape themselves. Nuggery was so unbelievably fed, but they never actually committed to split pushing. I mean, you consider the play around Baron. right? Where it's like, okay, yes, DRX are doing Baron. They have Wukong to teleport in. Who cares? Just 2v1 push down on the bottom side, take an inhibitor, let them take Baron, threaten Nexus turrets so that you have a win condition with your split pushing comp instead of just saying, yes, I would love to, you know, to handshake this trade in the 5v5 underneath the Baron when we're already behind. It was some questionable moves from Dom1 for sure at the end of the game. And we have seen teams, even DRX, struggle with compositions like this. There's a reason why some teams don't do well with these comps. It's because it's hard to play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a finesse style of composition, and it means that you need better macro, and it's not about necessarily being able to push your buttons in a team fight better than your opposition. Because like fights like this, yes, it's a fight around the Drake, but that's exactly how this DRX comp is supposed to play. Whereas Dom1 are supposed to put DRX into positions where they can't make a good choice because the side lanes are places that they're not allowed to be.
You can see that Beryl, he gets caught again. I think he did not have a good game on the Leona. But the Leona pick in general is kind of interesting. You want it in team fights against Aphelios, but you don't want a team fight at all with your compositions. I don't know. Let's listen in. They're actually saying, like, what the hell is this? Like,
Yeah.
why is he running into us? Slowly, slowly.
나 갈게. 거리대. 공 가는.
아 나이스. 타기를 진짜 잘했다.
아 역겨워.
아침에 저 느꼈다. 나이스.
야 고맙다 팀원들아.
잘했다.
Just thanking his team as Pioshik slowly
Yep.
falls
Crawls
into his
underneath
desk.
the
Yeah.
desk. Oh man, what a match though. Man, I know so many were wanting this to just be a 2-1. It didn't really matter how it went. I still find it so interesting that Dom1 looked so strong on the day, but DRX at the end of the 2 clutch games that they managed to win just looked like they had the better decision making, which is not something you'd expect coming out from the team that has 2 rookies that are trying to like get themselves together, and you know, Doran, who's looked shaky over the last little while. Chovy's going to walk away with back-to-back player of the game, and maybe it's just the Chovy effect that allows DRX to win games.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to get this pick, which was a really good idea. Kerio hops in to save him at the end there. And even though a lot of these fights did not look great for DRX, as you can see, he was kind of the one trying to shore it up in many places. He had very good Emperor's Divides. This one was the most obvious one, where he just hopped underneath that turret. Even if he died, it's still a good play for his team.
Scoops up the bottom lane and makes sure that nothing can really be done. And that was actually the game-winning play. From that point onwards, they could push forward and take the win. Really good stuff from DRX. I find it so hard to like understand what this team is about, you know? Because they lose to KT somehow. KT lose to Sandbox. Like, where does that put like DRX in the pecking order?
Yeah.
Whereas Dom1 have just been on a tear. But we're going to have a chat with Chovy here, so let's throw it over to Jisa.
Congratulations, Chovy. And it was the biggest hype of the week. How do you feel, Chovy, to get a win in this series? I'm just so glad that I was able to, the hard effort from me, turn it into a victory. And I'm just so satisfied with my performance all day. And one of them, the biggest card today was Twisted Fate. What's your thought on this champion? Twisted Fate can give a lot of help in other lanes, and I still think that this is a good champion. So you have to be careful with some of the counter comp into Twisted Fate. Let's rewind to game number 1. It was not an easy game. What was your thought on the matchup, and how did the players manage to push through the hard situations? Dom1 Gaming, they had edge over us in the mid and early game, and we had a comp that's really strong in the late game, so we were indeed behind, but we were looking for the late game power spike, and we were trying to punish their mistakes.
같습니다. 예. 근데 솔직히 1세트 마지막에 정말 그 긴박한 순간이라도 오늘
But game
1세트
1, it was so
본인은
close.
재밌다고 하더라도
Going back and
경기는
forth all
저희도 막
throughout the
했었거든요.
game.
예, 쉽게
It
오늘
was
뭐
truly
이긴다,
a nail
이런
biter.
자신은 뭐 경기 내내 듣기 쉽지 않았을 것 같습니다. 어땠습니까? 1, 3세트.
So, what was game number 1 and 3 like for you?
일단 제 투표는 잘한 것 같아서 전 마음에
Well, game number 1, I liked it because I played well on my Twisted Fate.
몇 번의 실수가 있었지만 그래도 잘 해낸 것 같아서 마음에
So,
드는 것 같아요.
I mean, there were some mistakes, but in the end, we were able to pull it out really well, so I'm just happy. In game number 1, when you guys were going for Baron, actually, the Damwon players were going for a backdoor.
저희 집 보시고
When we are, doing the Baron, we were just saying that they're coming for our base, so some of the players were looking for a recall angle. So we are just all on the same page.
그럼 또 이제 3세트로 넘어가면 3세트도 쉽지
Moving on to
않았어요.
game number 3, it was not easy. Once again, especially Doran. I'm pretty sure he had a lot of burdens on his shoulder, and he got bullied a lot. Was he really reliable as a top laner today?
카멜 투표 상대로 이 정도는 잘
I think he held on really well up against Thomas, Twisted Fate and Camille.
본인 입장에서 또 이게 탑 플레이어의 이것도 어떤 그 자부심도 있는데 그러니까 좀
As a top laner, that was not an easy game, and he might feel really angry about himself or the whole performance that happened today. Was he feeling okay today? I'm not really sure about his condition, but he did say that he has a bit of a stomachache. But I'm pretty sure he's feeling okay because we got a win.
상성이라는 얘기가 나올 정도로 좋은 모습을 보여왔습니다. 근데
You, with CV Max, you guys are so strong up against Damwon Gaming. As if you guys are the mind block of Damwon Gaming. Are you guys confident whenever you guys are facing Damwon Gaming? Damwon, their top and mid, their lane is really strong, and they are really good at snowballing with that lane phase lead. But me and Showmaker, we are both really strong mid laners, so I will not just let them snowball one-sided throughout the laning phase. So I'm pretty sure that we kind of block one of their winning recipes.
자 그리고 표식이 마지막에 저 눈물을 흘리면서도 이렇게 막 세레머니 하는 거
After game number 3, I think Pyosik was in tears.
짠하긴 했었는데 어떠셨어요?
끝나고 무슨 얘기했나요?
What did the players say after the game? I actually didn't know he was crying.
많은 감정들이 겹쳐서
I guess
눈물이 나온 거.
it was just overwhelmed with so many emotions.
어떤 감정이 있었을까 예상이 좀 가능해요.
Like what?
뭔가 노력한 과정이
I guess Pyosik,
지나갔나 봐요.
yeah, he was really doing hard work all throughout the split. So I guess that was the kind of an emotional moment for him today. In order to secure your spot in the first place, you have to get a win up against Hana Life Esports. We really have to do our best to round out the series really well in the end. Even though we got a win up against Damwon Gaming, I'm sure that if we let our guards down, we will lose to Hana Life Esports. So we will keep doing our hard work. So this will be the end of the interview with Chubi, the solo POG of DRX, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as usual, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Chovy there. Valdez, you and I are now in the doghouse. We made our Damwon prediction on the POG state, and Ashley Kang has made sure the rest of the world has remembered that as much as possible.
I mean, the series could have looked entirely differently if Damwon didn't throw game number 1. Just saying.
Absolutely.
So, also game 3 was definitely very winnable, but it was a close series. So I do like the way it played out. It wasn't a stomp either way. It does mean that the top of the table is, in fact, very close. On a different game, Damwon wins, and I think both Gen G and T1 have good chances to win, as they have against some of these teams in the future, especially once it comes down to best of 5. So it's just really exciting stuff for the LCK. I think these teams at the top, some of the drafting, some of the Lee Sin picks, the Renekton bans, the Camille 5v5ing, that needs to stop, but other than that, looks pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're moving in the right direction. Absolutely. And speaking of which, we're going to move in the direction of our second match. We're going to have to wait a little while, but only about 30 minutes or something, because we had a 3-game series here for our first one. But it shouldn't be too much longer before we're back with our next match of the night. Getting so close to the beginning of round 2 as well.
Yeah.
So all of these games are starting to mean more and more as everything shapes together. So we'll see you after this short break for more LCK. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I know it was a bit of a long break, but we're finally back here, ready for Afrika versus Solo One Prince. Solo One Prince currently on a 6-loss streak in a row. 6 or 7, it's getting there. They won their first match against Humble Life Esports. Since then, they won 1 game against Team Dynamics, and otherwise it's been losses abound. They are certainly adrift at the moment in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, the losses they have taken are at least against good teams, you could say, but it's a lot of good teams that are above them on the standings when that does happen, when you lose 6 in a row. So definitely, we do have an underdog, a clear underdog, and a clear favorite coming into this one. Afrika did get smacked down by Dom1, but I think that on a similar level, the gap between Dom1 and Afrika might even be smaller than the gap between Afrika and Solo One Prince. So I feel like that's really what I'm going to learn the most of today. Like, just how much is the difference here between, you know, middle of the pack / top compared to the bottom of the LCK.
Well, let's have a look at the points of the match. Need to bounce back. Both teams had to take 0-2 losses in their recent series. Afrika's, like you were saying, was against Dom1, so you can almost give it to them for that, especially after we saw Dom1 versus DRX, which was a very exciting top-of-the-table clash. This is not the same thing. I like to think of the LCK at the moment like traffic lights. You know, you've got like the top light, and then a gap, and then the middle light, and then the bottom light, you know?
Yeah.
And I think Afrika are well and truly in the orange area. And Solo One Prince are sort of falling off the map just a little bit, solidly in 9th place above a floundering Humble Life Esports, who haven't really been able to put themselves together either. We'll have to see where all of these teams shake up, because even Sandbox is bouncing back after their very rough start, and they're on a few-match win streak themselves, and it's likely that they might be able to get themselves up to orange light territory.
Yeah. We take a look at some of the stats here, the champion kills per minute. It doesn't mean that Solo One Prince are killing a lot of champions. It just means the champions that die in their games is a lot, and most of the time it's their champions.
Yeah.
With the KDA at 10th, 1.5 as a team. Team goal difference at 20 is also 10th, so
Yikes.
Definitely a struggling team. They've only had 3 games where they were even ahead in gold at 20. And I suppose those are the 3 games they've won so far in the LCK.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of them that they won, and then, yeah, one that they lost, that they were able to throw away. No changes when it comes to the rosters here between, for at least Afrika. On the side of Solo One Prince, spoiler alert, they're also running with basically the same roster, although it's hybrid and secret there towards the bottom side of the map. We're not seeing the glorious locks of Trigger this time around. But Ixu's going to have a real rough time. We always say this whenever we see Ixu up against Keen. It's going to be a tough time. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Afrika can do to bounce back. And I'm also looking forward to seeing what they can do in the draft. Because, you know, the Nunu conversations that you were having yesterday, we didn't have them today because we didn't expect DRX or Dom1 to pull out the particular pick. But I have a sneaking suspicion that he might be a little bit more on the radar of a team like Afrika.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a matchup to do it in and test it out, this would be the one, that is for sure. Keen, he is, of course, one of the better top lanes, one of the best top laners we do have here still in the LCK. He doesn't have tippy-top stats, but he doesn't die alone very often. He is so good at stopping aggression against him, as so many teams try to do. We saw a couple times where he was getting ganked by 2, 3, 4 members, and sometimes he takes one with them. Against Ixu, who has died the most. Isolated.
27 isolated deaths, Brendan. That is large amounts of isolated death.
Yeah. I wonder if that's first in the LCK. Like,
that is, yeah.
Because sometimes they say LCK first when it's a good stat, but when it's a bad stat, they're like, well, it's first, and maybe it's just for top. Wink,
no,
wink,
no,
but actually it's for everybody.
I think this is for everybody. I don't think... Look, off the top of your head, could you come up with anyone that might have died isolated more often than that? Don't think so.
No, I don't think so. It's usually top, as they're kind of out there on their own islands. So they usually die alone quite often. Sad times.
Indeed.
But it does look like Afrika are in pretty good spirits. Mickey's got a little smile on, too.
He looked devastated after their last loss. Oh my goodness, Mickey did not have a very good time in their last series. It was up against T1, of course, but It looked like he just wasn't allowed to play the game. Faker basically put him in the bin since the beginning of game 1, and he never really managed to claw his way out of it. But, you know, being put in the bin, that's an Oscar the Grouch type situation. Who has an Oscar the Grouch skin? That's Nunu. Maybe Nunu's going to be able to pull them out and find some more balance here in the LCK. We'll have to find out. Blue side here for Freaka Freaks. We have correct colors for both of our teams. We'll see what the ban phase is going to bring out for us as we do get there right now.
Yeah, Karma set. A couple of picks that a lot of teams do not like to see. We saw their power in game 1 of DRX and Damwon earlier today. A couple of 80 carries. We're now having Aphelios or Kalista on the board here.
All right, TF and Ezreal going to be banned away next, I guess. You're straight up trolling if you don't ban Ezreal. Right?
Well,
Volibear is going to be the answer.
A lot of people are really hype on this Volibear pick. And of course, as you mentioned, Ezreal still extremely strong and not a bad first pick because he goes with pretty much any kind of composition. A real plug-and-play kind of champion that, you know, it's not very flexible. It always goes there in the 80 carry role, but it doesn't really matter. If you have an 80 carry player that can actually play it, and it's going to be up against Ashe, it looks like here.
Was it Hybrid that managed to do like 3k damage on Ashe in one of their more recent matches?
I think you're right.
Oh dear. Well, he's trying to run it back, try and redeem himself here on this Ashe pick. Playing Ashe against the Ashe expert himself in Mystic. We lost Prey, but thankfully Mystic came back to the LCK, and he's been our sort of resident Ashe man. Hasn't been playing it as much as players like Ruler or Aiming. But now it is going to be Hybrid that has his chance. Flawless, back to an old favorite here in the Nidalee. Spirit's going to know exactly what he's up against. Just lock in the Nunu. Just do it. It's time to press the Nunu.
It's time to do it. Well,
aha! Here we go.
Never mind.
Spirit's Poppy win rate, by the way, is his highest in solo queue. Still. He's a bit of a Poppy aficionado.
He loves this pick, and it's great into Nidalee. Nidalee can't get that pounce very easily, and Poppy is quite tanky at the same time against that amount of poke damage. Fly's just going to go ahead and pick Zoe here, so maybe we will not have Nunu for game 1. Still going to be picked in the support role, but I don't know if they actually want to do that.
Yep, Team Rocket could come out, but I think they've blasted off since the last nerfs to Yuumi. She just hasn't been looked at. Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. It's just not happening. There's the Orianna for Mickey. Don't know whether this is necessarily an Orianna comp coming together yet for Solo 1 Prince, but they could certainly augment it with some different pickups. Trundle being not looked at whatsoever here in this particular match, which I think is a very welcome change.
Yeah, great. Nobody fell into the trap.
Yeah.
And especially with Nidalee being picked first, Afrika wasn't going to counterpick themselves, so they were just like, well, no Trundle today. No bans on Trundle either, which I also think is totally fine. He's not good enough to the point where you can't counter him or he's too strong.
I also like the fact that Spirit picked Poppy into it, knowing that Trundle's not going to be picked anymore, and therefore Subjugate can't ruin your day as a very tanky jungler. Yeah. Leona taken away here from Ben.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does feel like Spirit might be one of the worst jungle players to pick Nidalee into because of his efficiency on the Poppy and, taking away one of Poppy's counters in the Trundle that you did mention. So,
throwaway ban here with the Renekton being taken off the board.
Yeah, just dump that ban into the ocean because we don't, it's kind of wasted.
Yeah.
In that one, we're not very happy with Renektons here in the LCK. So
also Poppy ruins the day of Alawi as well, so it's going to be harder for Ixu to pick that. As once again we got the Cloud9 bottom lane being considered.
Huh.
There we go. Shout out to Lemon Nation for his Zyra support. And we have seen this. I believe it was it Solo 1 Prince that played it last time around? I think it might have been. That might have been that auspicious game.
Seems right.
Yeah, I think Zyra did double the damage of Ashe or something in game two. They ran it back a couple of times.
You're right. I think the Gnar got some small buffs on this patch, so...
He did. Bit of a boost of attack speed after the hop, I believe.
Yeah, I think there was some cooldown reduction as well.
Yep.
On something. So if you were going to pick him, if he was going to come back, I suppose the best time is going to be after some buffs. It's a blind pick too, so you don't want to pick something too risky. Something that can handle a lot of matchups is definitely something like a Gnar, a Kennen. But they want to get someone who can frontline alongside a Poppy. They're also going to pick up Tahm Kench.
This is called playing straight into your opponent's bottom lane, guys. This is what we would not recommend. Don't do it at home, is what we'd say. Tahm Kench gets trashed by Zyra completely. Very, very difficult lane. Zyra Ashe is one of the most impressive lanes in the game. Ixu going to jump onto the Aatrox towards the top side of the map. That's what he's going to try and deal with the Gnar with. Does have a little bit more range than a lot of our bruisers up there, so you can understand why he's chose it, but I have a feeling this is going to be a very tough lane for Ixu to play out.
That Tahm Kench pick, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's dicey, ain't it?
You're already going into Ashe, who can control the lane alone as an AD carry, but Ashe Zyra is you're doubling or tripling that power as they work so well together too. Tahm Kench cannot really approach the lane, and yeah, you can say, okay, yeah, they wanted to pick it for the composition. There's a decent amount of pick on the side of Soreo and Prince, but I mean, it's not going to feel very good when your Ezreal is really far behind because he doesn't have a support. We'll have to see how well Mystic can do 1v2.
Exactly. Flyers had some of his best performances on the Zoe. See how he's going to be able to get things together here for this game because he was he was left out to dry up against Showmaker. It was after being very confident after their win afterwards. They were really thinking that they were a team that were going to challenge the top 4. But so far, they are looking like a 5th at best. We'll see whether this is going to help them move a little bit further forward. The Orianna from Mickey trying to deal with all of the paddle stars. And the AoE damage out of this comp is just despicable. They have so much of it. But whether it's going to be enough is going to be the question because the poke power and how slippery the members of Afrika are is going to be very, very tough. Hail of Blades Poppy to come through from Spirit once again. This is what he popularized, I believe, in Kesper Cup.
Yeah.
He's playing a lot of it. The Hail of Blades Poppy was coming out all the time.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the players that we enjoy watching, and one of the teams in general, because, I mean, Keen plays a whole slew of things. He's already played 9 different champions, which I feel like he could be playing more, but he has loved his Urgot and Mordekaiser before we kind of, threw Mordekaiser off the side of the rift and decided we never wanted to see him again.
I hope he was,
as a collective.
Yeah, I feel like he was attached to one of the many Ashe arrows that has just been thrown over Runeterra, and he's like,
grabbed
oh,
on.
not again.
Yeah.
Thrown away.
And Spirit and Fly are always playing weird stuff. So it's a fun team to watch. I think if you're just a casual watcher of LCK, Afrika is definitely a fun team to be a fan of and say, you never know what you're going to get. It's definitely going to be some fun stuff.
Oh, wow. Actually, I love this. I hope that they sweep this brush. They don't. So never mind.
They do.
What? If you're gonna sweep it a bit earlier than that, please.
Yeah. Don't say you're going to sweep it. Yeah. Wait, until I sweep it for you.
All right, Secret's going to take a very long route away. That was a good sidestep. But it is just going to be the steal here on the blue buff. Fall is going to be a little bit more upset about how his jungle path's going to go. And you can see that Afrika already have a ward on their own blue buff, so it's going to be hard to avoid the 3-buff start. You can see Spirit's even going to take down the Wolf Camp as well. Looking to try and abuse the Nidalee before she has a bunch of her buttons available. But as you can see, we've got the Cloud9 bottom lane doing some work. Sneaky and Lemon Nation down here, having popularized this many years ago. Showing that it's still working out. I actually think this is really cool because we've now got like 2 pretty famous lanes for different players. This is the Aiming Tucson lane on the other side. Remember, they were coined.
The Aiming Tucson lane.
The Ezreal Tahm Kench IRL bottom lane during their player of the game interviews.
True, which I don't think was very nice.
No, I didn't think it was very nice. But I think Tucson loved it, so I think that's okay.
Yeah, I guess so. But also, obviously, Ruler and Corday, even though they weren't, what would you call it, personified? I don't know. But they made this combo so popular.
Yeah, they definitely
back in the day, they just played it every single game.
Yep.
That's back when Tahm Kench was like
actually busted.
Yeah, 5 nerfs ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were just like, well, I mean, I guess we can just pick this and be safe every single game. Ezreal was doing like 40k damage every game. It was a fun time.
Classic ruler.
What was that, 2017?
18?
It was 17 or 18.
Oh, 17 maybe. Yeah. Because Squad JJ was still here.
Yeah.
Maybe 17 and 18. Yeah, I think it might have been both.
It definitely extended.
Yeah.
Even past Ruler and Core JJ themselves. Like a lot of other teams would pick it up. T1 was playing it. Pretty much any team that loved safe scaling style.
Well, that's every team here in the LCK Valdez. So.
Especially back then. I mean, it's all the time.
Not going to find the heroic charge there. Is Spirit as holds on. Yeah, see, that's why it's really rough. You just hold on to Steadfast Presence, and you just never get jumped on. Spirit's just going to casually walk on forward. Fly misses the bubble, though, and that's a max range spear. Doesn't do massive damage, but it looks like Afrika still wanting to go aggressive. Spear going to go wide. Afrika will make their way out. It's just so many of these little sticks being thrown at him.
It's a very strange exchange where it looked like Spirit was doing the marathon, where he ran from the enemy right side jungle through the mid lane over to the left side jungle and didn't actually do anything, but he's trying to mirror Flawless and say, you know, stay away from my jungle, I want to 3-buff you, I want to stay ahead of you, and if we ever fight 1v1, I'm always going to win. So really just trying to extend that feeling.
Ooh, hybrid. Would it take Q? Yeah, Mystic's name is Mystic. He should be able to hit a Mystic shot, but not quite able to there.
Guy was so slow.
And, you know, despite what this lane is apparently capable of, Solo One Prince do have to send their support back. Collects himself a ward. Collects himself some boots. He's going to make his way back into the lane. Of course, level 6 is where this bottom lane really does hit its stride on the side of Solo One Prince. Arrow into Stranglethorns, pretty disgusting amounts of damage.
Yeah, I feel like they fell strangely behind at level 1, which is, yeah, the Tongue Lash into Q combo is going to be annoying, but I think they could have stood right behind their minions and tried to harass a little bit more. Ben was just sticking in the brush, and because of that, they were able to hit level 2 first, and that set Hybrid and Secret behind a bit, so they couldn't use their range advantage too much, and they had to just back off. So since then, it has been an Afrika-dominated lane by Ben and Mystic.
Speaking of which, Keen is just slamming these waves over and over into Ixu, as his Mega Gnar available at the moment. Snow Day Gnar skin as well. Used to see this one all the time. Has since lost its popularity just a little bit. I feel like Dino Gnar sort of ruined Snow Day Gnar's day. And the Gentleman Gnar. Love it. Throwing clocks, brilliant. As we're going to dive Ixu. As there's the flash headbutt into the wall. And yeah, Ixu's been lit on fire. And that is something that maybe DRX could take some notes for. Because that's the play that they went for in game number 2, I believe. And it went horribly wrong. That was pretty clean.
It's about as clean as it gets. I don't think Ixu was expecting that aggressive of a flash from Spirit to get knocked into the turret. And the second he saw the Zoe in the follow-up, he's like, well, there's no point in flashing now. But had he flashed the charge from the Poppy, maybe he could have extended it in time for Nidalee to come up to the top side, but that's not the way it went. And so it's just a very clean, easy kill.
I don't know how, actually, I don't even know whether, even if he flashes, I think the heroic charge was already coming. And he would have gone into either the wall or the turret. So I think he was just done to.
Yeah. He had to, like, try to flash behind Spirit somehow, but, I mean.
Yeah.
It was just a really good setup from Spirit. I'm not sure if they even needed Fly, but he made things a lot cleaner.
Yep, Ben looking to lick Hybrid and Secret out of this lane, and is doing so very, very well. I feel like this is just not how this is supposed to go, Valdez. It's just it's an odd scenario. Mystic also buying for lane, as you can see. Not going to be stacking that tier too early. Instead, just going to maximize his damage with the Sheen. Mystic shots are going to hurt even more after this. But it's just so comfortable for the Ezreal.
I'm still thinking about that dive. That was another isolated death for Ixu.
Yeah.
I think that's 28 now.
Now we'll try and keep tabs on it, guys.
In 8 series.
Oh no. That's really sad.
Unfortunate. A lot of their losses have been 0-2 as well.
Yeah.
Not to harp on too much, but it's there definitely needs to be some changes made for Sunday One Prince. I like when they felt forced to try some kind of new bottom lane up against Deft and Keria. They were like, well, if Hybrid and Seeker play into this normally, I think they're just going to straight up lose. So they sent in Trigger and Mia, and they played some wonky picks with the Heimer, and it actually was very annoying for DRX to handle in game number 1, even though they still did win the game. But I like changes when things aren't working.
Yeah, I think so too. Trying to at least address what your problems are. I don't know whether it necessarily needs to be roster, but certainly some things need to be adjusted on the side of Solo One Prince. Mickey takes himself a bubble to the face. It's not a good feeling. Fly has a heal also available. Happy Zoe here in the mid lane, currently winning by 1 CS. That Mickey will have a big wave to pick up. So the Orianna doing just fine. But just fine feels like it's not good enough, because bottom side isn't winning when it should be. Top side is getting demolished by 20 CS at the moment as we tick towards 10 minutes time. We have more than 1,000 gold lead, with Poppy keeping up with the Nidalee very easily here in this jungle. I feel like whenever we see Spirit jungling as well, it's so satisfying watching him take down the camps with that Q. It's Flawless discovered once again, and Spirit has started Shelly. This is something that Solo One Prince probably wanted to have control of far earlier in this game, but instead, I mean, Spirit's just been so happy. Oh dear. I think he's got cleanse, does have to use it. That might be a sitting duck Orianna here. There's another turret plate possibly on offer here for Kane. Yeah.
Should be pretty easy. I thought that Afrika could just force Shelly with their AD carry teleport advantage. Hybrid was already moving towards the Rift Heralds, but Afrika just started backing off because they're like, well, if Hybrid doesn't come down, maybe we can just win there. And it's a bit of a trade.
Yeah, Mystic taking a lot of damage here. Is actually level 7s and level 6s being hit by Solo One Prince. Surprised they didn't pull the trigger, to be honest. Arcane Shift was actually used there by Mystic, as we saw. So, like, honestly, if you have Zyra and Ashe in lane, and Ashe hits an arrow at this level, Ezreal's dead, or Tahm Kench is dead. It actually doesn't matter. Probably want to land it onto the Tahm, just so you can make sure that the Devourer is not going to get him out of harm's way. But I think the reasoning for not actually going more aggressive was respecting the Devour.
We're getting to see that poke come online, especially with the Nidalee. They're really trying to force it, but Ixu is just not really going to have much of a lane at this rate. They're not being able to push in the bottom side just as fast because of the Rift Herald. There is that one Infernal Drake that they did pick up here. Did Sunday One Prince, but that is just about it. And it doesn't look like Keen even wants to leave the lane. He's like, yeah, I took down your first turret. Next up, second turret. Let's just keep going.
Yep, push Shelly as far as she can possibly go. Now Keen is going to go back home. So Ben having a good time licking these plants as they come out. Maybe he's a vegetarian. Although I did think that catfish were omnivores.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Omnivores.
Sort of ate all sorts of different things. True Shot Barrage misses everything.
That comment, it just made me realize I don't really know what fish eat. Do they eat like smaller fish, right?
Oftentimes,
but
yeah.
do they eat like
depends which fish it is.
Life on the
some of them do.
On the floor? I don't know. I didn't really eat many fish when I was younger, and I didn't really study much about the fish diet.
It's all right. Maybe we can do some research together. We can come back, tell the collective what we've learned. We'll do our homework as Grasping Roots do go wide. Solo One Prince unable to truly win out here on the bottom side. Mystic with a lot of mana built up right now. Otherwise not too much of a problem with the Spirit. He's going to get tagged by that spear. They're starting to hurt now that Flawless has hit level 8. Level 9, of course, is 5 points.
Yeah. Finished his jungle item, so it's certainly going to start doing some good damage to Spirit. That doesn't have any resistances yet. It's just plain health. So it will chunk him every time. The good thing for Afrika is that top lane is smashing and mid lane is smashing. Fly was able to pick up that first blood on the dive up in the top side, and now he's just been He's just been pummeling the Orianna in the mid lane. Thankfully, Mickey didn't, get into any, too bad of a position without his cleanse, but now he does have it available. But it has just been the slow, steady push from Fly here. He's going to get more plates for his team. You can see that his team as a whole, 3,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, 7 plates to be taken already. And, oh my god!
Fly.
I've seen Ash arrow hitboxes hit before that Flash.
Yeah.
In my time, that Fly is going to be a little bit late on it, but otherwise he's okay.
I would love to see like the actual hitbox of an arrow.
Yeah.
It feels like it's not as long as it looks, but it's much wider than it looks.
Yeah, it's actually a bus.
Yeah.
It's not even an arrow, it's just a bus being thrown at someone.
Yeah, but the front is like the bottom is like really low, so sometimes it like doesn't quite hit you.
Well, Fly actually in a bunch of trouble over here as the flash forward. Mickey not going to find the dissonance damage as Keen. He's going to join in, and that is a very dead Orianna.
Yeah. Your jungle he's been pushing bottom side and helping bottom side all game long. You're not really going to have support when you're basically underneath the enemy's turret, right? So Mickey thought he had a kill, but he didn't see that his opponent had a stopwatch, and from there, the teammates of Afrika were able to collapse much quicker.
And Spirit has been all over Flawless's jungle. He's only down 10 CS at the moment. Flawless has managed to find some farm, but Devour now on cooldown. The bus is also on cooldown, so not able to throw that one out. With Stranglethorns, you can avoid not the damage, but the CC relatively easily without a hard CC being offered over the top. So, Solo and Prince don't find anything bottom side, and this is dead Mickey in the mid lane. Heroic Charge doesn't get the stun, but the Q is going to be there, and just slight charge on that ulti out from the Poppy buys enough time, and a very comfortable kill there for Fly. 3-0 now.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like this is just a very extremely slow.
애쉬공 빠졌다 이거. 나풀 빠졌고 이거.
He said, I lost my flash. I lost my flash from that play. Took a while to decide what to take. He took the exhaust, which ends up helping him after Mickey does take a good start to the trade. Mickey getting exhaust there, flashes in, as we mentioned already. Great roam down from Keen. Fantastic timing. I'm not sure exactly how he was able to nail the timing that well, but it is Keen, so I suppose we should just expect it at that point. And this is one thing that Poppy's great at. You know, everybody used to be like, oh, Elise is the greatest diving jungle of all time. She can go top lane, level 3, Renekton, Elise Renekton every game. But Poppy's also really awesome. Yeah. Especially with some levels. I don't know about level 3, maybe not quite as good as Elise, but you get a couple items, you get some levels. Poppy will just run underneath any turret and knock you into turrets, into walls, into anything. And it's just such a nuisance, especially for these really squishy champions like Orianna and even Aatrox at early levels before he gets some items. So we've been seeing that from Spirit. He's pulled it off twice. It's just so annoying. You know, that little Yordle just running in your face. Exactly. He doesn't care about what you're doing.
Hybrid, there's a Tahm Kench walking at you. Tongue Lash is going to land. There's another Flash Heroic Charge. True Shot Barrage is flashed there by Hybrid. The Spirit's now getting taken down low. Good teleport in from Mix, who was Keen. A little bit late to the party. He does have the Gnar. Finds 2 into the wall. And no one on Afrika has died yet, apart from Keen just then. Now Fly looking for the Paddle Star, but doesn't find it there under Hybrid and Secret. And now Mickey's going to make the rotation down. 4 versus 5 here for Afrika, but Fly in the front line. Somehow Ixu is dead again, and there's a hula hoop randomly chilling in the middle of the lane. 1 for 1 in the end, both top laners to go down.
We'll see if anything else comes from this. I think that Afrika could stick around, wait for a bunch of the members to go back, and then maybe even go for the dragon here. Spirit is going to. They're going to commit teleport from the Unsealed Spellbook of Ben to make sure they have the presence as a team to come on in. And Fly is just sitting here at 4-0. He's got all the kills on his team. There was the 1 kill going to the Aatrox because the teleport was quicker from Ixu that time around. 1 saving grace from the disaster of a top lane that it has been so far. They go pretty deep for this one, and you think they're just going to be able to burst it down. Maybe if Mystic got that true shot barrage off. You know, a half second earlier, they could have burst down Hybrid. And then Keen goes in kind of all alone, only gets Secret knocked up, and everybody else is so low that, you know, you're not really going to be able to follow up from there.
Oh, that flash from Mixer, that was weird. Oh, Ignite burning down.
See ya.
Yep. Gonna grab it.
There was one big flash, and I guess the arcane shift from the Ezreal that got them out of the hula hoop, the sombrero, the spaceship, I don't know what you want to call it. And yeah, Orianna gonna have a little bit of a hard time in that situation. Mickey also made it very obvious where he was going to place that ultimate as he ran straight at them, trying to desperately pick up those kills.
And not a lot of coordination here for Solo One Prince. It's Hybrid. Hybrid nicely avoids that Mystic Shot, like that. Now Flawless is going to make his way in. Not going to find too much damage here on the Mystic, but should be able to take down the turret. Nicely done. Solo One Prince trying to catch up as far as this gold is concerned. 5,000 somehow, 19 minutes in. And I think this gentleman on your screen right here is a large reason why. He's got a wit's end. Just a casual wit's end.
Yeah.
Ahead of his opponent. See what that means for the build? I mean, if you think about it, Wit's End and Rage Blade, think about the combo.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really do very much magic damage as Gnar, but that's still cool.
Yeah. Going for that on-hit attack speed, kind of a setup. I'm curious to see because we haven't seen Gnar in quite a while. I think maybe Cuvée played it a couple of times early on in the season, but then
yeah, I think we
Dudu
see it. Yes, did we see it yesterday, or was it Hovered yesterday?
I don't know. We saw it yesterday.
There have been more Gnars than.
I think he's just dead.
Yeah, that Paddle Star is going to land. That's so much damage, but he does walk out. Oh, the flash forward. And the Ashe is dead. Strangle Thorns are there as well. Secret does do a lot of damage. Keen's here, and oh my god, that Boomerang did approximately 1 trillion damage. Now Mickey still running for the hills. Spirit does have the steadfast presence for the movement speed, but Dissonance is pretty good as well. As now, Flawless coming on in here. He's going to protect his mid laner, but as you can see, a lot of the damage has been done, as Afrika should be able to take down this bottom outer turret, continue their onslaught. I believe now all 3 outer turrets have been taken by Afrika, and Solo One Prince are slowly but surely falling down.
I don't know how they didn't kill Mickey.
Yeah, I mean,
just seems like a free kill.
The shockwave was pretty good actually at making sure that Fly didn't have the range.
Yeah, and Spirit, he was kind of slow to get in there. I don't think we're going to get to see it, as we're going to take a look at how this one started. Keen just lands the max range Boomerang. Hybrid disappears, but so does the Ezreal with a nice root from Secret. But he has about 3 health, so
yeah,
Keen is quite fed at this point in time. 231 CS at 21 minutes. He has the most in the game. And even if he doesn't have the most kills, he's certainly shoring it up with his insane CS as well. Here we go.
Yeah, Mickey gonna get ulted, but does ult Spirit back himself, and oh my god, Fly's damage is absurd. He went back and I think got a full book, which I would have liked the other book, to be honest. He got 6 stacks on his Dark Seal, but you know, you'll take what you can get. Ixu in trouble, World Ender, but I think his world might be ending. Does have flash. No, doesn't quite have flash just yet, as the boulder is going to land onto Hybrid. There's the Mystic shots that we expect out of the man. But he actually misses the last one. Hybrid is going to make his way out. Freaka don't really need to worry about getting kills at this particular point in time because they've got Shirley. And they should be able to keep this pressure on. They move further forward. 30 seconds until Ocean Drake is available. 3 of those to be stacked up for either team. Ocean Soul times 3 Drakes is really worrisome. And a double charge out for Shirley. Not bad. Afrika certainly looking like they've recovered from their loss against Damwon so far.
The power of Poppy against some squishy champions. Mickey can't even touch him. I mean, he's like barely scratching the Poppy. Yes, she gets low, but like, you're never going to kill him there. And they're able to feed that kill over to Fly, who goes back and just picks up Medai's.
There we go. He's a librarian. Love this.
He's got the 2 books.
He's got 2 books and he's ready for a water fight. Fantastic. That's a full frozen mallet, also done but from Keen. So he's also very scary. Leandri's is completed for Secret, so Secret does do a lot of damage, actually. It's about the only item that you need to do a ton of damage on the Zyra.
I wonder if Death Stance is any good on Gnar.
I'm sure it's good on everyone.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, it's a great item, even though they kind of nerfed it for range champions a little bit.
You hit Mega Gnar and then you get 10% back.
Yeah. I wonder if you'll consider building it, but yeah, Frozen Mallet.
I mean, right now he could have a Death Cap and it doesn't matter.
Pretty, you know,
just so
maybe
far
we should.
That's a Darian play. Do you remember Darian from back in the day, the Lizard Wizard himself?
Yeah. Just build anything. Keen is looking for a pick on an Ixu. And remember that Sodeon Prince had counter pick, and it was top lane. Going into Gnar, they decided, well, what better than Aatrox? And we've kind of seen how that has been going. It's not all just about Gnar versus Aatrox in this game, as Spirit and Fly obviously did put Ixu very far behind early on, but I'm not even sure if an equally farmed Aatrox would have any luck against a guy who's always just going to hop away from you and, you know, hit you down just like a cannon.
Yeah, no, it certainly feels like a very rough matchup here for Ixu. And Keen is also very oppressive if given a lane bully like this. And Ixu just getting harassed under his own turret. Keen happy to tank it up. As Fly will find himself a blue buff. Secret and Flawless are going to come on over as the Spear is going to steal it away. So Fly's going to get a bit frustrated about that one. Pounce does come back as Mystic Shot. It's going to land and Mystic knock an Arcane Shift over and look for Flawless. Solo and Prince do clear out a bunch of the vision here towards the bottom side. So no base broken or anything like that, but wasn't much else to do. And that was a pretty successful siege, given the fact that there is no Baron. There's nothing to fight for elsewhere. Just making sure they keep up as much as possible. As we have a look, some of the stats here from Keen and Fly. Damage and gold, yeah. Keen's done a lot of just beating up Ixu so far this game.
Yeah, he's had a fun time. And that will definitely continue as we're slowly but surely moving over here towards the Baron, considering it. Fly hasn't been able to pick up any more stacks, so he's just sitting at 6 for now.
Yeah, they got to start a fight, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard because they basically just have to rely on either a Poppy flank or a Trouble Bubble. I suppose that Gnar, of course, could try to flash in with Mega Gnar, but that can be a little bit obvious if you're just running straight at them.
See what a Freaka do decide to do once they've cleaned up their jungle and started shoving out these lanes again. I have a feeling a dance around the Baron is probably in order. Because so far they're 8,000 gold ahead. Like, this game is so far into a Freaka's control. And Solo and Prince are just scrambling at this point in time. You can see Mickey needing to use his orb just to get vision in the area. Control ward going to go down. The Freaka are here to look for a way to defend. Hybrid possibly on his own as Secret does find Plant over the wall. I love the fact that Tongue Lash does one-shot the plants.
Yeah.
Very
one
effective.
bite. One bite on those plants. No need to chew.
Oh no. Death Dance completed here from Mystic. Solo and Prince contending against an Afrika that do have basically all of their item spikes done. Keen's still sitting on a lot of money actually because it's been a while since he's had that Frozen Mallet completed, but this Ezreal is so ready to fight with the items that he has right now. 40% CDR, everything just going well.
Yeah, they're taking it really slow here. Afrika, they kind of look lost. Where they're like, huh, do we go for the Baron or look for a pick, or maybe we should just push mid? Actually, let's try to dive Ixu. That sounds fun.
Yep, Keen tanked the turret for about a year and a half. So wasn't actually able to go for any effective dive against Ixu. Keen has teleport. He's going to look to go back home, augment this build with another item. We'll see whether it is going to be the Death Stance for item number 4, or whether he just goes for something conventional in a, oh, it's a QSS actually. So wants to avoid getting arrowed to the face. A lot of the CC on Solo and Prince's side is knockups though, so it's just for use against Ashe. Quite curious.
Yeah. I suppose he could get away from the root as well. It feels to me like one of those items that's just like insurance, where they're so far ahead and they're like, well, what is the one way we lose? Well, if I get comboed from 100 to 0 in mini-Gnar form because I, wasn't able to flash an arrow that hit me for 4 seconds stun or something like that. And so it's like he barely even needs more damage items or even more tanky stats just yet. And they're just going to run at the Ocean Drake here.
Yeah, very easy. Belongs to Afrika. In fact, the whole map feels like it belongs to Afrika. It's a great way to shut down Nidalee. And to Flawless's credit, he has still been able to farm. But if you can create this much pressure, then the value of the Nidalee pick is just so much lower because she requires a lot of gold to really get working. Rod of Ages was very late. 28 minutes and it's only sitting on 6 stacks right now. Solo One Prince do manage to grab themselves their red buff, so Hybrid's going to have that one. As more control wards go down, Keen still looking for more and more of these Solo One players. Mickey will come in. So 4 versus 3 at this particular instance. Ben and the Mystic a little bit further away. As Keen hits Mega Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Afrika are getting kind of antsy. They're like, well, maybe we can just run at you and start a fight. And Solo One Prince wants nothing to do with it. They're really far behind, but they're not just going to take a fight that they're obviously going to lose.
Yeah,
They're kind of just going to slowly bleed out in this game and hope to eventually get like the miracle pick onto someone on the side of Afrika that makes a mistake. So that's why we're in this gigantic lull state, that it feels like it's extended past multiple dragon fights too, because Solo One never even had a chance to challenge any dragons after the first one. So it's just been a slow and steady pace here where Afrika are ahead, but they can't end the game, and Solo One Prince can't come back, but they're not.
Yeah, it's just
they're not going to do anything about it.
We might be able to see the Flame Horizon, though, as we're 9 CS away for Keen to get 100 ahead of Ixu. Probably not going to find Flawless, as we're looking for a bit of a reset. Good old Spirit is going to go back home. Can't quite finish too much more. Just wanted to get another couple of control wards, make sure that they can keep the eye on the area. Mystic here in the mid lane will just shove another wave forward. We are pinging and ponging to high heaven here in this game. I don't think there's any doubts, really, that Afrika are going to win. It's just when.
Yeah. Win-win.
Yeah. If they wait too long, I mean, there's a chance that the Wombo works a couple of times for Solo One Prince and they find their way back.
Yeah, I mean...
Not likely, though.
Zyra does a lot of damage, so if you catch like 3 members, maybe you can get something done, but with Keen at level 17, and you've got a Tahm Kench to essentially cover all of your mistakes, and he's got a QSS as well, so they're just looking for plays like this to catch someone out.
Yep, Shockwave, there's the flash. Mickey's still very dead. Gets a boulder to the face, and that's going to be Fly picking up his 6th here from the mid lane of Afrika. We'll see whether Afrika decide that this is going to be their time to take a Baron or something like that. As Secret and Flawless, this is a lot of damage if they do manage to land their abilities. Stranglethorn's not invested. The Spirit will find the heroic charge, and over the wall goes Keen. Goodbye, Mr. Nidalee. There's now Ixu looking for some of these knockups, but the Hyper is going to proc. He's slowed down, and this Gnar is so frustrating. As there's the knockup from the ulti, Ixu goes golden. Wanting to see what's going on. That's a big fat flash. As Mystic's over the wall, easily able to take down the kill onto the Aatrox. And now, maybe, with only 2 alive, it's time for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they're 5-on-2. Mickey's coming back in 5 seconds, but you have a decent amount of Baron damage here. You have Fly super fed, who can hop around and get a lot of great autos down. Gnar with his attack speed builds alongside Ezreal, able to chunk that one out. Afrika just super safe. Maybe it's because they got stomped so hard the last time around, and you don't necessarily want to just run at the Baron when you're dealing with a lot of pick on the side of Solo One Prince, even though their turn is quite good. So we finally got that pick. They were just waiting for Solo One Prince to make a mistake, and the second Mickey went even just a little bit past his lane, We did see the Abyssal Voyage come in and the teleport, and it kind of just snowballed into more and more.
Looks like Mystic might have been staggering the claim of the red buff. Line it up a little bit better with this Ocean Drake that's going to be coming up in 25 seconds or so. And there we go, finally going to take it here. We're going to go back home. Blade of the Ruined King might just be done. Hybrid, I mean, he's got a few items. Just don't know whether he's got enough.
He's got a front line that basically is like, it's like origami. It like just fall apart. It's made of paper. And it's like they're champions running around, but actually they're just like fake paper champions.
No, they're the worst kind of champions.
I know. Oh boy.
Well, point blank and misses the bubble. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's going to be Ocean Soul though, just very calmly collected by Afrika. Keen's even able to steal away some of that popcorn chicken, so taking away their lunch.
Like how it's like the Ocean Drake, the Ocean Soul fight starts, and they put up like the damage by champions thing on the bottom, and then this just stays 0 the whole time.
Yep.
And nobody fights, and then production's like, oh, yeah, we'll just put this away.
Exactly.
So, yeah, sorry about that. Thought we might have some fighting, but that was not the case.
Ooh, it's a lot of books. It's 3 books that Fly has. Wow. He's got his reading hat, his reading Super Soaker, his shoes. So ready.
His reading Super Soaker.
Yeah, I mean, what else? It doesn't quite fit the brand, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
As a freaking now with the Baron buff are going to move towards these inhibitor turrets. Hasn't been an exciting game, but it's been a well-controlled game here by Afrika. As Keen on the top side, going to be taking this inhibitor turret. Same thing sort of happening here on the bottom side as the 1-2-2 split is happening. Solo and Prince are very keen on not fighting ever. And Afrika are just basically walking in saying, can we just take all of this stuff and this stuff, and we have this stuff, and tower's going to fall down. Inhibitor in the mid lane going to do the same. Inhibitor top side should also fall. And Solo and Prince, I mean, soon they're going to be killing your Nexus, and you'll then need to pull the trigger. You know?
Wow!
We're zooming all the way back in. I think Jonas Strong fell asleep.
Yeah, he's like,
All right, they got back in, though.
I don't blame him. This hasn't been the most exciting game, guys.
No, it really hasn't.
It's been, we've been kind of sitting here for about 15 minutes, maybe more.
Yeah, we should have been talking about other things.
What's
your favorite cereal?
This kind of feels like the way that Jennari used to lose.
Yeah, right.
Where it was like they would get behind in the early game, they would like try to skirmish, maybe get a couple of kills, and then just like inevitably sit back in their base for like 30 minutes, and then eventually just get pushed in and lose.
Well, Fly just dodged a spear with his portal jump. That looked really cool. It's probably the coolest thing to happen so far this game.
Maybe Hybrid can do something here.
Well, Baron buff is now done.
Oh.
Strangleform. Interesting. As heal comes out. No, it wasn't. That was the Primal Surge. Ixu getting chunked. He's getting slowed as well. I mean, the Nart and the Ezreal have problems when it comes to that, as there's the Devour, and there is the Wallbang. And Spirit does find a good knock up there onto Hybrid. They haven't managed to kill him just yet, though, as Ixu. He's going to throw his life away for the cause. And Keen is so incredibly big. Finds the Mega Gnar, no wallop. As now Ixu once again looking for more, but Mystic just splashes on top of his face and grabs that kill. Nexus turret's now to be taken down, and Afrika in the end. It took them 37 minutes. I don't think there was very much doubt in anyone's mind that they were going to win, but they do manage to take down the Nexus in a very clean and controlled victory that could have probably been done 15 minutes earlier.
Yeah. They did it in the end, so I'll give him that. And I'll also give my player of the game vote to Spirit.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't think that Fly scooping up kills based off of Spirit's great ganking and unique pick deserves the player of the game in this one. So I'll just hand that one over to Spirit. He set up all the kills, got Afrika ahead, and then sat with his team, and you know, they were like out on the front porch on their rockers, drinking their tea, slowly winning the game.
And they found the picks that they needed to. I mean, it did take them a while. They probably could have been a little bit more forthright with it, but if your opposition is just going to do nothing, you may as well take everything and then take them down, right? I mean, I think a lot of it has to be on Solo One Prince for not trying to throw a Hail Mary any earlier in the game. They in fact never did really throw one. They had reactionary plays basically the entire time. I like the Ashe Zyra, but hasn't really worked out at all. And it feels like, you know, aiming in Tucson is just better.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Ezreal Tomcat.
Yeah. You'll realize that through that entire game, they never really made a stand.
Yeah.
Even at their Nexus, they're like, well, yeah, I guess you can have it.
I mean, Zyra does a lot of damage as a support. It's pretty impressive. That's not on secret. I mean, if you ever play Zyra support, you'll know. You'll have a look at that damage graph and you'll feel like, why did my team lose? I did a bajillion damage.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it doesn't really matter too much, as Kane did so much work. My God.
Yeah. The Aatrox last pick into the Gnar. I mean,
yeah.
That's the thing about teams down towards the bottom of the LCK. There are like so many issues that they have to work through still, that it starts with the draft and then it goes into early game, mid game, late game, like a lot of different things that could have been done better.
Yeah.
The side of Soto and Prince, that it's a rough task for them to get through all of it. But Afrika, very clean, not making too many mistakes in that one.
Nope, not at all. Solo One Prince probably like asking like, but you pointed at all of me. It's like, yes, that's what you need to fix. Well, we'll see whether they can during this break's timing as Afrika look to get a 2-0 bounce back after their loss against Dharma. We'll see whether they can or whether Solo One Prince do have something up their sleeves, because you have to do something if you're going to win games. See whether they can after the break.
오려나? 오케이. 이번에 싸움 한다, 싸움 한다.
천천히 봐.
나 탑타워 치는 중. 우리 홈 못해줘, 이거. 오케이.
천천히.
아트 봐봐, 아트.
내가 맞을게.
아트부터 천천히.
우리 하나 궁 조심해라. 아트 탈지 마. 그냥 잡아라. 아트 잡아.
오리 노플.
아트 잡아.
오리 노플이야. 나 벽공 8초.
나 먹기 됐어. 우리 하나 구체 여기 있고.
아, 끝났다. 오리 노공. 우리 못 빠졌어.
나이스.
볼리베어 그냥 한번 해서 저 대회 때 어떤 느낌인지도 보는 것도 괜찮아 보이긴. 볼리베어 일단 칼픽 할게요 그냥.
뭐야 저거? 오, 볼리베어였는데요?
적정글 그냥 다 먹어줄게. 아우 우리 볼리베어 귀엽다. 우영. 정글 좋고. 나 가는 중. 내가 공 쏴줄게.
나이스. 너 간지나네?
야무지게 먹을게요. 이 무능한 곰을 미안해. 근데 이거 얘 잡아야 돼. 이야, 뿅. 검거다.
아니 볼리베어 상대인 줄 알고 배 쫄아서 쳐지겠어. 아우 왜 이렇게 무섭냐 캐릭. 야 어시 좀요. 내 거지 까비.
캐리. 수고하셨습니다.
Moment?
Yep.
One moment.
잠깐만이래.
this Mowgli use for luck.
왜요? 영어로 뭐라 하면서 뭘 주셨는데 나 영어를 너무 못해서 뭔 소린지 알아.
뭘 줬다며.
예. 이거.
승리 부적 같은 느낌일 거야. 나한테도 줬어.
아 형 그럼 나 주라.
야 드래곤볼에다가 그거까지?
고고고고.
가자.
가자.
야 뽑을게.
맞다.
풀스게.
아나 죽은 거 같은데.
제발 살아줘.
큐한대 제발.
얘들아 게임 다 왔다.
화이팅. 게임 다 왔다. 천천히.
서밋 밀고 있었다고.
얘
한번
공샀다.
해볼게.
아유 죽나 이거?
다시 컴다운 하자 컴다운.
도너리.
나이스. 볼배 노공이에요.
야 이거 넘어갈 것 같은데?
먹어봐. 먹었어. 볼배 나이스.
야 바로 치자 야
치자.
아 근데 각인 것 같긴 하다.
텔 탈게. 나 좀 멀어. 야 이거 잡을 생각해야지. 싸움 봐.
공각 보고 있어.
야 공각 분대
자 우리 앞에 끌려왔어. 천천히.
야, 괜찮아.
이길만 할 것 같기도 하고.
괜찮아.
못 이긴다. 앞에 로컬이긴 해. 루시안 노데시. 나이스. 노데시.
내가 잡았어 얘들아.
고생했다 얘들아. 잘했다. 드디어 이겼다.
재엽이 형 보고 계신가요?
캐리할게요.
네.
킬 주세요.
드세요.
킬 주세요.
살려줘. 킬 주세요. 야, 무조건 이겨. 오 마이 갓. 펜타킬. 로플. 뺏는다. 아우.
김호수 괴물 같은 자식. 모든 건 팀원 덕분입니다.
야, 하고나 너 왜 말이 없어졌냐 근데?
나이스. 형 괜찮아?
하고나 바스라도 해주면 안 돼?
오케이. 바스 좋다.
아, 전령 댄스 못 보여주겠다. 야, 전령 찍어. 야, 펜타. 펜타. 아, 까비. 야, 오늘 칼퇴는 뭐냐? 야, 너무 달라. 야, 하거나. 야, 들어가. 하거나.
Welcome back everybody to LCK Endless Test. It was Africa versus SP, and we had a very one-sided stomp on the side of Africa Freaks. We saw Jungle Bobby as well. We heard that Spirit's Bobby Jungle was so strong that every team had to ban it away, but this time around it was led through the pick and ban phase, and Spirit was able to pick it. And Africa was really confident, going in for a lot of blind picks in solo lanes, allowing that SP to have counter picks. But we had a very one-sided match still, with this kind of draft edge that Sorean Prince could have secured. So we wanted to analyze the early phase of the game that actually made Sorean Prince to lose the whole control of their game. The laners, Africa laners were so confident that they were actually laying Kingdom in the opponents, and Sorean Prince, they weren't able to get any meaningful snowball off of their laning phase. Then let's check out the first highlight that we want to talk about. So we saw Ashen Zyra. So what's the jungling path over here? We had a very critical blunder. The key point of the Ashe Zyra comp, or rather the Ashe Hawkshot, comes from the level 2 power spike. So the side of Ashe has to push lane really hard in order to hit level 2 first and scan the whole jungle to find out where the enemy jungler is. But that was a very slow Hawk, and another mistake over here. Hybrid was only focusing on the red camp, so he couldn't really find the Poppy was trying the popcorn chickens over there because they couldn't see Zoe, Poppy all together. Nidalee was so choked that he just went back to base. But turned out that Poppy was moving towards the Scuttle and then encountered Nidalee later on. This was pretty much where the game was over for the side of Sorean Prince. Outside of that, Juan also want to point out one of the things happened during the laning phase. Watch Orianna over here. He did really poorly here, to be honest. Well, I mean, he had lens, but he was going up against a player who took teleport for laning phase. So Mickey shouldn't be losing like this. Mickey already popped both of his potions. Now he only has one ability to recover his health. He took 2 hits out of 3 shots that Fly had put in during the laning phase. And also, with this lane priority, actually, Africa Freaks was able to keep making Sorean Prince players think that they are going for some setup in the jungle. Based on this kind of laning phase, Sorean Prince, they were so caught up with the thought that they are enemy players hiding in the jungle looking for a setup all throughout the game. And it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Africa Freaks. Fly on the Zoe play, Pon wanted to point out that he's been doing a really great job, especially just for the laning phase. Last time when Africa won, he was the solo POG. And this time around, he once again got another POG on the side of Africa. Whenever Africa comes back to their form, it is actually important to have Fly to perform like this. Whenever he's doing this analysis, he really looked deeply into the laning phase, how the CSing is going, how the skill shots are landing, where the CS gap started to happen, where was the point the opponent started to use the potions and stuff like that. And truly, that was a huge win on the side of Fly. And with this lane, priority coming out for Fly, Africa Freaks was easily picking up a victory up against Sorean Prince. Now it's time to move on to game number 2, Africa Freaks versus Sorean Prince. I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. I actually feel like us here at the English desk and the Chinese desk, I think, got the closest to the player of the game.
There's one member of the Korean desk, one of the casters over there, one of the analysts. Me and him are now brothers.
Yep.
Sorry, Max, but you're with us too, because I think.
I mean, I was definitely with you on the Spirit boat. I mean, that was absolutely fantastic.
It was a Spirit highlight reel.
Yeah, right.
Every play was set up by him. Even the one where Fly had to like Zonya's. If Spirit wasn't there, he probably would have just died. Spirit and Keen.
Yeah, Keen came and saved him. And also Keen utterly destroyed his lane.
Yeah.
I think maybe we're starting to make votes based on opposition a little bit as well, because unfortunately Ixu wasn't able to do too much. But here we are. Solo and Prince do move over to the blue side. We'll see whether that's going to help their fortunes here just a little bit as we hop into ban and pick. First ban here, we'll see who actually gets through. They banned Volibear, Callista, and Set on the red side. Afrika got rid of Karma, Aphelios, and Twisted Fate. Set is going to be taken off. And Wukong going to be the follow-up ban here on Afrika. This is another game where I believe Varus got all the way through. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's really strange. Definitely still really good, but I suppose Sodeone did not want to pick it, and Afrika did not first pick it, so.
Nah, banned.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, he could have just played Kennen. I don't think it would have been too much different.
Let's attack Keen's champion pool, shall we?
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
He's just gonna play Urgot. It's like, you unlocked his Urgot now that you've put enough bans out there.
Ban the Urgot, and then you guarantee the Mordekaiser. But no,
boy.
Don't worry. The Urgot has not been banned.
No 80 carry bans at all.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This rarely happens. Finally, we have Ezreal. And maybe that will just facilitate a first pick. Well, I was going to say Aphelios, but Volibear does come in. A lot of teams are now saying that Volibear is super strong.
Yep, he's like a better this champion in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Unless you get the right sort of support.
He doesn't have as magnificent of a beard, though.
That is very true.
Yeah, that's one thing he's like. He also doesn't have a cool hat.
Yeah. That's correct, too. Depending on which skin, it can be even cooler.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Olaf wins in coolness, even though Volibear is like a god thunder bear, so.
Yeah, true.
That is pretty cool. It's hard to beat that.
Olaf Aphelios. Very, very dangerous start to this draft here on Afrika's side. Basically dictating exactly what they want to do. Callista into Aphelios is something that we saw the Aphelios picked into the Callista in our final game of our Dam 1 DRX series. Mickey going to take away his LeBlanc. And now we could see Nautilus taken away here, potentially, just to make sure that Mystic and Ben have their favorite combo. Otherwise, feeling a little bit confusing. I feel like Solo and Prince are sort of picking for their own circumstances. As Fly, thinking if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As Zoe being hovered for the minute, that is going to be taken away. So look to see some supports be removed by Solo and Prince. Ben could just jump back on a Tahm Kench if you would like to. Actually, don't mind it. Is Taric to be taken away from Solo and Prince here?
Yeah, Taric going to be taken away. Maybe a Nautilus or a Galio. There's a lot of different things that can go with the Callisto. We even saw Bard earlier on. Jax is going to be taken away. Now, of course, Afrika on red side here, they do have counter picks, so maybe Sodeone, maybe they're just going to throw Ixu onto the bear, and they want to make sure that they have a way to get out of there and not just get crushed in the lane at the same time. And even Afrika say, yeah, that bear's probably going top. We're just going to take away the Trundle, which can be pretty good into the Olaf.
Not a bad flex pick either, and when you've got Aphelios, we know that so many of our LCK teams love picking the Trundle into it. Not going to be happening here. Last ban, which top laner? I was thinking Jace, and that is what's going to be banned. And now we get to witness the plethora of other champions that Keen has available to him. Probably in our last pick here on the red side. Urgot's still up though. I mean, they could pick whatever they want really, but Ben likely to lock in something like a Nautilus. I'd like Lulu as well, but I mean,
You should have stuck with the Nautilus. You should have been like, it's 100% Nautilus. I have no doubts in my mind.
To be perfectly honest, I didn't have very many doubts in my mind, but I would have liked Lulu a little bit more. Does help the Olaf become a champion later on in the game.
True. Aphelios, Nautilus, best friends forever. And Leona's going to come out here. We've seen a lot of Leona's kind of fall flat in the LCK in recent times. If she doesn't hit her solar flare and she is not finding an easy engage onto someone, she does kind of do nothing.
Yeah, Beryl had a really rough game on her, actually.
Yeah.
In their last one against DRX. Very different matchup, though. And having an ability to stun an Aphelios is definitely a good thing.
Yeah, it's very often picked for that. What is going to be the choice here in the jungle? Or will it be the bear? No, it is going to be Nidalee coming out up against the Olaf. She can keep up. And it offers a nice amount of follow-up on all of the engage that Sodae have. And this is what we were saying. You ban Gnar, he's just going to counterpick Kennen. Like, that's, you know, unless you're going to ban both.
I mean, you need to ban, like, 11 different champions.
Yeah.
To stop him from being able to have a good time.
Gnar's not this super oppressive, like, crazy champion that you need to get off the board. So the ban was confusing. And Keen says, well, I'll just pick another ranged Yordle into your bear.
Yep, going to be his second game on Olaf so far for Spirit. He didn't manage to find a win in his first one, so looking forward to seeing what he can do here. It's a pretty standard LCK comp coming out from Afrika. I think Solo and Prince have a little bit more of that early game edge. There's going to be a lot of champions sort of falling off as the game moves to the late game, especially in comparison to a lot of the power that Aphelios is going to bring to this one, not to mention Kennen rocketing into the backline and ruining your day. Should be a better time for Flawless, though, so if you find Spirit, it's likely he's going to be able to actually use a pounce, which is definitely a good thing. It would have been an amazing Poppy game, though.
Yeah. Let's go Poppy again. I wouldn't mind it, but different on the red side. Spirit going to be picking up this Olaf, and there is some opportunity for Fly to once again, if he can handle the mid lane, handle the little block, to pop off here. But this time he doesn't have Spirit to carry him on Poppy, so we'll have to wait and see how that changes things up with Mystic also back onto Aphelios.
Yep, and here we are, getting ready to hop in for game number 2. Solo One Prince against Afrika. Feels like a bit of do or die here. One game, Solo One Prince staring down the barrel of 7 losses in a row. Only being able to get that one win against Humble Life Esports. There's one more game for both of these squads in this particular round. Afrika having to go up against Gen G next. So a clean victory over Solo One is about bottom limit when it comes to any expectations for Afrika to try and challenge the top 4 here in the LCK. They were the team that said, that there should be 5. But it's not proven just yet. As Mickey wanders over, gets a ward, doesn't even see Fly. As Fly knows exactly where that ward is.
Yeah. There's some question marks on the upper brush as well. So he's like, well, it's in one of 2 places. It's either in the brush or it's on the blue. I think more likely that it's on the blue. And I'm sure that Fly can figure that out for his team at the same time. Taking a look here at some of the runes. Still have 4 Conquerors. That hasn't changed much.
No. I feel like there's been a few people that have experimented with Press the Attack Aphelios. I actually like the idea of it. Especially if you can get your chakrams working. But back to the Conqueror here is Mystic. Gets a nice little shot onto Secret there. Should be an okay lane for the Aphelios, to be honest, and this is the most comfortable for Afrika that we've seen. And the first Reg line is going to land. You can see that Ben very happy to be back on his Nautilus.
Yeah, it's definitely a comfort champion for him. This is the most played duo for Afrika by far. Nautilus Ben has played Nautilus 8 games, and Mystic has played Aphelios 7 games. So lots of experience on the duo for this duo.
Yep. Not feeling fantastic right now, as you saw Mystic lose out on 2 trades in a row without too much of an answer. Level 1, not exactly the greatest time. 0 buttons is not the greatest amount of buttons to have available to you, unless you count being able to switch between your guns. Now has hit that level 2, though, will have Q available as he lands his first one. As you just saw, Ben wandering out of the brush here, trying to keep up that pseudo pressure. Q actually going to land onto Hybrid once again. Ben gets himself his shield, but down to about half. And that entire Eclipse duration was fantastic there for Secret. Chains connects onto Fly as well. Mickey getting some good pressure in this mid lane. Bit of like what Pon was asking for, which is just better, cleaner laning phases out from Solo on Prince.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start somewhere, right? We were talking about how there's a lot of issues right now for the team and what they have to do. And it's not just all about individual performance. Obviously, though, that is one place to start. Get cleaner in your laning phases. Don't just give free kills away. And so far, I mean, they're doing okay. The Mickey is doing well in the mid lane at the same time. Top lane, it looks like Keen does have a little bit of a freeze, but Ixu just actually ran up to the top side, even though there was the lane pushing into Keen. Generally, you'll see players teleport into that as to not miss too much experience and those minions. And now Keen is actually pushing it back, so
yeah,
might not have missed too much.
Grabs himself the Doran special. He's got a ring and a shield. Just needs that little sword, but Keen is holding onto that one for him. Spirit's down here. Hybrid's going to face check a dredge line onto Secret in the meantime, but now Spirit's going to get exhausted, taking a lot of Ren damage. There's a stun onto Secret. He's going to fat flash over that wall as Fly turns up. The fun is over, my friend, and Freaker are not going to be able to take down the duo here of Solo 1 Prince. A better start for Solo 1, definitely, than in game number 1.
That's not a flash you see very often. It's kind of a tricky one, and now the TP is coming in from Solo 1 Prince.
Yeah, that's a great dredge line. I don't know what Mystic's going to be able to do here. He flashes, he cleanses, he tries to get out, but he's not going to be able to. Ixu had teleported in. There are 5 members on the bottom side, but it was super obvious that that was going to happen. They went for a greedy wave crash, and they're now down over 1,000 gold.
Yeah, a great response here from Solo 1 Prince right after Afrika wanted to push in the wave. That was, of course, pushing towards Solo 1. They didn't want to miss too much of those minions, but they should have known that there were wards behind them, and Mystic being so low, definitely very risky for their side. TP was just picked up, actually, because Mickey must have TP'd right from the mid lane. Afrika, they're not going to miss a beat. They're actually just going to use this picked up TP to get some more quick priority here on the first Drake. That will be Afrika's.
Yep, should be pretty comfortable. Mountain Drake going to be great, actually, against Flawless and Mickey especially. They do like to build that magic pen. As Afrika will be able to lock that one down. Let's have a look at what the next Drake's going to be, and it's going to be a Cloud. So some fun Drakes for our souls once again. I believe we haven't had a Cloud Soul so far today. It's been spicy in that regard. And the chains are going to land here from Mickey. Definitely one of his better picks in the LeBlanc. So happy to see him on a bit of comfort here.
Yeah, I think, you know, you can either change things up as a team when things aren't working, or you can go back to extreme comfort and say, well, I'm just going to play something I know I'm good at.
Yeah.
And here you can see the lane was pushing, and it was going to be frozen if they didn't stay, but it was double TP as well.
Yeah.
There was a huge commitment from Solo 1 to get this, but it's definitely worth it because you're going to be able to push in, you're going to be able to deny a lot. We got to fight here.
Yeah, turret comes down. Hybrid not going to get tagged by it, so it doesn't take too much extra damage from Caitlyn Cog that good old Mystic is wielding at the moment. CS is very even. Slight advantage here for Hybrid. But good old Aphelios is just more than happy to scale alongside anyone. Keen should be able to hold this mini-wave if he wants to. He's had it near his turret for a very long time. You can see Ixu's doing a much better job. Goes back, gets himself his Merc Treads. And Keen's building the old school cannon build, as it looks like it's going to be Gunblade first. Interesting. Seen a lot of Proto Belt recently.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. I'm not sure exactly why. We've seen some crazy plays from just the straight up ability to maneuver yourself into position with that Proto Belt. But I suppose this is more solo lane oriented.
Oh, it's also Conqueror. This might be on hit. This could be all sorts of crazy things for the cannon. Wouldn't mind on hit cannon, to be honest. It's a bit of fun.
It's definitely something that I think Keen is one of the only players that can pilot it. We've seen so many players struggle to make that work, and I think that's part of the reason why it fell off. But
yeah.
Keen is an incredibly intelligent player. You know, outside of his great mechanics, I think that's his next best kind of attributes. And
big old brain.
Yes, his 5-head. You can see it from outside the rift. That's a nice hook. But
yep, max range. Yeah, Leona's just one of those champions where you think you're doing damage, you think you can do damage, and then she presses W and says, nah, sorry, not today. As yeah, despite the fact that on-hit cannon is definitely a lane bully, it's not been that sort of story here. As you can see, Ixu within touching distance of Keen CS. Nothing to worry about there for the Volibear. And Spirit's lying in wait, ready for the kitty cat lady to come over.
Yeah, I mean, Red's... Oh, wow. Okay, they're trying to set up a big dive, but they see the TP coming in.
Yeah, that is a huge minion wave, though, that could just be denied. Oh. He flashes forward. Hybrid takes a lot of damage. The Slicing Maelstrom doesn't do quite as much as it otherwise would, because it's a lot of AD built up by the cannon, but damn, that was an explosion of damage. Keen does lose both of his summoner spells at the cost of this. But what they're doing is they're giving Mystic as much money as they possibly can and putting that lane ahead. Because all of these minions are just funneling in to die.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Volibear is going to get some solo XP and gold, but certainly they're denying a lot down there. We also see LeBlanc. Mickey didn't rotate down. He doesn't have TP, so he's just sitting mid, trying to push it in as fast as possible. It's going to be a couple of plates that go towards Ixu, which, you know, he wasn't going to be able to push that in had it just been, you know, a straight-up lane where there wasn't many teleport plays. So, nice little bonus to the Volibear that you wouldn't normally have. And, yeah, it was a great exhaust, too, from Secret to really take a lot of that damage off of the Maelstrom.
Yep.
They come in, and it doesn't amount to any kills or anything, so Soto on Prince still in the lead.
Yeah, still ahead by just over 1,000 gold. Not too bad at all. Looks like it will be the Gunblade, so Keen still going to be AP Cannon, but just has a little bit more lane presence. As Bubble is going to be traded for the Chain, and Fly is going to do a lot of damage here to Mystic. He even lights him on fire there with his unsealed spellbook that he does have available to him. Mickey's just going to have to go back home. His teleport just about to come off cooldown as Flawless here waiting in the brush. Keen's going to face check, and there's the big pounce forward. Lightning Rush, pretty good ability though. And okay, Ixu's just going to dive on in, utilizing the flash, and they will grab the kill on the little Pikachu towards the top side.
Yeah, it's not something you see very often from Keen, just kind of face checking the brush, especially in a straight line against Nidalee. That's like the one thing you don't necessarily want to do. He did want to, you know, cover his back just in case Nidalee was eventually going to come up, but that's the one scenario where you're going to get punished for that line of play. This is Soto on Prince taking a very early stand in this game and saying, okay, the early game is ours. They're going to lose a couple of Drakes, but they're getting so much more in terms of gold and presence on this map. They're going to get another charge in the top lane.
Yeah, not going to take down the inner turret, but Ixu now certainly asserting his dominance. A couple of books picked up from Keen, but not able to get his revolver just yet, which is actually a decent spike. And now Ixu building towards the Noggery build. Looks like he's prioritizing the Trinity Force after collecting his boots and all that sort of stuff. Mystic and Ben might just be able to take this turret organically, as that should be a turret plate. This cannon's going to do some work, and Mystic grabs solo gold for that one. Zolaf is waiting in the area. Mickey hunting down Fly. The bubble not going to get picked up, as you could see. That was a very weird interaction of what happened just there, but Spirit's going to move on over, and Fly looks to be okay. Slightly dicey. Mickey was looking pretty angry, but the bubble doesn't find that right line. Picks up an ignite, otherwise not too much going to happen. So big advantage here for Mystic bottom side. So as far as Afrika's win condition, pretty intact. But 3,000 gold is no mean feat here for Solo One Prince, especially given what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a really nice lead, and you can see that Nidalee 1-0-1, he's going to be able to pick up that Rod of Ages really quickly. This is going to be great for the stacking in their mid game. And now they're trying to use their lead to get aggressive and take out buffs and farm.
Yeah, in goes Secret. They are able to grab that blue buff as okay, Mickey's just going to get absolutely interrupted and denied. Mystic wants to find the ulti, but does not get it. Fly takes down the Leona here, is now Keen. 1v1 versus Ixu. Could this be an Ixu solo kill is the question, as they're trying to run as fast as they can, and Ixu does manage to grab it. Now Fly takes down the Nidalee. And the rest of Afrika, they've got their heads screwed on. They're able to take down the rest of Solo One Prince and should be able to get more for this one. 13 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. So Turret Plate's going to be up for just a little while longer.
We're going to have to see how that fight started in the top lane, but we saw a lot of what happened in the jungle. Was kind of hoping maybe we wouldn't see it again, as it wasn't pretty. Secret goes just about as deep as you can possibly go against Olaf with ult up. So he gets totally out of position. Meanwhile, Mickey is totally left out of dry. You can see Flawless and Hybrid can't do any damage. And it's just the slow kite back of these players that, you know, they're the damage dealers, but they can't actually do anything. They get caught one by one. It almost feels like a solo queue fight where one guy gets out of position, another guy gets out of position, and even when you're ahead, it's like, oh, I guess we just threw our lead. As we're going to take a look here.
Yeah, this is a volley bear that's just a little bit too big for good old Keen.
얘들아 미안하다. 테란 못하는데.
Saying, oh, I couldn't take teleport. I couldn't teleport here because he was just demolishing Keen. Something I never thought I'd say.
Yep. Well, Fly looking for a bubble. Does find a Paddle Star on a Mickey though. Does a fair bit of damage. Collects himself a chain. Not exactly great news. Undertow going to go wide there because of the distortion. And Afrika just waiting for this clock to tick down to try and get themselves an Infernal Soul point. 1.5 minutes on that one. They want to get some control. The bubble isn't going to land. Infinity Edge done here for Mystic. He's very, very strong on this Aphelios for this stage of the game.
Yeah. And Aphelios, you know, we didn't talk too much about these compositions. Aphelios is going to have an awesome time into what he's going up against. It's, yes, the Leona can maybe hit him with the Solar Flare, but then you just cleanse that right away. And if they're all running into them, while if you look at their comp, they mostly will be, other than like spears, which can be annoying, but we've all seen late game.
Oh dear, Flawless is well and truly dead. Fly's going to pick up that kill as now Mickey. He might have bitten the dust here as well. Teleport from Keen to go over and fight for Shirley right here. And with no jungler, there's not going to be any way that Solo One Prince is going to be able to stop this. You can see an angry bear looming to the north. Whether he's actually going to be able to dictate terms here, I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know how Solo One Prince managed to get caught this much. Yeah, they play such a loose style that it's just over and over, even from incredible leads.
Well, they're now also camping top lane when there's Infernal Soul on the board. Yeah.
They might be able to get that top tier too. They don't have teleport either. You can see the Volibear's coming down now, finally, but the Rift Herald is going to be placed down, and okay.
King taking a fair bit of damage there from Mickey.
Why didn't they just run at the dragon?
Yeah.
They're taking a really roundabout, slow way, and now Solo One Prince are in position. So Afrika extremely safe today. Not willing to take any amount of risk.
Well, I don't know. Spirit not looking too safe right now, but he's going to make it to the safety of his brush. Troll Wards coming in here, and now Spirit getting chunked. This might just be Solo One Prince being able to pick up their first Drake. Hybrid, oh no. Mystic going to try and get him as there's the Dredge line, and it doesn't matter that it didn't land. Fate's Call comes in. Hybrid looking to try and turn it, but there's Fly. Trouble Bubble is going to land onto Secret. He's just going to explode. The Drake is going to go over to Solo on Prince, but looks like this is going to be a lot of extra kills for Afrika. Ixu trying to get on in. Flawless. He'll start his Gromp camp. I don't know whether they know that Afrika are in this area, as Ixu's going to walk over that ward. And the rest of Afrika unable to find some extra kills. So, I mean, it does end up in being an advantage for Solo on Prince, but I don't think it should have been, Valdez, you know?
Yeah, there are many ways for Afrika to turn that one around. The mistake that Solo on Prince made in macro to send 3 people top lane. And maybe they just didn't identify it. Maybe they didn't have all the information like we did. See Dredgeline misses here. He pulls in Leona to help out, and then they're like, oh, wow, okay. Leona gets really baited by this. It's just like the story of Solo on Prince. It's like, if you just wait long enough, someone is going to be out there just by themselves where they shouldn't be, and they can get a free kill. It doesn't seem to matter how far ahead they are. And it wasn't necessarily Secret's fault that he got put in that position, as the Fate's Call was essentially what kept him around. But it's...
Spirit needs to be real careful. Okay, Zenith Blade's going to land. Ragnarok going to be utilized as in goes Ixu's ultimate. Flash out here from the Olaf. Solo and Prince unable to get the follow-up kill, but they do get the ulti and flash out of Spirit and the flash out of Fly.
Yeah, nice little pickups there. But it's not like there's an Infernal that they can just run at for now. But the flashes will be down for the next Infernal fight. So definitely a nice little win for the side of Solo and Prince. It's interesting to see Ixu back carrying for this team. Generally we see him on weird stuff like Lowy to come out and just catch his opponents off guard, but he's playing the top Volibear, which is something that all these players should have a lot of experience against in solo queue.
And Ixu, I mean, he was the one to debut the top Volibear, right? And it looked terrible in their first game on it. Looks like he's shored up some of those problems. Has his Trinity Force now completed. Only ahead by 1 CS, but you saw 1.5k gold lead against Keen, whose cannon is still looking to scale. I find it super interesting though, because you know Keen, he did go for the Gunblade route, made sure he had as much laning strength as possible with this Conqueror, opting out of the Spellbook, which does have so much more utility, and hasn't been able to find any success. So good news for Ixu. Secret and Flawless. Roman through the river. This outer turret's in a bit of trouble. This Mystic's going to move up and try and take it. Does have his Runon's Hurricane now complete. So likely that he's very easily going to be able to clear out wave after wave after wave. Ooh, Caitlyn Cog, beautiful.
I think this is definitely going to be an eventual problem for Solo and Prince. If they get like a great flank from Ixu, then maybe not. That's one way to handle Aphelios if you come at him from all sides. It doesn't matter how close you are to him. You're closing the gap, and he's not necessarily going to be able to do that damage. We saw some crazy plays yesterday from Severim.
Yeah.
The red gun, the lifesteal gun, where he was able to just survive against like 3 people diving on him, but...
The Draven gun.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll get to that position in this game.
Fly actually going to get completely out-traded by Mickey there. You can see Keen with the ultimate was looking for Flawless, but wasn't actually able to get anything done. Ixu comes in once again, teleports from Afrika as they want to fight around this Infernal a minute before it's actually spawned. It's quite curious. Another minion wave actually heading towards that inhibitor, as Fly is just going to go back. So that teleport used for basically no reason.
Yeah. He kept the ward safe.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's really, yeah.
Yeah, odd.
Yeah. That was like the closest he could get, I suppose, on the teleport, and he thought that a fight was breaking out. Maybe because of the comms, and there wasn't a wave coming in at exactly that time, so it looked silly. And it kind of was at the end of the day. Still waiting for Keen to show us something. He's really, fallen behind from the early game, and since then has just not really been able to put any pressure onto this bear.
Yeah, he's got his Oblivion Orb now. And to be honest, Grievous Wounds are going to be pretty helpful against the Primal Surge and things like that. Fly does find a trouble bubble, but doesn't feel safe enough to actually portal jump forward, capitalize. That time, that bubble's a good one onto Ixu. Ooh, good sidestep. That's why you buy Merc Treads, ladies and gentlemen. It is a good idea. It's a Freaka getting corralled just a little bit. Ben, that's a big old shield, and there's the Fate's Call. Now the fight's going to be on as Secret gets all the way into the middle of the team, and Keen's got his ultimate. So I don't know whether it was exactly what you wanted. Moonlight Vigil comes down. That is a very, very dead Callista. Ben finds that's. Oh, just spam your hitboxes in chat, ladies and gentlemen. That was extraordinary.
Well, I don't even... I mean, that team fight was kind of a disaster for Southern One Prince, and that just made it a hilarity at the end. Oh, he got away!
He did.
The bear lives.
Limit testing.
He's not dead yet. He is, in fact, an immortal god. Yeah, the LeBlanc flank with the 3-man knock-up from Leona and the missed distortion and 0 damage follow-up was not what you were looking for from a Freaka. You can see that it's a really great spot here, but where's all the damage? It's so far away from the team. Mickey's scared to go in. Hybrid's out of range. Flawless can't do anything. And then just like that, because of Freaka hold a Phalanx, they're able to just immediately absorb everyone who comes into them. They have a ton of damage. A ton of damage. I mean, the true damage from the Olaf. They've got Mystic in the front. They have the Kenneth.
The sidesteps were amazing out of Mystic right there.
And even Secret through Aftershock, through everything, through the Stone Plate, he's not going to survive if he has 0 follow-up. The Leona did her job, but it was way too far away from the rest of the team. And now Afrika has finally picked up that gold lead that almost did seem like an eventuality with the amount of times that Saude 1 has been getting picked. Let's see how they fight over this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, teleport in from Keen. And Saude 1 Prince, they're not going to be able to fight for this. Mickey does have teleport. Ixu's down towards the south. But Afrika have basically everything back up again. There's a flash on Fly and Keen. Keen has his ulti. It's just not a fight that Saude 1 Prince are going to take. It's not Soul Point just yet. This Drake will secure that for Afrika. And I tell you what, Mystic is real scary at this point in time.
Oh, Ixu.
Oh dear. Exhaust comes down, a zoning bubble, if you will, as Dredge Line is going to land, depth charge. It's going to be enough, and Mystic is going to attack move towards the bottom side, and the Super Soaker is just going to absolutely obliterate.
Hey, someone froze today. It was
there we go.
Volibear.
Nailed it. Perfect stuff.
Thanks, Volibear.
He's from the right region of Runeterra as well. Fantastic. Just a Freljordian freeze as he goes down for the first time.
Yeah.
This game.
He avoided death before, but not this time. And he was doing so well in the top lane. He was 2-0-1 on top of 3,700 damage. Not really doing too much damage, but still getting work done. And now begins the slow, eventual march that is Afrika with Baron.
Yeah.
They're taking everything away from Saude 1 Prince. Doesn't look like they want to stay for the inhibitor.
Looks like inhibitor turret going to be taken eventually. There is a siege minion, so they are going to be able to get rid of it. Looks like the inhibitor itself isn't actually a priority, as you said. Sky Strike does a bit of work there. Bubble. Going for the target that has a Banshee's Veil is an odd choice, is Keen. Offers enough damage back there to Mickey to make him not feel like he wants to do that again. And Afrika are just in so much control now. 3,000 gold is looming for Saude 1 Prince, closer to 2,000 at the moment. It's Death's Dance for item number 3. Let's have a look at Ixu once again. It is a majestic skin, I'll tell you that much.
I kind of just want to watch it happen.
Whee! That's actually adorable.
I love the angle. There's the freeze into Shatter.
That was actually really cool. I'm glad that we had that skin showcase in the middle of our broadcast. As the tower falls down, Saude 1 Prince, they do get here towards the top side. Fly, taking a lot of damage from good old Ixu. Flash has to be used in the end. All right, Keen fighting against Mickey. Chains are going to connect. He's got his Morellonomicon completed. So they're going to stop all of that LeBlanc healing.
Yeah.
Just 1v1.
Yeah, the corrupting pot, you know, he's still got it in his inventory, so
No, I shouldn't actually make fun of him because I think that it's a
He'll be
decent
able to
choice here. This game, Primal Surge is real rough, plus there's a Volley Bear.
Yeah.
He's got a Death's Dance also.
And we'll see eventually. Callista's going to get it as well. And the thing about the Kennen picking it up and why he does pick it up so often is because you get that full-on engage where
Oh dear, he has
dead.
no flash, he is real dead. Spirit's going to turn up, as there's a Zhonya's. Ixu might fall first, but no, it is Fly that's going to go down. But here comes Mystic. Count the years, ladies and gentlemen, as Mickey's real dead. Double kill there for Mystic. Yeah.
See that flash?
Yeah.
I wish I didn't.
Yeah.
Well,
minute and a half. Yeah, Valdez, and then we've got an Infernal Soul to fight for.
That was the fly bait.
Yeah. You can understand what they were thinking of, right? They just didn't quite have the vision to actually do it.
Mm-hmm.
Mystic is just too scary right now.
Yeah, he's doing incredible damage, and everybody on the side of Sade One Prince is going to try to get in his face, and he's going to attack you at a bajillion times a second. Spirit was right here, so he flashes the wall to come in to help out. Maybe they didn't expect that, and then the immediate rotation up on their side of the map is much easier to get to for Afrika. Great ultimate from Ben, just to make sure they lock down that LeBlanc and he can't get away at all. Let's see it. The Death's Dance should be picked up here.
How many items can he purchase? We don't know. We can't look at the shopkeeper. We're just checking him out. There we go. Yeah, this game's gotten incredibly rough very quickly. Hybrid has his Death's Dance, but he's one item behind and has a cheaper build. So that's just a bit of an idea of the difference between these two AD carries. Having a look at the gold difference, it was up to 3,000 in favor of Solo One Prince, but that has been and gone.
Yeah. We were in the mountains there, and now we're down in the trench.
Yep.
And here comes Infernal Soul. They're looking to catch Secret. That is a fantastic angle on the bubble.
Yeah, really nice. Keen looking for Mickey here, but it looks like Keen very happy to fight this one out. Ixu gonna jump all the way on top of Spirit, who does have Ragnarok, doesn't need to use it. Gonna try again. Secret is going to Zenith Blade his way forward. We might just get a Fate's Call, and there it is. Oh! Moonlight Vigil is gonna land, and Hybrid gets completely chunked out by Mystic, who's fighting on his own. Ixu doing some work here as he's gotten rid of the Zoe, but there's the double kill from Mr. Years. Is it going to be the triple? The answer's no, because Nautilus has too much damn damage, Valdez. And Flawless now going to chase on after. This is a very hungry, angry Mystic. He's looking for Mickey. I don't know whether Mickey has the burst, especially when the Lifeline passive's still there from the Phantom Dancer.
Flawless is alive.
Yeah.
You cannot do this.
Maybe they're baiting. Mickey, you're on a ward there. Oh my, it was all a bait this entire time. The LeBlanc steals the dragon, but Flawless is real dead. Oh,
why?
Take it away. I don't know,
Just
man.
wait for Spirit to respawn and then run at it. You're so far ahead. There was no reason to flip that coin. They could have immediately had Infernal Drake 30 seconds later.
I mean, I didn't mind the idea. The problem was that Mickey came in and stole it with a Mimic Distortion. Sort of takes away from the fun of the whole idea.
I suppose they baited Flawless to die so they could very five-headedly take the Baron.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Well, I mean, that's what they're doing, so not too bad. Infernal Soul would have been real good. But the poke here on the side of Solo One Prince is basically absent. So they're just going to give up on this Baron that is going to belong to Afrika, especially without Flawless available. So in the end, it does work out for Afrika. Say what you want about what they did. Still not too bad. About 80 CS lead for Mickey as well, but see, it's just, he's zoned out of the fight for a lot of the time by Keen.
Notice where a lot of the focus is here. For Sore1, Secret engages onto Ben, gets the tank fight started, and then everybody's diving back onto Keen, onto the low health bars. You got Fly back there, Spirit looks easy, as does Keen. And Mr. Years, as you so eloquently put it, is sitting there with full health. Nobody dives onto him. You're a dive comp specifically to take out Aphelios. And yes, I can understand that, you know, you want to take out the low health guys in the back, but if you just leave Aphelios alone and you're all standing in front of him, well, then he's going to do this amount of damage and eventually stay alive. So,
yeah. Certainly feels like a Mystic kind of game. One of those situations where our friend LS is probably saying maybe comp against the Aphelios if you see him picked up. In the first round of picks, I believe he came in as, second pick. So in the first round here on the red side.
Yeah.
So you can just craft a comp that's going to work against it.
Yeah, they had Volibear, where it's like, yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to be, you know, it's kind of like Olaf. He runs at you, he jumps into your back line. So they kind of just wanted to build a comp around that, which is something that teams very often do, rather than try to counter specific enemy compositions. They'll counter like lanes, but not enemy compositions very often. It happens occasionally, but it did not happen in this game. As they're pushing on in with the Baron, they did take out Flawless, so this does end up being pretty worth in the end. They're going to get this turret. They're up about 3,000 gold on the power play. And Ixu, he's just in his natural habitat.
Yeah,
over
fight
there
Zoe
in the jungle.
Yeah, Paddlestar is going to go wide. Bubble does the same thing. Oh boy. Pick the gap as Fly throws down a Randuin's Omen that Ixu had utilized. An interesting choice, but negating crit damage against Aphelios sounds like a necessary thing to do if you're trying to tank him. And looks like two inhibitors are going to pretty comfortably go down. Mickey trying to defend against Keen. See Mystic. There's that minion wave after minion wave. It's looking like Solo1 Prince are running out of options. 6,000 gold isn't necessarily a gigantic lead for what you can see on the map. But it's based on composition more than anything else. How Mystic is ever going to die is really the question. Inhibitor number 3 looking to go down without too much of a fight here, and Solo1 Prince, this is what they did game 1. They're just not answering. As now, it's Ben that decides to pull the trigger. Solar Flare misses onto Mystic. In goes Ixu, but you can see that Mystic's pretty happy just to fight this one out. QSS cleanse everything. Ixu just going to flash. Dredgeline keeps the bear in place though. Mystic grabs that kill. Now with no bear to try and fight this one out, it is just a little bit too rough. As Zoe's bouncing around the team fight as well. Spirit comes back with about 100 health, puts his axe down onto the Callista. Flawless is going to go golden because he had that button to press, and he may as well press it. And there's a double kill for Spirit. These Nexus turrets are going to be next to fall, and Afrika bounce back after their 0-2 with a 2-0 of their own as they crush Solo1 Prince's Nexus. Disappointing. 0-7 since their first victory in the first week for Solo1 Prince, and only found one game win. Did not find a win here today against Afrika.
Yeah. You saw that the cameraman did select Mystic as the player of the game. I do not want to vote for Aphelios.
I think Ben had a great game.
I was really leaning towards Ben. I think that Fly also did a lot, but there was also just a lot of mistakes. I feel like Ben was the cleanest and the most consistent, so I'll hand it over to him.
Landed a lot of great dredge lines.
Yeah, especially that one that curved around the Raptor pit. That was really my favorite.
Yeah.
It's a very thick dredge line that he does have, the anchor. Ability.
It doesn't actually matter who you vote for because it's probably going to be Mystic, let's be real. He's going to move up to 500 if he does that as well as Spirit.
I want one of those.
Yeah, Shilling had his mouse pad. That's pretty cool.
I'm actually using the Rift Rivals one.
Me too. Big fan.
Picking that up before the last Rift Rivals, and maybe I need to upgrade to an Afrika.
Maybe that's
mouse pad. Maybe that's the way. I hope those are for sale. They look really cool.
I mean, I just got an Afrika jersey as a gift from Afrika. That was pretty cool. I think we all did.
We got DRX and we got Afrika. Shout out to them for providing some cool merch. And Keen, he's understandably, he's just like, whatever. You know, like,
exactly.
He didn't have a very fun second game. I don't think he played particularly well, like, because Keen's, our expectations for Keen are pretty high. And it's not like he got dunked on, but he did lose the lane against
He got solo killed by Ixu.
So, generally, I don't think he's going to be very excited about that, even though they do pick up the win, which, again, is also kind of expected for Afrika here. And yeah, it was not the cleanest series. I feel like Afrika, they had a mind coming into the series to be like, we are going to be super clean. That last series was really, we got crushed, so we just want to like build up our foundation again. And it worked in game 1, even though it was very slow. Game 2, though, did kind of fly off the rails at times, where there were just skill shots flying all over the place. It was like fireworks on the Rift with nothing actually hitting anything. So
yeah, they didn't really have to do too much. I mean, Solo One Prince just didn't offer that much of a fight. Apart from here, towards the bottom side, it was a much better start here for Solo One Prince. Interestingly enough, it never made you feel like they were necessarily going to win. Just with some of the decisions that they made around the mid-game, which was just getting them caught out of position over and over again. I feel like Zoe is such a good pickup into teams that are lacking in coordination, because she singles out champions and locks them down so comfortably. But as you can see, we're starting the Ben highlight. Lands that fantastic max range dredge line. Is able to set things up. Tanks his whole health bar down. That's what being a tank is all about.
Yeah, Keen here getting bopped by the bear. It's kind of like that scene from Revenant.
That's
I don't know
scary.
if you saw that that movie.
I like that movie.
It was a good movie. Just that one scene, I was like, wow, that's really, it's really gruesome. But yeah, here's the lack of follow-up. I mean, there's just nothing. Mickey went in, he missed everybody, and then the Leona goes in. It's totally disjointed.
And also, it's a cannon standing on top of an Aphelios as well, which acts as fantastic feel.
Yeah.
If you stand on the slicing maelstrom, you probably die.
Yeah. We saw that ever since KT versus DRX, the power of the defensive cannon ultimate. And since then, you've been pointing it out, and it's definitely a good point. I think that these two champions do actually mesh pretty well together, even though, you wouldn't typically...
Feels counterintuitive, right? Yeah.
And here again, I mean, at this point, Sodewon are pretty far behind. They try to go for the low health bars, but Mystic is just left all alone. Great knockups here from Ben, by the way.
Ben is actually just like a butler.
Yeah, he was
so
awesome
cool.
this game.
Alfred, man.
Definitely the player of the game, regardless of the way
the votes actually
go. He is, I think objectively, he did play the best. And at this point, not much they could do. You could see what happens when the bear runs into the Aphelios, even though Mystic missed every single thing that he had.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It didn't matter because there was nobody else able to go that deep into the Afrika lineup. So, and that was the end. Lots of kills in this one. I think it was like over 25.
Yeah, it was a better one this time around. Didn't feel like it slowed down quite as much. 28 kills, not a bad estimation there, Valdanalist. But you can see that Solo One Prince definitely fell off a cliff. The landmass has drifted into the ocean as this match went on. And despite the fact that, Infernal Souls were given away for basically no good reason, it didn't matter in the end. And when your 80 carry does 14,000 more damage than the opposition, then things generally work out for you.
Yeah, that was slow and steady win once again from Afrika.
Yep.
It's again, I feel like the 2-0, or at least the win, should be the least of your expectations, right?
Yeah.
And the games after that, I'm not necessarily impressed. And here we go. Ben actually did pick it up, so
there is justice in the world.
Everybody came together, and they did the right thing.
2-1-16. That's one hell of a scoreline.
Yeah, he had an awesome game.
There was 20 kills on the side of Afrika, right? Against the 8 of Solo One Prince, so we only missed out on participation on 2 of them. Absolutely fantastic stuff. 90% kill contribution, not bad at all.
Yeah, he definitely had a great game. This is actually his second pickup as well on the player of the game, so props to him.
Yep.
Slowly climbing the POG board, if you will. Actually had a pretty good game too, all things considered. I thought he played that that Volibear very well, even though his team wasn't
I
really
think
able to follow up onto him.
definitely redemption here for Ixu, but unable to line up any pentakills after that triple did happen because Mystic and Ben were just too safe, able to take down the backline, while Ixu did the same thing, and then Ixu found himself to be a melee champion in the front of a hell of a lot of years. So it means that we're going to be able to have a chat with, I believe, Fly and Ben, three-name champions, three-name players, which is three-letter name players. I think maybe I need to go to bed.
It's been a long day.
It certainly has been a long day, so let's let G-Sun take it away as we go to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Fly Ben. Because Bricks got a huge turnaround win after the big loss up against Taman Gaming.
오늘 2대0으로 이겨서 정말 다행이라고 생각합니다.
It's a big relief that we got a 2-0 win today.
진짜 그 지난 패배의 그 내상이 분명히 있었으니까 분위기
Yeah,
바꿨으니까요.
I'm pretty sure
그리고
that
밴드요.
loss to Taman Gaming was huge. Game number 2 was a little bit tough, but I'm happy that we were able to secure a 2-0 win.
앞으로는 약이 되겠습니다만 분명 좀 내상.
As I just said, I guess the Taman Gaming series was a huge strike for you guys as well, right? What was the feedback about after that series?
딱히 뭐 그런 피드백은 없었고
Nothing really special.
저희는 우리가 저도 잃을 게 없다라는 식으로
We were in a position where that we got nothing to lose.
저희 플레이 그대로 한 것 같습니다.
So we just followed our performance and our play style.
POG를 많이 받고 있잖아요.
Fly, you've been getting a lot of POG recently. Do you also acknowledge that your performance is on point?
아무래도
What was the turning point for you?
시즌이기도 하고 약간
Well, it's a summer split,
뭐라 해야 되지?
and I don't know
네, 동기부여가
how I should put it. Like,
돼가는
it
것
gets,
같습니다.
it gives me more of a motivation.
일단 그게 가장 큰 수확이니까요.
그럼 1세트를 얘기를 해봐도 이제
Let's go back to game number 1.
쪽에 좀 힘을 꽉
Sarah and Prince, once again, they focused on the bottom lane,
그런 픽 나오면 좀
like
상대하기
picking
어떠셨나요?
Zara as a support. So, what was the matchup like?
그 애쉬 자이라 조합이 옛날부터 좀
The Ash Zara comp was really strong
그거 상대로 그냥
from long time ago. But I wasn't really too worried because I had Tomkins with me.
그리고 스피릿의 이 뽀삐 정글.
And
뭐 니달리를
Spirit's
보고
Poppy jungle, was that Italy
가장 기대를 많이
specific
했거든요. 준비하고 싶었고.
comp,
뽀삐
or was
정글의
it like
의미를
his
좀
confidence
볼수 있을까요?
pick?
말씀해 주실 수 있을까요? 팬이 하셔도 예.
일단 뽀삐 정글이 일단
So the Poppy jungle is
하는 챔피언이기도 하고
Spirit's most confident pick, and at the same time, is a really good champion into Nidalee for Spirit.
분위기도 좋았고 1세트는 정말 발언을 좀 바로 치면 빨리 끝날 것도
So
같고.
game number 1, you guys were so close to getting the win, but you guys were going really slow and steady. Did you guys want to go cautiously? What was the reason for the slow pace of that game? What was the concept of game number 1's style?
저희는 그냥 유리하니까 좀
Well, because we were in the lead, we wanted to go safe.
더 무리한 플레이를 해서
And
플레이를 만들 거라고 생각을
we
했는데
expected
그런
SP
플레이가
to
안
go
나와서
for some
이렇게 길어진 것
aggressive play, so that was, and we were planning to kind of punish those mistakes, but they actually didn't, so the game got a little bit extended. And Keen last time said it's almost impossible to see Fly popping off, but Zay Keen got solo killed.
기인이가
I mean, you know,
아쉽긴 했죠.
Keen
자기가 제일 잘
definitely
알 거라고
disappointing
생각하고요.
today. I
다음
know,
경기 때
I'm pretty sure that he knows it as well.
보여주지 않을까 생각합니다.
But I believe he's gonna come back in the upcoming series.
그리고 진짜 그 하늘의 별 따기가 아니라 좀 자주 보는 모습이거든요.
I mean, it is never impossible because Fly, you are becoming the core member of your team. You keep getting the POGs, right?
계속 볼 수 있도록 좋은 모습을
I will
보여줘야겠죠.
do my best to keep winning the POGs.
LCK에는 송영준, 송영이 있다. 그래서
So in LPL we have Rookie, Eujin Song, and in LCK we have Fly, Yongjun Song, the same family name. And you have a lot of different nicknames as well. So what's your favorite one?
송영이 제일 마음에 드는 것 같아요.
I like the brother song.
딱 좋아가지고.
I like the sense of it.
별명이 하나 더 있잖아요. 벤 선수가 얼마 전에 그 토일렛 이슈.
And Ben, you had a toilet issue recently, and you had to pause the game and go to the toilet.
멘트가 있을까요?
Any comment about that issue? I tried to hold it, but it was an emergency situation. I'm sorry.
그런 뭐 개인적인 이슈야. 그렇죠. 근데 당당하게
Well, that kind of issue is always understandable. Does the players still pick on you?
요즘도 그렇게 약간 뭐 재미삼아 얘기들이 오고 갑니다.
제 이름이 남동현인데.
Because my name is Donghyun Nam, they all call me Donghyun Nam, which means literally in Korean a poop. So yeah, they're still picking on me.
읽지를 못해서 참아.
저희가 하기에는
그렇습니다.
유도를 한 거죠.
네. 자 이제 마지막 경기가 일단 뭐 분위기를 바꾸긴 했습니다만
Last series of the round 1 will be up against Genji. In the fly, you were a member of Genji, right? And you said you want to be the solid top 5 team. So what's your resolution of that series?
그 친구들한테 한마디 해도 됩니까?
Can I say my word over to the Genji players?
얘들아 제발 좀 살살 좀 해줘.
Hi guys, please go easy on me.
우리 5강에 들고 싶으니까.
We wanted to be part of the top 5 teams. Please go easy on me. BDD, please. Let's have a great game.
영상 편집은
We expected a little bit of a banter going back and forth, but it was actually very kindly leather coming out from Fly. And moving on to Ben, what's your mindset for the Genji series?
젠지 팀이 잘하기도 하고.
Genji, they're really
준비를 더 많이
strong. So I think we have to prepare harder.
준비 많이 해서 각오 말씀해 주세요.
What's your goal in that series? Any message for your fans?
저희가 이제 강팀 상대로 좀 지는 모습.
We've been losing a lot to the top contenders in LCK, but this time around we will get a win.
1-2경기 POG
This will be the end of the interview with Fly, Ben from Africa Freaks, and I'm gonna pass it back to our caster. Thank you.
승리 축하드립니다. 축하드립니다.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the translation of the interview. A little bit of bullying there onto Ben. That's not too nice. But toilet issues are toilet issues. They happen. You know, it's absolutely fine. Africa, though, do claim that 5th spot solo, as Dynamics still a couple of victories behind them. So creating some distance between the East and the West certainly makes Africa fans feel a lot safer with their pickups, because now we've got a whole lot of negative teams and a whole lot of positive teams. And when there's 5 points between 6th and 5th, it really does feel like 2 conferences rather than what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, which was a lot of, you know, the traffic lights with 3 different groups. It really is separating into a couple of them. As tomorrow, T1 versus Team Dynamics and Genji versus Hanwha Life Esports. Damn, this could be a quick day.
Yeah, there's not much getting around that. I think that T1 is slowly ramping up and looking better and better, and Hanwha Life has only struggled so far up against Genji. Not going to be pretty tomorrow, guys.
Exactly right. Could be a rough one, but we'll have to see. There might be some upsets, and we'll have to find out tomorrow for more LCK. For now, good night.
Told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. I love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Faith in you like the rising sun. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. You give me everything I need. Everything I need. You have faith in me. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my